Good morning, everyone. I'm Gary Shapiro in Louisville. We are continuing our coverage of the Marshall Fire this morning. As the day goes on, we're going to learn more about this fire, and what we're going to learn is not going to be very pretty, that's for sure. Take a closer look. This is the neighborhood behind me. We are at McCaslin and Washington on the west side of Louisville. And the area is just dotted with scenes like this, just burning embers, just buildings and houses and outhouses and garages that just aren't there anymore. The fire department has been going around the neighborhood this morning. They're working on the hot spots. They're trying to get them out in case the wind would pick up again this morning. But right now the wind has laid down overnight. So that is the good news. The fires are not spreading that we can tell. But you guys, they said that more than 500 houses have burned in this fire. I think today we're going to learn it's a lot more than that. We'll send it back to you for more coverage and then come back out here a little bit later.
Gary, thank you. It is a surreal, devastating New Year's Eve here in Colorado, especially in Boulder County.
Yeah, we have been watching this play out now for nearly 18 hours since that fire started at about 11 a.m. yesterday. We have crews out in the field, but first we want to check in with Ed. You talked about the cold front and the snow moving in, Ed, but as Gary said, at least those winds are laying down.
Yeah, all the factors that came together that gave us those winds. Now, we knew it'd be windy, but we didn't think it'd be 115-mile-an-hour winds. They have all dissipated. They're gone. They're out of the state. So the winds are dying down, and they should stay down. Maybe a little gusty when the front comes through. Let's go outside, take a look at what we've got going on right now. Temperature stands at 32 degrees, and we have mostly clear to partly cloudy skies. You can see the snow begins to creep into the city right around 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon. Then it snows overnight. This is midnight if you're out and about on this New Year's Eve and you see snow heavy at times along the Front Range. Continues to snow overnight. It ends tomorrow. Saturday, we see sunshine by 5 o'clock. So that's your forecast. Increasing clouds, snow developing today, 38 degrees. Then for tonight, 6 degrees will be our low with the snow, 2 to 6 inches. Tomorrow, the snow ends with clearing skies, but look at the high, just 16 degrees. Doesn't last long. We have a good warm-up, 43 degrees for your Sunday. And then on Monday, we're at 48, 49 on Tuesday, near 50 on Wednesday. However, that's our next chance for rain or snow showers.
Thank you. Our 9 News crew got this video overnight of the fire burning. In some shots, you can see what's left of homes while the flames still burn on the structures.
We want to check in now with some of our crews that are out on the scene, and there are many scenes to cover. Our own Jordan Chavez is standing by, and he is taking a look at how things are shaping up. Jordan, tell us where you are and what you're seeing.
Hey there, Tom. Good morning. Yeah, we are at the intersection of 96th and Dillon, and things are changing so quickly out here. So around 88th and Dillon, my colleague Brian Olson says he saw a home on fire, but when we tried to return to that area just minutes after, they had shut down that road, so we can't get to that. And that's exactly what you're seeing right here. Road closures like this throughout the area are kind of making it hard to get into those areas where it sounds like Gary might be, where those spots are still burning a bit this morning, as those crews are definitely trying to work to put those out. Now, entire city of Louisville here has been evacuated. Of course, between this and the town of Superior, we are talking tens of thousands of people who are evacuated. As far as Louisville goes, they have been issued a boil water advisory for anybody who lives in this area. So residents are asked to use bottled water or to boil any water that's being used for drinking, making ice, brushing teeth, washing dishes, and food preparation. Now, that's what the city said in their release that they put out late last night. Now, the city of Louisville says they are working with emergency personnel to use available water to battle these fires here in Boulder County. And the city changed their water distribution operations to allow for more water to be available to fight these fires. We actually drove by a station earlier where I believe we saw them doing just that. Now, we are not able to really see those flames from this vantage point. Again, those road closures are really preventing people from even getting to an area that they are kind of deemed a little bit unsafe, or even just a small amount of unsafe. That's what the emergency crews out here are trying to prevent anybody from getting through. But even as you are driving just closer to this area, when we were getting onto US 36 right there, you can really smell that fire really strong. So you're not seeing it, but it certainly is very hazy out here. That smell incredibly strong even still this morning, you guys.
Jordan, that view behind you, the calm the day after, we're not done with this fire yet though, but I think it is with great trepidation that we wait for the sunrise and to see what we will see in these areas as far as what is left behind by the Marshall Fire. Thanks. We'll talk to you in just a few more minutes. We want to get over to the Coal Creek Golf Course area in Louisville. That's where our Corey Reppenhagen is standing by. Corey, this was an area yesterday we saw a great deal of damage being done.
Yeah, you know, Tom, it's almost as fast as this fire got started. It came to a stop, and it's all because of the weather. The weather started the fire with the winds, and then at about 7:30, 8 o'clock, we've got the winds start to die down. The temperatures dropped, the humidity went up, and these fires really came to a stop. And we spent the night kind of running around the fire perimeter to see if there was any action, any movement of the fire, and we did not see any. We are now here in Louisville between the Avista Adventist Hospital and the Coal Creek Golf Course, and this neighborhood that we're in is completely destroyed. There's not a single house standing in here. There are vehicles in the driveway standing in front of the house that is completely leveled, and we can even see the basement inside burning. We have vehicles that are burned inside the garages, and you can't see here in the dark, but the driveway has actually got large chunks bursted out of it because of, I'm assuming, because of the temperature of the fire, and there are still mounds of homes that are just still burning out here. Now, we spent the entire night trying to make sure that this fire wasn't moving, and we did not see any movement, but what we did see was just home after home, neighborhood after neighborhood, mostly neighborhoods that are completely leveled. There were a couple of neighborhoods where there was just one home in the entire neighborhood that is still standing. That is not to say that anyone has any hope to find their place still standing, but I know that most everyone that's evacuated from this area are certainly expecting the worst.
Yeah, these are some of the areas yesterday that weren't even accounted for when Sheriff Pelley was talking about the Sagamore neighborhood losing 370 homes, and Old Town Superior 210, and those homes up by Harper Lake where Gary is this morning. And then you have neighborhoods like this, as you were alluding to, Corey, right there by Coal Creek Golf Course. And like we were just talking about, Natasha, the sun is going to tell a hard story this morning.
And again, tens of thousands of people evacuated, and there are several evacuation centers temporarily housing people who need a place to stay. People can go to the First Bank Center in Broomfield, the North Boulder Rec Center on Broadway in Boulder, the YMCA on Dagny Way in Lafayette, and the Longmont Senior Center on Longs Peak Avenue in Longmont. The Boulder County Fairgrounds and Jefferson County Fairgrounds are for large animals. The Boulder County Fairgrounds are full, and because we're in the middle of a new COVID surge now, evacuees who are COVID positive can go to Mount Calvary Lutheran Church on Stanford Court in Boulder.
We had watched the smoke plume ourselves with our own eyes, but it could also be seen from well above, from the Boulder County blowing out to the eastern plains throughout the day. The satellite view and the radar were showing us that plume as it made its way with those hard winds driving it to the east, 80 to 100 mile-an-hour winds pushing it straight out onto the plains. It's been something to watch.
An incredible sight from up above there, and viewers have been sending us just incredible video of the flames and the smoke. This is video of the fire from the National Center for Atmospheric Research, the cameras that are set up in Boulder there.
Time lapse also tells a story of the fire running from about a football field away from US 36. This right shot from Cherryvale Road. But in less than a minute, it gets right up to the Boulder Turnpike and is able to blow right across the road as well. And
new video in from an NBC News photographer shows fire crews trying to douse burning homes in Louisville. This is in the Cypress subdivision. A sliver of good news. Avista Adventist Hospital in Louisville says they evacuated every single one of its patients and staff members. Patients have been transferred out of there to Longmont United, St. Anthony's North, and other local hospitals. Now, this includes both ICU and NICU patients. Again, everyone is out of there. There's a number set up for inquiries about loved ones and family members. That number is 303-661-1848. Again, 303-661-1848. if you're trying to get information about patients at Avista Adventist.
You certainly understand why they moved those people with that fire right where Corey Reppenhagen was reporting just a few minutes ago, and all the damage done right there. Now, there are federal and state resources that have been activated to help people with this fire. FEMA already authorizing federal money to pay for the firefight. And Colorado's Governor Jared Polis declared a state of emergency quickly yesterday afternoon, activating state resources such as the National Guard and the State Emergency Operations Center.
Remember that your life is the most important. Things can be replaced.
Right now, the entire city of Louisville is under a boil water advisory. It is in effect until further notice. That means if you live in that city, you should only be drinking bottled water. If you need anything, you need to boil anything that comes out of your tap.
Yesterday, Boulder County Sheriff Joe Pelley says this wasn't the type of fire that anybody could face head on. The brave fire crews did risk their own lives trying to save some homes. The weather, that wind yesterday, made even that impossible.
We've actually had, deputy sheriffs and firefighters in areas that had to pull out because they just got overrun. So there was a lot of brave stuff going on today out there. So.
Yeah, as far as the weather goes, everything just came together for those strong winds up to 115 miles an hour in some areas. And we have just light winds now. We will see a few gusty winds out on the eastern plains as this front goes by. And really, that is about it. So as we take a look, we're at 32 degrees right now, but that's all going to change. We have a winter storm warning from 11 p.m. on tonight until 5 a.m. on Saturday for 12 to 25 inches. Could see up to 3 feet of snow there. Winds to 50 miles an hour. And then you see the winter weather advisory. That is the blue shaded area. That goes from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. with 35-mile-an-hour winds. Now we shift that to the foothills where we also have a winter storm warning. Up to a foot of snow could fall there. That's from 5 a.m. Friday to 11 a.m. on Saturday. And all the blue shaded area over the rest of the plains, the winter weather advisory, 2 to 6 inches could fall. That's from 11 a.m. Friday to 11 a.m. on Saturday. Still have the avalanche warning in effect. Goes to 11 a.m. Saturday for most mountain locations. And get this, we also have a wind chill advisory from 5 p.m. today to 11 a.m. on Saturday morning. Wind chills with winds to 20 to 30 miles an hour and gusts could get to 29 below zero, and that's the dangerous zone. We have clear skies over the eastern plains right now. Clouds beginning to move on to the front range. You see lots of snow in the mountains. That's going to spread into the metro area probably around 3, 4 this afternoon, and then it continues all night long into tomorrow. And finally, by 5 o'clock in the afternoon, we see sunshine return to to the city, and then everything clears out. And Sunday we have a pretty nice day with sunshine border to border by afternoon. You can see the temperatures today on the cool side, but boy, they're going to get a lot colder. 20s, 30s, 40s, some 50s over the eastern plains, 20s, 30s, and 40s to the mountains and west. And then the lows tonight, take a look at this. Single digits and teens, but that's above and below zero. Look at Gunnison at 17 below in Alamosa, 12 below zero. Denver only 6 degrees. So increasing clouds with snow developing today, 38 degrees. Then for tonight, cloudy, snow, 2 to 6 inches falls, and we get down to 6 degrees. And then for tomorrow, snow ends. We'll see clearing skies, but a high of just 16. Quick warm up though. Sunday we're at 43 degrees with sunny skies, 48 on Monday, 49 on Tuesday, low 50s on Wednesday, but that's our next chance for rain or snow showers, and with that cooler weather comes in, only 38 by Thursday.
Well, that snow will help, but it is 24 hours too late. So many families had to leave their homes, not knowing if things will be the same when they return. We're going to hear from a father who returned with his sons to see the destruction done.
Fueled by dryness and wind, grass fires turned into destruction across this part of Louisville near Avista Adventist Hospital. As the day turned dark, the flames became more apparent, especially in the Coal Creek Ranch neighborhood.
And I wanted to get back here to see, just how bad it is, and it's devastating.
Mike McCrudden came back with his sons to see if their house survived.
I went down there hopeful, to be positive, but it only took a few steps over the ridge to realize that not just my home, but the whole neighborhood is completely wiped out.
I grew up in this neighborhood, playing football in the street, basketball, home run derby in the backyard, and to go down there and it's nothing.
When word came down to evacuate, the McCruddens thought it was just a precaution.
I thought, all right, I'll go. I didn't think it would be like this. I thought we were going to be coming back later. I thought we'd be back home by now.
The reality is there are very few homes left, including the one which started out intact in front of our own eyes and ended up collapsed in a heap of flames.
I mean, I know that family, I know that house. It's crazy to think that the wind did that.
It probably doesn't feel real to me yet. Yeah, it's unreal.
I hope everybody got out safe. Life is most important, and we'll rebuild and we'll regroup and we'll move on.
In Louisville, Nelson Garcia, 9 News.
Sadly, a lot of people are going to be going through that same thing today. I'm Gary Shapiro in Louisville. We're near Harper Lake, near Washington and McCaslin Boulevard. Just dozens and dozens of homes burned down to the foundation. A lot of them are still on fire. They're just letting them burn this morning, but the fire department has been through a couple of times to make sure that the fires aren't spreading. The wind is laying down right now, so I don't think those flames are going to be going anywhere. There are thousands of people that are evacuated. Some are in evacuation centers. There are probably a dozen evacuation centers, one big one in Lafayette, one at South Boulder Community Center. And that is where Jaleesa Irizarry was yesterday and talked to some of the people that had to move out of their homes.
It was like Wizard of Oz. It was just chairs and stuff and things flying all over and the windows rattling. So that was not fun at all. So I think just getting out of the car would be a huge relief, even alone. It would be good. It's just stuff. I don't know. I actually looked around my house and I thought to myself, like, what should I bring? And I did not gravitate to really anything. Nothing was that important. So I got dog food and I took some water bottles and toilet paper, blankets and some sleeping bags. And I have my family. So, I mean, honestly, like, that's all that matters. I mean, it's horrible and it's gut-wrenching to think that, God forbid, it goes away. But again, it's just stuff and things, and you rebuild things if, God forbid, it goes away. So I don't know.
Yep, that's the story of a lot of people this morning who had to leave their homes yesterday. This is the foundation of one of the homes in this neighborhood near Harper Lake that is burning right now. You know, it's weird. You drive through the neighborhood and you see this kind of scene. You see these houses that have burned, and then next door you see a house that's still standing. It's kind of like, you know, when we used to cover tornadoes back in the day, and the tornadoes would take out intermittent houses, and that's kind of what the scene is here this morning. Governor Jared Polis tweeted overnight that the fire department is working and they are trying to get into these neighborhoods, both in Louisville, Superior, Rock Creek, that whole area. They say, please don't come and see what's going on. Please don't clog up the streets with your cars if you just want to kind of sightsee right now, because the fire department needs to get in there, and onlookers were a problem yesterday afternoon. The police department, Louisville Police Department, was nice enough to let us into this neighborhood, and so that's why we are here, but they really don't want anybody else in these neighborhoods this morning. We have more coverage of the Marshall Fire coming up right after this.
Okay, if you can give me time cues, because I'm terrible at keeping.
The biggest story in our state right now, the Marshall Fire, our state's most destructive fire, still burning in Boulder County. 9 News anchor Gary Shapiro is in Louisville this morning.
Yeah, when the sun comes up, it's going to tell a story, and it's not going to be a pretty story, guys. They say that more than 500 homes have burned. I think it's going to be a lot more than that just driving around this area. That's kind of what it looks like. And it was just getting dark last night when they started counting the homes that were burning, and so they really don't have a real great view of that right now, and so we'll just have to wait and see. But this is such a destructive fire. It is so sad. You know, I've lived in this northern metro area for 30 years, and I know a lot of people here, and a lot of them are out of their homes, and most of them don't know if their homes made it or not. So they will find out later today, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Guys?
Gary, that scene behind you is just so heartbreaking, and it's dark. You know, you're right. When the sun comes up, we're going to see a much different picture there. Thank you. Meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen has also been driving around since midnight, monitoring the conditions. Corey, tell us what you've been seeing overnight.
Yeah, you know, Natasha, so what we've been seeing is we've just driven the entire fire perimeter, which started way out next to Highway 93 near Marshall Mesa and made its way all the way here to where I am in Louisville. I'm right between the Avista Adventist Hospital and the Coal Creek Golf Course. And so this neighborhood that I'm in is completely leveled, and that's what we've seen almost from the drive all the way straight from Superior to here. I mean, we have vehicles that are inside their garages just completely burnt to a crisp. There's just a little bit of a foundation showing, and we can actually see kind of over here in this area, you can actually see the flames that are coming up out of there. Those are actually coming out of the basement of this home, and a lot of the rocks and the actual driveway in front of these homes have very large chunks that are and cracks in them, assumingly from the heat of these fires. And another thing that I'm noticing is just a smell that I have never smelled before in any of the wildfire coverage that I've done, and that is because it's kind of like a very plasticky, chemically smell because of all the contents of and the siding of these homes that are burnt. So many homes. Like we were saying earlier, it's just going to be, it is tough to get a good grasp on the scope of what this is going to look like when the sun comes up, but I think that we are preparing ourselves for a bit of a shock, and I think everybody else is as well.
And as far as the weather goes, boy, when you get winds like that and as dry as it's been, it's hard to start those fires. And those winds were 115 miles an hour. Let's go outside, take a look right now. We got 32 degrees, clear skies, but those clear skies don't last long. Here come the clouds and here comes the snow by 3 o'clock. And by midnight, Happy New Year. It is snowing if you're out and about. Continues to snow until about 2 tomorrow when we see cloudy skies, and then even they dissipate at Saturday. And we will see sunny skies as we move it on into Sunday. So that is your forecast. We'll see 38 degrees today as snow begins. 16 degrees tomorrow as the snow ends, and then we're in the 40s for a nice warm up with lots of sunshine taking us into next week.
We will continue to cover the Marshall Fire this morning. We have more team coverage on those fires coming up at 5 o'clock.
A few steps over the ridge to realize that not just my home, but the whole neighborhood is completely wiped out.
the state's most destructive fire in history is still burning. Thousands evacuated, hundreds of homes lost. As the sun comes up, we're seeing what the flames have left behind. Scientists are looking at wildfires in Colorado. They say most of them have been caused by an ember storm. It may have been the culprit for the fire burning right now. Evacuees had minutes to get out. We hear from people who are still clinging on to hope that they'll have something to go back to when they return. 9 News Morning starts right now.
And good morning, everyone. I'm Gary Shapiro in Louisville. This is a live picture this morning, and sadly, this is the scene all over this neighborhood near Harper Lake. We're at Washington and McCaslin Boulevard. As the sun comes up this morning, we're going to see a lot of homes that aren't there anymore, just the foundations, some of them still burning. The wind had laid down overnight, and so these fires aren't going anywhere right now, so at least that's a little bit of good news. This fire began less than 24 hours ago, the Marshall Fire. Take a look at this video that we have. This is video from Broomfield Police. It was taken in Superior, west of US 36. You can see home after home, building after building just engulfed in fire. Watching this video, you can understand why calls went out hours ago to evacuate all of Superior, all of Louisville. More than 30,000 evacuations are in place right now. And take a look at this bird's eye view of the fires. Gretchen says that her son flying back to Seattle last night when he took this video over the Superior Louisville area. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for joining us. We're going to have coverage of the Marshall Fire throughout the morning this morning. We are, as I said, near Harper Lake, and this entire neighborhood has a lot of homes that burned and a lot of damage. The Louisville Police Department has asked us to move, so we're going to be tearing down right now and moving to a media staging area, which is just a little bit up the road. So I'm going to send it back to you, and we'll get organized and join you again from Louisville. But guys, when the sun comes up, it's not going to be a pretty sight, that's for sure.
The winds, that it was moving aggressively, and now it's a matter of is that fire still aggressively moving? And of course, we'll also be surveying so much damage that's been done in Superior, Louisville, and other communities as well. So we're awaiting the sunrise. We're awaiting Sky 9 getting up in the air and getting us a better look at things. But it is a sad prediction to look ahead and think of what this is going to look like.
Yeah, and we have live team coverage this morning, a number of crews scattered across that area as well. I think, it's a good thing that the wind has laid down from what Gary was saying. Ed Green joins us as well. We've got a foot of snow expected in that area too. Do you think that's going to help with some of the firefighting?
I think it really will. I think any moisture is going to help. Certainly we could use a whole lot more, but at least in the foothills, and that includes Boulder, we're going to get about a foot of snow. And I was watching the Boulder forecast, and their winds 6 to 9 miles an hour right now. A little gusty as this front comes through with the snow, but that's really going to be about it. In Denver right now, airport 33 degrees. You can see we have clear skies out on the eastern plains. Here comes the snow. And right about 3-4 o'clock in the afternoon starts to move into the area. And then it continues to do that. And by about midnight, if you're out and about, we will see snow going on here. It could be heavy at times. And then it all leaves tomorrow by 5 o'clock. We're back in the sunny skies on Saturday, but cold air is left behind. Today, 38 degrees as the snow begins. For tonight, we'll see 6 degrees with 2 to 6 inches falling. Then tomorrow, only 16 degrees for the high as everything dies down. And then for Sunday, we'll see mostly sunny skies and 43 degrees. Pretty nice warm up here. 48 on Monday. Tuesday, we're at 59 into the low 50s, but that's early Wednesday because here comes another front, which will give us some rain and snow showers and colder weather.
Ed, thank you. Meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen and photojournalist Brian Wendland near the Coal Creek Golf Course in Louisville this morning. And Corey, when we talked to you last, you talked about this plasticky chemical smell that you're smelling in the area as well, and it's still smoldering behind you.
Yeah, you can kind of see it smoldering behind me here in Louisville. You can see the smoke just kind of moving through. We don't have I would call it a strong breeze right now, and that may increase as the sun comes up here this morning, but it's really shocking to have that smell. And I know that Louisville police were asking Gary Shapiro to move his location. They have been really diligent about, as me and Brian were running around here along the fire perimeter, they've been really diligent about making sure that people are in here, who they are and what are they doing, because they are really watching out for looters. In our location here, it's a very small edge of a neighborhood that they've allowed us, at least for the time being, to stay here. But it just kind of reminds me, and because they came by here, the Louisville police, and just asked us to stay back away from the homes because they have not had a chance to go in and check to see, who was there and are they accounted for. They have not been able to do this yet, and so that is kind of what you think of as you go into this day and what needs to be done. And then of course we have a timeline, because we do have a very substantial winter storm that's moving in on us, which is kind of the causation of this whole event, at least the ignition and the spread of it.
Yeah, and we're just going to piggyback exactly off of what Gary and Corey were talking about. Gary's tearing down. Corey's talking about that due diligence from the officers there patrolling the area, making sure everybody that needs to be in there, what they're doing, who they are. As for the rest of anybody who's going to be driving around that perimeter or around this area, this is exactly what they're going to be seeing. They're going to be seeing road closures exactly like this one. We're at the intersection of 96th and Dillon right now. There's actually quite a few cars lined up around the road. I'm not sure exactly who every single person is, a mixture of TV crews and people just wondering when they maybe can be able to get back in there. But right now, this is kind of that safety perimeter that these officers have set up at this time to keep people out for exactly what Gary and Corey were saying. So just wanting to piggyback a little bit off of that. And I got to say, things are changing very quickly. So if you were in that area even just a few minutes ago, you're either experiencing what Gary's experiencing and being asked to move out of the area, or you're going to come back and now this new perimeter has been set up. We're also seeing a lot of emergency crews coming and going from the specific area. So it seems to be like this is one of the main gateways right now where emergency crews are able to access that area. But if you drive all along that perimeter, this is exactly the scene that you're seeing at those different intersections right now. Again, really trying to keep people back that don't need to be in that area. Of course, we are in the city of Louisville right now. There has been a water boil advisory issued for the people in this area. We are told that city officials have worked on a new water distribution plan so that they can make more water accessible for the crews that need to be in there to fight this fire. But at this time, this is really the closest access we can get inside this neighborhood. Around 4:15 or so, my colleague Brian Olson says he was at 88th and Dillon where there was a home on fire. He came to meet me and we went back just 5 minutes later and this perimeter had been set up, and the officer said this is kind of going to be the scene this morning, and actually we might get pushed even farther back than we are standing right now. But this is definitely what a lot of our crews are going to be experiencing throughout this morning. Not sure if my colleague Darius Johnson is experiencing the same thing. I believe he is at a staging area at Flatirons Mall this morning. Darius, what are you seeing?
Hey there, Jordan. I am experiencing the exact same thing that you are. As you just said, I am here at the Flatirons Crossing Mall. Right here, it's kind of in between Superior and Louisville. I will tell you, south of here is Superior, and in that area, we're hearing about utter devastation. We're trying to make our way to that area this morning, but we're dealing with the same thing that Jordan and other crews have been dealing with, roadblock after roadblock, and they are turning us around, telling us that we cannot get access to that. You saw many of our crews bringing you this live coverage last night as many of these homes were being destroyed and as many people were being pushed out of their homes and pushed out of the city that they love, and they just had to get out, be able to grab everything that they could to be able to get out at that time. And many people are trying to see what it looks like this morning, so we're hoping to be able to get over there once the sun rises. But this is what it looks like here at the Flatirons Crossing Mall. This is the Incident Command Center. You can see that there are about a dozen or so emergency vehicles here. All is calm so far. There have been a couple of officials moving in and out. A couple of people are still sitting in their cars right now. So all is calm. They're kind of just staging here at this point in time. They are telling people if you need anything, they have a call center. I'm sure we possibly have that rolling at the bottom of your screen. That number 303 413-7730. Again, we're trying to get to the town of Superior, where last night they were telling us at least 500 homes were destroyed at that time. I believe our Victoria De Leon, she is at the Boulder Recreation Center, and she is continuing to follow the team coverage this morning of the Marshall Fire. Victoria, what is it like for you this morning?
Yeah, Darius, right now I think I myself am still trying to wrap my head around the devastation and the impact that these people are going to likely be waking up to. But I think it's very clear that when any kind of natural disaster happens, the community is just very quick to want to wrap their arms around you and help out. And that's what we've been hearing. Lots of people emailing saying, how can I help? The YMCA rec center in Lafayette was actually saying that they are no longer in need of food or supplies because they have already quickly received those things. But we do want to list off a couple more organizations who are going to be helping out. And if you want to help out, that list should be coming up on your screen shortly. So the Salvation Army is going to be providing 1,000 meals 3 times a day to evacuees and first responders. Those meals will be taken to the YMCA Evacuation Center in Lafayette. We'll actually be chatting with them later this morning to see what more community members can do to help. So we will be bringing you those updates. The American Red Cross of Colorado also set up an evacuation center at the YMCA of Northern Colorado, and you can always support them with monetary donations, but we have reached out to see if they need any food, water, or any other supplies, and we will let you know when we hear back. The Community Foundation in Boulder County has set up a wildfire fund for people wanting to help with cash donations. And Natasha, Tom, I think as the day progresses and in the coming days, that list is only going to get longer because we know there are going to be more people who want to help. So I wouldn't be surprised if we have more of those just by the end of today.
Victoria, thank you. I think in these times of devastation, we can always count on Coloradans to step up, and we're already seeing that with some of these areas, you know, not needing any more donations for the time being.
But the methods of how to help, people will be very curious and wanting to help. We talked about this at length yesterday from firefighters who wanted to fight the fire but couldn't because of the winds, and the people who want to help immediately and now will have to wait and be patient and make sure that there is a proper way to make the most impact as you want to help the people in Superior, Louisville, and other communities. We were just talking to Ed Green about how this morning might play out because it looks like first light is really going to break just before 7 a.m. with the sun actually rising at 7:20, and it is then that we'll start to really see what happened. The transition yesterday as we watched these fires rage from daylight to night was stark, and that transition back I think will be just as stark today. The view in the nighttime of those flames is stirring. And then as the sun comes up and we get the very first look, a very true look at the damage done, that will be something that I think will have a great impact as well. As this last, now it's been 18 hours or so since this fire started, that people are still trying to sort out mentally and emotionally how they feel, how they view this.
Wrap their minds around it. As a reminder, 9 News is bringing you continuing coverage right here on KUSA through 10 a.m. We have a news conference at that time. The Today Show will air at 7 o'clock on KTVD. You can get all the latest developments on the 9 News app to go as well. We'll be right back.
And we had very dry conditions yesterday, and those strong gusty winds, that's all you needed to get this fire really going and then really moving after that. Now we get a little relief coming our way. Winds are dying down. I was looking at the Boulder forecast, and they're looking at winds only 6 to 9 miles an hour for pretty much the whole day. So that is good news as these winds die down. A little gusty as this front comes through with the snow, but that's going to be about it. 33 degrees is what we see right now. We have mostly clear skies around here, and you can see all the snow that is coming our way. This system is really cranking up. It's a major system. We have from Chicago all the way to the West Coast. We have snow watches and warnings. All of this, a lot of people are affected, and of course it includes Colorado. So as we take a look, here comes the snow pushing into our state, and lots of snow to feed this system as well. The darker the purple, the heavier the snow. So you can see some very heavy snow back into our mountains. Then you see the snow till about Saturday. It finally begins to clear out. Then we have clear skies behind it, and by Sunday we will have mostly sunny skies around the state. But yes, lurking on the West Coast, that's our next system that'll be coming our way. So today, a winter storm warning for the mountains and a winter weather advisory as well for up to 3 feet of snow in some locations. When you switch that to the foothills, we get about a foot of snow there, and then all the light shaded blue areas, that's the winter weather advisory for 2 to 6 inches, and that includes the Denver metro area. We continue to see the avalanche warning that goes until 8 a.m. on Saturday, and out here on the eastern plains, a wind chill advisory. Wind chills could get to 29 below zero. That's from 5 p.m. today till 11 a.m. on Saturday morning. So the temperatures today will be mostly in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. But remember, the cold air has yet to move in. We're finding that in the west with 20s, 30s, and a few 40s out there. The lows tonight, very cold around here, above and below the zero mark, well below zero. Gunnison at 18 below, Alamosa at 13 below, but even some below zero warnings right here on the eastern plains. Increasing clouds with snow developing as the day goes on. 38 degrees will be our high. Then for tonight, cloudy with snow, 2 to 6 inches, and a low of just 6 degrees. Then tomorrow, snow ends, but much colder weather left behind. 16 degrees the high. Luckily, it only lasts a day. 43 by Sunday as the sunshine returns. 48 on Monday. Tuesday, we're at 49. Here comes that next system. Colder weather, chance for rain or snow showers, only 38 by Thursday.
The police and firemen can get to save some of the other houses that are still being affected.
I'm Jordan Chavez in Louisville this morning, where we are continuing our devastating coverage of these wildfires here in Boulder County. I'm standing in front of one of the many road closures that we are going to be seeing all around this fire perimeter. Scenes exactly like what's happening out here. People trying to get into that area. Officers blocking off these roads. We are currently at the intersection of 96th and Dillon at this time. Seems to be one of the main gateways for emergency crews to get in and out. Also for people in this area, there has been a water boil advisory issued so that more water is accessible for crews to use to fight these fires that are still burning at this time in this area. I want to send it over to my colleague Darius Johnson at the Flatirons Crossing Mall. Darius, how's it going over there?
Hey there, Jordan. I'm experiencing the same thing that you are and many other people as well. There's roadblock after roadblock as many of these fire officials are trying to keep these neighborhoods secure as they are working to, still try to put out a lot of those hot spots that may still be going in these neighborhoods. Right now, we are at the Flatirons Crossing Mall. This is the Incident Command Center. There are about a little bit more than a dozen fire officials and emergency crews that are here right now at this time. Coming up, we're going to continue to try to get to some of these neighborhoods, especially the neighborhood south of here. That's the Superior area along McCaslin and Colton. We're hearing about total devastation in that area right now. For now, we are live at the Flatirons Crossing Mall. I'm Darius Johnson, 9 News.
It's funny when you wake up on an average day, and it's just like any other day, and then all of a sudden you look out and you see billows of brown smoke and you're wondering, well, where's that coming from? And then all of a sudden in an instant everything changes.
So that's Rock Creek neighborhood where we live, and the fire has come west of it and north of it.
So the grass fires happen. That's fairly common. What's not as common, obviously, is the proximity to structures and to neighborhoods and hurricane force winds.
And they've evacuated the entire neighborhood. Took us an hour and a half to get out. Fortunately, we were able to get out.
And it's amazing how the smoke is shifting as we watch it. Sometimes you can't see the neighborhood, and all of a sudden it clears up. There's a defined plume, and now we can see flames as we're looking out on the grass.
Hopefully, the wind will shift and it won't burn our house.
This is our home.
And it will be our home.
And it will be, that's right.
brutal winds we saw yesterday have now calmed down. They're only 14 miles an hour out at the airport, and we have snow coming. But as Tom was saying earlier, that's 24 hours too late to help with the fires. Let's go outside, take a look. And we do have mostly clear skies around here, and the temperature stands at 33 degrees. And you see the south-southwest wind at just 14 miles an hour. The snow is coming. We've got cloudy skies now. Here comes the snow by about 3 this afternoon. It pushes right on in at midnight. If you're out and about, you'll see some snow, heavy at times. 2 to 6 inches falls, clears out by Saturday afternoon, where we have clouds and then clear skies. So 38 degrees today as snow develops this afternoon. Snow continues overnight into the morning hours, and then it ends. But look at the high, just 16 degrees. We bounce back to 43 on Sunday with lots of sunshine. Monday, we're at 48. Tuesday, 49. Wednesday, our next chance for rain or snow.
We want to get the latest now from Superior. Mayor Clint Folsom is joining us live, and you and I had a chance to speak yesterday more than 13, 14 hours ago, and what was a very dangerous situation. Even in your worst dreams couldn't have become imagining this disastrous situation you have now. Some of the neighborhoods that we talk about, the devastation in Sagamore, Old Town, Superior, some of the areas as well, Rock Creek. Can you bring us up to date what you do know now at 5:30 in the morning?
You know, I toured around with the sheriff's office and town manager yesterday for several hours, and it was just a disaster all around town. It was just devastating what has happened in Superior. And when I left around 10 p.m., things were still on fire. There was no way to stay in Superior. It was still under mandatory evacuation. It still is this morning. And I will be getting updates and briefs from the sheriff's office here shortly, but don't have any immediate updates beyond what I saw in person last night.
Mayor Folsom, just talking about those first moments of learning of the fire, can you talk about some of the greatest challenges that were faced in getting it under control?
I think the greatest challenge was getting our residents safely out of town. It was complete gridlock. I mean, when you try to instantly evacuate a 14,000 person town, a 4 square mile town, and get everyone out, that is a tremendous challenge. And fortunately, the fire did not reach where these traffic jams were, in a matter of time that people did get to, various shelters and friends and families out of town. But that was the immediate challenge, is getting people out of homes. And there really was not much fighting these fires. I watched dozens of homes explode last night. It was just tragic, and there's just not much you can do to fight that. You just got to keep people safe.
The damage catastrophic in so many areas, including so much of Superior. What do you have to do? I know everyone's head is spinning right now, including your own, I'm sure, as you try to manage this. What do you try to accomplish in the next 24 hours, in the next 3 days, 5 days, week, month? Can you even begin to put together the map of what you need to do in the future here?
Well, we've got the great resources of the Boulder County Sheriff's Office that are going to take the lead on damage assessments, and they're going to begin that first thing this morning and really begin mapping that out. I've already been in touch with that staff, and they've got federal resources. I was fortunate to get calls from both of our U.S. senators and our U.S. Representative Neguse, and all are very supportive and ready to provide aid as it becomes needed. And it is the need is going to be tremendous. But that assessment will begin this morning. It'll be ongoing for weeks, and I know our residents want to know when they can get back in, and I wish I knew that answer as well. And the best I can say to that is when it's deemed safe. The sheriff's office will make assessments when it's safe for residents to get back into town and see what is going on there. we'll do that as soon as possible. We've also got the challenges of the winter weather coming. That's going to add to the complexity of this recovery.
Yeah, I know this is a fast-changing situation, and you're still learning assessments. We're waiting for the sun to come up as well to see that true scope of the damage. But do you have a rough estimate of structures that have burned, a rough estimate of any of the damage?
It's in the hundreds. I've seen reports on various news outlets of in excess of 500. I know Louisville, our town, city to the east of us, they've suffered tremendous losses as well. And I think that number 500 plus is inclusive of what has happened there. But we have lost hundreds of houses in Superior.
Is there a message you have for the people of Superior as we go forward? Obviously, everyone has been touched by this devastation, but is there something you can say to them as far as these next hours, these next days?
You know, we've got a very supportive community. It's a very tight community. I consider everybody there my friend, and I'd say just stay strong. We've got each other, and we will get through this best we can.
It's a busy time. We appreciate you sharing some of your time with us. It's going to be quite a day today. Clint Folsom is the mayor of Superior. We appreciate you joining us this morning. Thanks.
Thank you.
Of course, our team coverage on the fires will continue coming up in the next half hour here on 9 News. Just after 5:30, the latest now on the Marshall Fire that has done so much damage in Superior, Louisville, and those surrounding areas. The numbers yesterday afternoon at this point still stand. 1,600 acres burned, more than 500 homes lost, with tens of thousands of people having to evacuate yesterday, mostly from those towns, Louisville and Superior as well.
Completely devastating, and those numbers will likely change once we get an update from the Boulder Office of Emergency Management at 10 o'clock this morning. Viewers have sent us videos and pictures of the fire burning in Boulder County.
Some of them come in from Karen. This one here showing the videos of the pictures, it looks like, of the fire from Erie. She added that she prays that everyone is safe.
Our 9 News crew has been out there overnight getting us videos of the fire burning. In some shots, you can see what's left of homes, the charred remains, while the flames still burn on the structures.
Let's go, let's go. Let's go.
Get on the road, go eastbound.
Yeah, people leaving the building. This is the Costco that was near the scene. You can just see the devastation outside. These scenes, apocalyptic, smoke, debris flying around. You heard someone shouting, telling everyone to go eastbound out of the store because the other way was blocked. You can't even imagine the panic as people were running out. We talked earlier to Mayor Clint Folsom, Superior's mayor, about evacuating 14,000 people, in such a small amount of time.
Yeah, not only is the smoke making it difficult to escape, it also has a psychological impact on people when they just know that danger is around and they can't see it. Of course, the Target store just to the south there also burned, the Element Hotel in that area really one of the hardest hit retail or commercial areas in Superior, right there at the McCaslin exit off of US 36.
We have live team coverage this morning. Gary Shapiro anchoring from Highway 128 in McCaslin in Louisville. He's joined by Darius Johnson, Jordan Chavez, Victoria De Leon, and meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen, bringing us live updates throughout the show, what's happening now and how you can help too.
Of course, the big change was the wind of yesterday. That was the real motivating factor behind that fire spreading so rapidly. So meteorologist Ed Green with us now. The winds are leaving, the snow is coming in.
Exactly right. The winds are dying down. It was the perfect situation yesterday. We have a major storm system moving in. That pushed winds down slope, and they got to as high as 115 miles an hour. Now, right now we have 33 degrees and clear skies around here. We will see the clouds increase and snow probably this afternoon in the metro area, and then it pushes on through. By midnight, if you are out and about, we will see snow heavy at times. We'll have these little bands of heavy snow going through, and then by Saturday afternoon, the sunshine does return, and Sunday, we start a warm-up, believe it or not. 38 degrees today. Snow develops as the day goes on. Then for tonight, 6 degrees. We see snow overnight. Tomorrow, only 16 degrees as the snow ends. And then 43 degrees for your Sunday with mostly sunny skies. We keep the 40s around for Monday, Tuesday, low 50s Wednesday, but late Wednesday into Thursday, next system comes our way, and the models don't agree on the strength, but I think we see more significant snowfall, especially for the mountains by midweek.
We talked about the weather being a big part of this, the fire as it continues to spread possibly overnight. We're trying to get track of that. But Jordan, also we're talking about trying to secure these areas, and that's a real task for first responders who continue to remain on these scenes.
That's exactly right, Tom. That seems to be one of the most important things that these crews are working on right now. As we are talking, some of these wind gusts are actually picking right back up, and we can smell that smoke really strong when that happens. But as you said, these crews are trying to keep everybody out of that area, especially when these gusts like this happen again, because those hot spots, of course, can become more active. So this is really their main priority, is to keep people like us back. We know that even our own Gary Shapiro, who was in that neighborhood kind of just right behind us, they asked them to move to a safer location, and this is really changing within minutes. People are getting pushed farther and farther back, just kind of depending on the time of day right now. But again, as you smell the smoke, it really hits you heavy. You really think about not just the destruction, but it's interesting to think about the fact that just a few days ago we were celebrating Christmas. People were in their homes making memories. I want to say it was my colleague Angeline McCall yesterday out here who described it best, that when this happens, people want to return to these areas. They want to get past these borders and see if there's anything that they can salvage, and it's just not clear at this time if there's going to be anything left for them to be able to make any pieces of at this time. And it's just absolutely heartbreaking that just a few days ago they were making really happy memories, and now on this new holiday today, those memories have been wiped out from these fires. Hundreds of homes destroyed, tens of thousands of people evacuated, entire cities evacuated, just like in Louisville where we are. In fact, people that are still in the area, they have a water boil advisory that has been issued. This is how serious it is, because the city is actually working on their water distribution plan. They are trying to free up more water for crews to be able to fight the fires that are still burning in these neighborhoods behind us. So again, that's kind of one of the big priorities. But just going back again, if you're trying to get into this area, it's going to be very hard unless you have a very good reason to at this time. Crews are really making sure that nobody gets past them. At times you are going to see emergency crews going in and out of the area But really, that's about the only access that you're going to see coming through these intersections at this time. But you're going to see scenes like this all around the fire perimeter. And then, of course, for people who can't get in their homes, they're going to different areas that are accepting them for there to hang out around or for them to sleep in and stay at. I believe that's one of the places that my colleague Victoria De Leon is at. She's at the Boulder Rec Center for us this morning. And Victoria, what are you experiencing where you are?
Yeah, Jordan. Well, right now it's actually really calm. We did go into the rec center a few minutes ago, and the front desk clerk told me he got in maybe around 8 p.m. and at that time there were maybe 30 to 45 people there, and there were a couple that were already leaving. We did see 2 people leave. Those are probably people who got in touch with family or friends that they were able to stay with. And I did ask them, you know, Jordan, you talked about the need, things, how rapidly they're changing. And I think that goes, it's the same thing for the need and of the community. It's as we learn more, as crews are able to assess the damage, we'll get a bigger, better picture of what really we can do to help. And that's what a lot of people are wanting to do right now, is help. And we do have a couple of organizations that have already put out information. The Salvation Army is going to be providing food. We'll be talking to them a little later on in the morning to see what more we could be doing as a community. The American Red Cross of Colorado also helping. This list will probably, you know, very likely continue to grow. But I do want to pass it along to my colleague Corey Reppenhagen. And Corey, what's going on where you are?
Hey, Victoria, I'm over in part of Louisville, just south of the Coal Creek golf course with Monarch High School kind of to our south. And Brian and I have spent the good part of about the last 5.5 hours driving the fire perimeter to see if there is any movement in the fire, and we did not see that. What we mostly saw were just these mounds of burning what's left of the homes, just basically a foundation, and sometimes the basement's just still on fire there. And with one of the messages that we are getting quite frequently in our emails and our social media messaging is just praise and thanks to the first responders and the firefighters. I don't know if you had a chance to watch our coverage last night, but one of the things, when the fire was really moving fast from the west side of town over to the east side, one of the things we didn't really get an idea for is if there was an active firefight ongoing. And one thing we did find here in this neighborhood and many neighborhoods around Superior and Louisville, we saw evidence that there was a firefight ongoing. There are fire hoses that are just left everywhere, and you kind of get the picture that those fire crews in there putting water on the fire to the very last second, where all they had time to do was detach the hose from their truck and move out of the area. So they were really fighting this fire actively to the very last second, and that's one thing that we have seen a lot of praise for from the people around here.
Hey, Corey, thank you so much. I know many of us are trying to learn everything that we can this morning, especially trying to see a lot of the devastation as the sun rises. The last time we got an update was around 5 p.m. yesterday from officials from multiple counties. Right now, I'm here with Michelle Kelly. She is with Boulder Incident Management Team. She's the public information officer, and she's joining me this morning to give us an update. Michelle, thank you so much for being out here. We know you all have been working long and hard for nearly 24 hours now.
Absolutely. Thanks for having us on this morning. Quick fire update for you. The fire is estimated to be 6,200 acres. We had 300 people overnight in shelters. We have 3 shelters across Boulder County. Those are available from the Boulder Office of Emergency Management website. They can find those there. As well, we have approximately 500 homes that have been impacted. We don't have a good estimate on that yet. With nightfall, we weren't able to go to all of the structures and start assessments. That will come at a later time. We do still have active burning within the fire perimeter, both in the communities of Superior and Louisville. We really need people to stay out of the area. We know they're concerned about their homes. They're concerned about their pets. We understand that, but with those active fire conditions, we really do need emergency responders to be out of there. It also helps us to have that availability to help protect your homes while you're out of it. We do have a strong law enforcement presence there and a strong firefighter presence as well. If you have not prepared a go kit, you don't have an emergency kit, all residents of Boulder County, any county for that matter, along the metro area or the mountains should start preparing them. Because despite it being winter right now and cold where we're usually in snow, things like this do happen. We do still expect some additional wind today prior to the snow that will come tonight. Weather does impact operations, and we're making sure that the pumps on the trucks and stuff won't freeze up. We're making sure that firefighters have warm clothes and are fed accordingly.
If you can talk to me a little bit about some of the challenges that many of the crews were possibly experiencing overnight once those winds started to subside. Even right now, we were just out here for the last 5 minutes, the winds have already started to pick up with those gusts.
So some of the challenges at night, you don't have good visibility. This fire with the strong winds we had yesterday produced a lot of brands and embers out there. And so they were finding areas where fire had already died down, coming back through, and as those embers continue to ignite the vegetation, the dried out fuels that we have here on the Front Range, it then was able to start affecting structures again in different areas. So just some of the challenges is the large area suburban that this is affecting and our availability to get resources to all those locations. With the number of resources we have from across the Front Range and the state, communication is always a challenge, and we're doing a great job with that and safety.
All right, we're going to try to check the mic. We're going to keep going a little fast. Jason is going to check to make sure that we're on the right microphone so where we're hearing you correctly. But I know the anchors, they're also in here as well, just in case they have any additional questions. But I also know you were speaking to the west of Superior, really talking about the devastation within that area. And those are areas where you all are hoping to get to once the sun rises to see what is actually taking place. So if you can speak to some of the neighborhoods where you all saw a lot of this taking place overnight.
So throughout the western side of the town of Superior, original Superior, also in the Rock Creek subdivision, as well as in the city of Louisville, there are neighborhoods and subdivisions that have been affected by the fire. In southwest Boulder County, there are neighborhoods that have been affected that tie in off of Cherryville and South Boulder Road, and we are working with county and identifying some of those more rural neighborhoods and making sure that those people are properly addressed as well.
As far as those evacuation centers goes, the different resources that you have available to people, if you just want to put that out there one more time for those residents that may be watching this morning. We know a lot of people may be at friends, they may be with families, they may be trying to figure out exactly where to go from here, but the one thing you want to let them know, do not come back to your neighborhood to try to see the damage that unfortunately is possibly left behind due to the Marshall Fire.
That's correct. We do need people to stay away. Please continue to watch the Boulder Office of Emergency Management emergency status blog and their social media, as well as if you have not taken the time to sign up for Everbridge now, we will utilize that to post updates about evacuation status, about contact information to those people in those areas affected with their homes. So please take the steps to do that. Stay tied in and don't go back to your houses. Right now it's still an active situation and there's a lot of dangers when homes and utility infrastructure burns, and we want to make sure that we mitigate that before we expose your family to those risks.
Michelle, thank you. If you could just stick with me really fast, I want to be able to talk to my team back and forth just in case they have any questions, because I understand Tom Green, he was on the desk all day long yesterday for about maybe 7-8 hours as all of this was taking place. So if you all have any questions for Michelle, this is the first update that we've gotten since 5 o'clock yesterday. So 12 hours later, right. Anything.
That's what I want to ask you, Darius. If you could please have Michelle go over some of the numbers again, because that moved from 1,600 acres to 6,200 acres, but the wind was cutting out some of what you had to say. If she could just go over evacuees, acreage, homes, things like that, that she just gave us more clearly, please.
Yes, of course, Tom, we can definitely get that done. Michelle, you were talking about the acres. It was originally around 1,600 or around 1,600, and I believe you said it's approximately at around maybe 62, and you were also talking about some of the structures that have been damaged. If you can go over some of those updated numbers once again for us this morning.
So again, the estimated numbers for acres was 6,200. We do hope to have aircraft up today to be able to get better estimates on those acres and get that better mapping out there. Structure loss, we will have to have crews go in and actually drive and identify and put people there. There's a process that we go through to make sure that everybody's
properly identified and we don't miss things in the middle. With the hastiness of people's retreat with immediate evacuation orders coming out, we really do need to take our time to process things appropriately and look for any additional missed hazards that are out there. So with approximately 500 homes affected, that will take us some time, and we just really appreciate everybody's patience in helping us keep our firefighters and law enforcement safe.
And right here, this area, this command center is just for everyone to be able to be here in unison, to be able to be dispatched anywhere that they need during this time.
So our incident command post is here, and so we will be doing a briefing this morning with the incoming firefighters that are, as we're doing some shift trade. Some of those crews were on shift yesterday. They'll be rotating out to bring some fresh crews in. Many of them worked past kind of normal operational periods where we want to make sure that we start getting rest for these guys so that they're safe. And so we'll have briefings. We'll start conducting a normal incident operation schedule, which will also help make sure that the EOC and the public's aware of all the information in an appropriate time frame.
And that call center is also open and available for anyone that needs it.
They start at 9 a.m. this morning, and that number is up on their blog site.
Perfect. Michelle, thank you so much. I want to check one more time to see if they have any additional questions. I know it's cold. I really do appreciate you.
Yes.
Anything else that you all have while we have her here this morning?
Yeah, she had talked about the numbers of evacuees. If she could update us on that as well, please.
The number of evacuees as well.
We have 35,000 people estimated evacuated right now between Superior, Southwest Boulder County, and the city of Louisville.
35,000, wow.
Yeah.
And these are cities. I know you work, I believe you told me, in Superior. Just, you know, the population really of these two towns, these two cities, just to be able to let people know 35,000, that's a lot of people for the amount of people that live there.
It is two entire communities directly impacted by this fire, and it will take them some time to recuperate. And we just appreciate all the support we've received, not only from other Boulder County residents, but also from other counties around the state. It's been phenomenal, and we really appreciate it.
Unfortunate circumstances in December in one of the most devastating wildfires in Colorado.
Unfortunately, yes. And you wouldn't think of it at the end of December, but here we are, so.
Well, we appreciate all of you. We thank you all for all of your hard work and everything that you all are doing to get the word out and be able to save what you can at this point in time. Thank you so much, Michelle. Tom and Natasha, do you all have any additional questions? I know Michelle said that she's going to try to let us know about some areas or neighborhoods where we can safely show you all a couple of visuals as the sun rises, because I know that's the one thing this morning that we're all wanting to see. We want to see what this fire did to many of these neighborhoods and many of these communities that where people live, where people just celebrated Christmas, where people love, and where they have made memories.
Yeah, there's about an hour before first light, and then we will start to see some of what this final day of 2021 shows us as far as what the Marshall Fire has done. 35,000 people, when you think of evacuating, you know, a neighborhood or something, and that's what these shelters are built for. 35,000 people is, you know, like two full houses over at Pepsi Center.
I'll get your
it's very
contact
difficult to sort through how we can help all those people.
It's an incredible feat, and again, the acreage has grown to 6,200
It's
acres.
Quadrupled, at least, and it felt like it was from the last count that they had officially yesterday, because that fire was raging mostly from west to east because of those winds. And Ed Green's with us again. And Ed, that wind yesterday has finally relented. The snow may help. The snow may also be a problem for everyone as they try to sort through these next few days.
Yeah, you're right. It's got to have a double-edged sword. You're right, Tom. We do have snow coming our way. The winds we saw yesterday have died down. They're not anywhere near the 100-plus category, but you saw by Darius, a little gusty out there, and that's due to this system that is moving in, which is bringing that snow. We have 33 degrees right now, mostly clear skies, but that changes as the day goes on. We have winter storm warning for the mountains, also a winter weather advisory. Could see up to 3 feet of snow in some mountain locations, and we also have a winter weather advisory as you move to the east along the foothills, where they could see a foot of snow, and then the blue shaded area is a winter weather advisory, anywhere from 2 to 6 inches of snow, but there will be bands of heavier snow, so you could see more than that in some locations. The avalanche warning continues until 8 a.m. on Saturday for most mountain locations, and a wind chill advisory from 5 p.m. today till 11 a.m. on Saturday morning for wind chills to 29 degrees below zero, and that is dangerous temperatures, so be aware of that. Here are the cloudy skies we have right now. Clear skies off to the east, and here comes the snow. By about 3 or 4 in the afternoon, we start to see the snow push in, and it does that, and by midnight, you can see the snow push across the area. It is gone by Saturday, where we have clearing skies, but we will will see some gusty winds with it, but only 20 to 25 miles an hour, not nearly what we saw yesterday. As we look at the temperatures for today, mostly in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. Now, that's before the cold air gets here. For the mountains and west, we will see 20s, 30s, and 40s. And look at these lows tonight when the cold air does get here. Only single digits and teens above and well below zero in some locations, like Gunnison at 18 below and Alamos at 13 below, and even some below zero readings here on the eastern plains. And that's when you add just some gentle winds, you can get those wind chills down to that 29 below reading that we were talking about. Increasing clouds today with snow developing, the high just 38 degrees. Then for tonight, cloudy and snow and 6 degrees. Tomorrow, snow ends, it clears out, but look at the high, just 16 degrees, but a quick warm up. 43 degrees on Sunday as the sunshine returns. That's about normal for this time of year. Warmer on Monday at 48, 49 on Tuesday. Wednesday we start off at 51. Then another front comes through. That'll bring rain or snow showers in Denver and snow again to the mountains as this next system moves into our area. Cooler on Thursday with a high only in the upper 30s.
And I'm Jordan Chavez out here in front of one of the many closures that line this fire perimeter at this time. Ed was talking about those wind gusts. They have certainly died down. They do kick back up just a little bit stronger every now and then, kind of like what we're experiencing right now. And when they do, we actually are seeing some of the flames start to smolder just behind this perimeter that they have set. That is why these officers are out here, to keep people out, because this activity is certainly unpredictable at this time as this weather changes bit by bit. So this is one of the many closures that people are going to see if they are trying to get into this neighborhood. You have to actually have special authorization or a very good reason to get in. Otherwise, you're going to be much like us and you're going to be pushed out. And they say we might even be prepared to be pushed farther and farther away should these flames kick back up and force us to move even more. I want to send it over to my colleague, Victoria De Leon at the Boulder Rec Center. Victoria, what are you seeing there?
Yeah, here at the Boulder Rec Center, because so many people do want to help, I did ask if they need donations. They are all set. The YMCA at Lafayette is all set to go. Throughout the morning, we'll be reaching out to organizations to see how more people can get involved and help, because that's a lot of what we want to do.
We continue to follow the devastation left behind by the Marshall Fire. New updates for you. 6,200 acres now burned. 35,000 people evacuated from Louisville and Superior. 500 homes affected. Our live team coverage continues this morning. Stay with us.
Thank you. Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Go. Oh, come on. Wait. Ah. Our shot's in black.
There was a lot of brave stuff going on today.
This morning, continuing coverage. Massive fires across Boulder County. No end in sight.
Unfortunately, for myself and all the other neighbors, all the houses on Turnberry Circle are burnt down.
And no count of the damage and loss.
Nobody has been killed by this, and I hope it stays that way, because lives are more important than physical structures that we can replace.
Our team is keeping track to keep you safe. 9 News Morning starts right now.
And good morning, everyone. I'm Gary Shapiro, live in Boulder County this morning. As we continue our coverage of the Marshall Fire, we're going to get into this neighborhood in the Spanish Hills neighborhood in just a little bit and look at some of the devastation there. But we want to show you a map right now. This is the evacuation map. As of right now, some 35,000 people have been evacuated. The red that you see here is under the evacuation order. The yellow is under a warning, and that includes some of the western areas of Westminster. As the sun comes up in just a couple of hours, we're going to get a better picture of what this all looks like. It's not going to be a pretty sight. We just heard that the fire, they think it's now about 6,200 acres compared to fires in the mountains, which are, you know, some 200,000 acres. Doesn't sound like much, but because of the density, because the houses are so close together, there's going to be a lot of missing houses, a lot of damage. More than 500 is what they're still saying. I'll send it back to you guys, and we'll check back in just a little bit.
All right, thanks, Gary. It is now 6 a.m., and that means this fire has now been burning for 19 hours. It started at about 11 a.m. yesterday. The sheriff saying they had eyewitnesses talking about down power lines starting it, and then, of course, the luck of the draw would be on the wind that probably took down those lines that spread that fire throughout and continues to spread it even as we speak, but with far less winds now, Ed.
Yeah. Right. It was the perfect storm because of those strong winds and so dry around here. You get a little spark, that's all you needed, and you see the result of that. The winds have died down, but with this new system moving in, they could be 20 to 25 mile-an-hour gusts, but certainly not to the 80 to 100 mile-an-hour gusts we saw yesterday. We're at 29 degrees right now, with clouds beginning to move in. This afternoon, we see the snow right about 2 or 3 o'clock begin to push into the metro area. Here it is at midnight. If you're out and about, you could see some snow heavy at times, and that continues into tomorrow morning, and then we see the cloudy skies and then sunshine by 5, 6 o'clock in the afternoon on Saturday, but cold air is left behind. So 38 degrees with snow developing today. Then for tonight, cloudy, snow, 6 degrees the low. Tomorrow, only 16 for the high with clearing skies, but it's short-lived. You can see on Sunday, mostly sunny, warmer seasonal, 43 degrees, even warmer for your Tuesday and into Wednesday. But Wednesday, 51 degrees comes early, late Wednesday into Thursday. Here comes our next system, and that could bring more significant moisture to the area, snow to the mountains, and maybe more rain and snow down here.
Just a few minutes ago, we learned the fire is now listed at 6,200 acres, quadruple the original number that was given yesterday afternoon. And this is a look at the fire boundaries, a map from InsaWeb, and you can see that it has scattered, but you watch the Boulder Turnpike go right through the middle there. Superior and Louisville, clearly the hardest hit areas of that fire. In about 45 minutes, first light is expected, and we'll get a chance to get a better look at what this day will bring as far as those communities.
And 35,000 people evacuated as well. We have some must-see video too, a proper view of the scope of the Boulder County fires. Gretchen said that her son was flying back to Seattle when he took this video over the Superior Louisville area Thursday evening. And that's the view from yesterday. We're tracking what's happening now as well. We want to send things over to our reporter in the field right now, Jordan Chavez, who at last check was at 96th and Dillon. What are you seeing right now, Jordan?
Yeah, we are still in that area at this time, and we're still seeing those closures like you're seeing right here behind me. But exactly like what we had talked about in the last hour, things are changing very quickly around here, whether it's these new border lines that are being set up. You're seeing another emergency vehicle coming up here. We're going to have to monitor what exactly they're doing. Or you're seeing some of those weather conditions changing. As Ed was talking about, with this new storm coming in, we are experiencing some of these gusts that are kicking up right now. Again, not nearly what we were experiencing yesterday out in this area, but those 20-mile-per-hour gusts. And what happens when that really starts to go off is you can't see them right now. This is how much fast things are changing out here, but there are some flames just over here behind me that are kind of smoldering, and when those winds really start to pick back up, you're going to see them flare really strong. And that's exactly what these crews are worried about, is if those gusts get too strong, it could push those flames to skip and hop all the way over to where we are standing right now. So we've actually been told to be prepared that we might have to be pushing farther and farther out with this boundary. But again, they are set up here to keep people who don't need to be in that area safe. As you saw, one car was able to just get through, but you need special authorization or a really good reason in order to do that. Otherwise, you're going to experiencing the same thing all the way around that fire line. Of course, when things like these happen, Coloradans really want to step up. A lot of people online reaching out saying, how can we help? Well, Victoria De Leon is out at the Boulder Rec Center right now with more information on exactly that. Victoria, for everybody that wants to help, for everybody that has these big hearts, what are they being told right now?
Yeah, right now, Jordan, there are a couple of organizations that are already ahead of the game and ready to help. But as far as that community support, I think it's really going to depend on what the need is as we start to learn more. The YMCA Evacuation Center in Lafayette, they said they are good with donations. They are overwhelmed by community support. The North Boulder Rec Center as well, they are not accepting donations at this time. But the Salvation Army will be providing 1,000 meals 3 times a day to evacuees and first responders. Those meals will be taken to the YMCA Evacuation Center in Lafayette, and we'll be chatting with them in a couple of minutes actually to see what more community members can do to help. The American Red Cross of Colorado also set up an evacuation center at the YMCA of Northern Colorado, and you can always support them with monetary donations, but we are still waiting to hear back to see if they need any food, water, or supplies, and we'll of course let you know as soon as we do hear back. The Community Foundation Boulder County has set up a wildfire fund for people wanting to help with cash donations, and we've of course will continue to update this very likely growing list of community groups and organizations that do want to help out those thousands of people impacted. But for now, we want to also check in with Gary. Gary, what's going on where you are?
Yeah, we are at South Boulder Road and 68th right now. This is one of the neighborhoods that had a lot of damage and a lot of burned homes last night. It's kind of in unincorporated Boulder County. It's a little bit outside of Louisville. You were talking about all the people earlier that have been evacuated, some 35,000. Well, lots of animals have been evacuated too. We've gotten a lot of calls from people who are concerned about those animals, so I want to go through a couple of things right now. Whether it's household pets or whether it's farm animals, there are places that you can take them. There are a lot of four-legged lives at risk in this fire too. The Foothills Animal Shelter in Golden says it is no longer doing temporary placement for pets because Jefferson County notified them that they are no longer needed. So don't take your animals there. But you're asked to contact your county animal control in Jefferson County if you're worried about any pets at the homes. The Riverside Shelter in Adams County says it can take livestock or large animals. That number to call is 888-288-1535. There's a lot to cover today. We've been talking about when the sun comes up, it's not going to be a pretty sight. There's going to be a lot of burned homes. But the neighborhood that we were just in over by Harper Lake, it was very strange. I mean, it had 3 or 4 homes that were just burned to the foundation, and then it had 2 or 3 homes that were standing. And so the fire skipped around, and you know, with 100-mile-an-hour winds, who knows how that works, but they're going to see a lot of that sort of thing when the sun comes up later today. I'll send it back to you guys now.
And it's still actively burning too. I know a lot of people have questions about that. 35,000 people evacuated between 2 entire counties. And right now emergency management is saying, you know, don't go home, still actively burning, and they will have updates too.
Yeah, we want to give you a good idea of what's going to be happening here in the next few hours. In about 40 minutes, we're expecting to see daylight. The sunrise is still over an hour away, but we'll start to see daylight a little bit before 7 o'clock. And that's when what Michelle Kelly was telling us, they will start to be able to get in the air and start doing some aircraft mapping, get a better idea of what has happened. And as far as containment, as far as those perimeters, those borders that they have estimated now, we showed you that just a few minutes ago with InsaWeb. But one of the things they also talked about yesterday was Sheriff Pelly referenced 580 homes that he felt were gone in those 2 areas. That's just Sagamore and Old Town Superior. Michelle Kelly talked about give or take 500 homes. But that process of actually going home to home is something that is a painstaking process, because they obviously not only are working with those homes, we're still counting on people. They're still trying to account for everyone. And as you have to go home to make sure that this home is counted, you also have to make sure that people aren't there, that everyone did get out. So far, we have no reports of fatalities, very few injuries. But the fear was yesterday that Sheriff Pelly was expressing that those numbers, he'd be surprised if they didn't change. So this is going to be a very busy next few hours. Sky 9 will be up in the air soon, giving us a look at what they'll be seeing, as well as those aircraft mapping procedures and all of the work that has to be done today, still while trying to get the fires completely out.
And it's dark. I mean, there's a lot that goes into that as well. We're waiting for sunlight to get a true idea of the sheer destruction, the totals. We'll have all the updates from the county sheriff on air and online at 10 o'clock. That's when they will be having a press conference as well. For now, we want to send things over to Ed, talk about the winds dying down and also snow that's incoming too.
Exactly right. That's the one thing that you really want to know is we have snow coming. We have a storm on the way, so we'll see some gusty winds, not nearly what we saw yesterday, but they'll go to 20 to 25 miles an hour, and temperatures will be in the 30s as snow develops. Look at tomorrow as snow ends. Temperatures only in the teens, but a quick warm-up. We're back in the 40s by Sunday.
Few steps over the ridge to realize that not just my home, but the whole neighborhood is completely wiped out.
And as far as our weather goes, we had 49 degrees yesterday. Things are really changing today. We won't see the gusty winds certainly that we saw yesterday as they got to 100 miles an hour, but we will see 20 to 25 as these winds kind of move in with this next system that's coming our way. We're 29 degrees right now, mostly clear skies around here, and that's what we will see, the clear skies and then the clouds and then the snow. So we have a winter storm warning for the mountain areas for up to 25 inches of snow in some favored areas. They could get up to 3 feet, and the winter weather advisory is a light blue shaded area. They will get anywhere from 5 to 10 inches of snow and winds to 35 miles an hour. Now, if you look to the east, we have a winter storm warning for the foothills of the north, and that will be up to a foot of snow there from 5 a.m. Friday to 11 a.m. on Saturday, and a winter weather advisory over the rest of the plains for 2 to 6 inches. Some bands of snow could give us more snow than that, but that goes until 11 a.m. on Saturday. We have the avalanche warning effect until 8 a.m. on Saturday for most mountain locations, and here over the eastern plains, some gusty winds only about 20-25 miles an hour, but that could give you wind chills to 29 degrees below zero, and that's dangerous wind chill area. We have the clear skies, then the clouds, and then here comes the snow. Snowing in the mountains right now. About 3-4 o'clock, we start to see the snow move into the metro area, and around midnight you will see snow if you are out and about, but by Saturday at 5 p.m. it does clear out. We see sunshine, but very cold weather is left behind. Highs today before the cold air moves in will be in the 30s, 40s, even 50s, nearing 60 degrees over southeastern sections of the state, 20s, 30s, and 40s as you head to the west. Look at the lows tonight, though. Only single digits and teens around here, and well below the zero mark in places like Gunnison and Alamosa, and even below zero readings on the eastern plains. These are right off the thermometer. You add the winds, that's when you get the 29 below zero wind chill. So here's the forecast for today: increasing clouds, snow developing, 38 degrees. Then for tonight, cloudy, cold, snow, 6 degrees. For tomorrow, snow ending with clearing skies, but a high of just 16 for a bitterly cold New Year's Day. But then here comes the warm-up, 43 on Sunday with sunny skies, 48 Monday, 49 Tuesday. Then Wednesday, we start out at 51, but late in the day, here comes another system into the area. Rain and snow showers in Denver, more snow for the mountains, and colder weather here for Thursday and Friday.
Ed, thank you. And this morning, we continue to track what officials say is the most destructive fire in Colorado history. Right now, 6,200 acres scorched, more than 500 homes destroyed.
Of course, there are many questions that many people have suddenly to deal with. What should you do if you or your loved one's home was impacted? On the phone now with us is Carol Walker. She's the executive director of the Rocky Mountains Insurance Association. Carol, what would the first steps be for someone who's been directly affected by these fires?
Yeah, Tom, so many of our fellow Coloradans, friends and neighbors are waking up to the heartbreak of yesterday's fires and even continuing in today. Their first thought is, where can I stay? Where can I stay tonight? And what does my insurance cover? It's critical that people understand their insurance can help them when they're under a mandatory evacuation order. They have a certain amount of coverage under their homeowners or renters insurance policy. And under that evacuation order, it triggers what we call additional living expenses. This will provide them with a certain amount of out-of-pocket money that will help them stay in a hotel, get lodging, also pay for out-of-pocket expenses while they're out of their home. So what they need to do this morning is immediately contact their insurance agent or their company. And with the magnitude of these fires, the insurance companies are already activating their catastrophe teams. So they will put extra resources into this. We provided lists where if you don't have your insurance company's contact information, we can help get that to you. But certainly that should be one of your first calls this morning. Let them know where you are. And if you do have insurance, you likely have some extra financial help for living elsewhere. So you don't have to stay in that shelter. You'll have extra money for lodging.
Carol, what's the timeline for getting help? I know it's early and this is all coming down now, but can you give us a timeline?
Yeah, Natasha, unfortunately, this is what insurance companies do. This will likely be our most destructive wildfire based on what we're seeing initially. It's very reminiscent of the Waldo Canyon fire in Colorado Springs back in 2012, where we saw urban areas. So the insurance companies work 24/7. Their lines are open 24/7. The insurance agents are geared up for this. So they will be there to help walk you through that process, have access to those checks for additional living expenses early on. Then as you return home, they'll start talking, what does that process look like? In meeting with your adjuster, if your home is uninhabitable, find you somewhere to live elsewhere long term. Those are all things that I know everyone's panicked this morning. They're not thinking that far out. The first thing they really need to do is get in touch with their insurance company, their agent, start walking through that process and get any of that out-of-pocket money they may need. If you are out of your home or staying with friends and relatives, hang on to those receipts that you use for food, for other expenses. Those will be reimbursable if you do file a claim, Natasha.
Well, Carol Walker, we appreciate you taking the time to join us. Obviously, our hearts go out to all those people who are affected, and there is a myriad of issues they have to deal with. But some of what you talked about are things that might be well handled in the next 24 hours. So hopefully that's been a help. Thanks, Carol.
Yeah, Tom, just know that there are a lot of resources available to help them through what we know is going to be a process and a very, very heartbreaking process, but we're here to help.
I'm sure a lot of people's heads are just spinning trying to figure out what to do next. Carol, thanks for your help again this morning. Now, as far as the latest developments, the 9 News app, of course, is one place where we continue to put all the information, evacuation orders, even those terrible destruction totals, and the updates from anybody. The county sheriff will be part of the Boulder Office of Emergency Management's update that we're expecting at 10 o'clock. So we'll have all that for you as well. You can find it on the 9 News app.
Now, this fire is not the only major story happening today. Governor Jared Polis reduced the punishment for I-70 crash driver originally sentenced to 110 years. We'll examine what is next for Rohel Aguilera Maderos just ahead at 6:25.
Grab your phone, I gotta flip over.
Thank you.
All right, Coolio, just cue me out. Tell me how much time we got. Jason is just lining us up. How far out? 30 out. All right, good morning, everyone. I'm Darius Johnson here with 9 News. We are continuing to follow the Marshall Fire this morning. I just provided you all with an update from Boulder County Incident Management Team. They told me that the fire has now grown to 6,200 acres. It was initially 1,600 acres when they first gave us that 5 p.m. update last night, as their crews were still working to evacuate many people throughout the Superior and Louisville area as that wildfire began to spread throughout residential areas. Right now, we are at Highway 128 and McCaslin Boulevard, or McCaslin Road, I believe. McCaslin takes you all the way through Superior and then up to Louisville. Many of the many of the subdivisions, many of the neighborhoods in that intersection or along that road, they are destroyed this morning. They are waiting until the sun rises so they can exactly see the damage that has been left behind. From where I am, you can actually see overhead. You are looking into Superior right now. You can see that there are a couple of different flashing lights from a couple of fire officials who are down there right now in emergency vehicles with roadblocks. But the one good thing this morning, you are not seeing any flames. You are not really seeing any smoke. Yes, there are a couple of homes still smoldering. Those officials are still working to get that under control at this time. But the most important thing, do not return to your home if you live in this area. We will continue to bring you all more. But for now, I'm Darius Johnson, live in Superior.
Darius, thanks very much. We will continue to check with you and get the latest throughout the morning. 9 News anchor Kyle Clark was up in that Harper Lake area. That's near where Gary Shapiro is. And he was able to take the time last night and check on some of those spots that many people were worrying about in Superior and Louisville. Superior Elementary, seen there, still standing as of 1 this morning. The sports stable, that's a big place, that's also still standing.
And in Louisville, Monarch High School is okay, as is the rec center in the area. Unfortunately, some of the structures that you requested he check on did burn.
So if you want to keep track with Kyle, of course, you should head to his Twitter page and keep an eye on things there. We were going to head over to Gary Shapiro in Louisville, but we'll be able to do that in just a second. We want to get back to the Boulder County fire coverage in just a second. Meanwhile, I want to address some very new developments that happened amidst this fire burning yesterday that many people were keeping track of. It's been the over a century-long sentencing of Rogelio Aguilera Medeiros.
Yes, Governor Polis reduced his punishment on Thursday for the deadly fiery crash on I-70 in Jefferson County back in 2019. Polis reduced Aguilera Medeiros' sentence to 10 years, an entire century taken off. The governor used his power to change the sentence after Aguilera Medeiros applied for clemency. Now, Dwayne Bailey, a relative of one of the victims, told 9 News that their family had a Zoom call with the governor yesterday. Bailey said Polis told them the sentence will be 10 years to, quote, correct the injustice of the first sentence.
And as far as our weathers go, we won't see any of those strong winds to 100 miles an hour or better, but we will be a little gusty as this next storm system moves our way. Temperature right now stands at 29 degrees, 51% humidity, clear skies to clouds to snow, and it's all coming our way. You can see by about 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon, we see the snow begin to move into the area. Here it is around midnight. You could see a band of heavy snow right over Denver if you're out and about. And then it slowly ends, cloudy skies by 3 in the afternoon on Saturday, and then the sunshine comes right back. And then we start a warm up, believe it or not, but not until we have some pretty cold temperatures. Today's high just 38 as the snow continues to increase. The snow ends tomorrow, but look at the high, just 16 degrees. However, we're in the 40s, seasonal on Sunday with partly sunny skies. Same for Monday and Tuesday as we approach that 50-degree mark.
Here we are, and the whole neighborhood's gone.
Okay. Can you tell me what the VO is that I'm going to be talking under at the top of this?
Mic check, mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic check, mic check, mic check.
there, it's nothing. It's bones.
Lives uprooted.
It's like the neighborhood that you live in.
The most destructive fire in Colorado's history is still burning.
It's really a crisis.
9 News continuing team coverage, connecting you with the community that needs you most. Right now on 9 News Mornings.
And good morning, everyone. We start with some new images this morning of the Marshall Fire. Thousands of people, about 35,000 people, are still out of their homes after being evacuated yesterday. Hundreds of homes destroyed. They still believe it's more than 500. It's going to go up today. And it is, as Tom said, the Colorado's most destructive fire ever. Just a massive fire driven by those winds between 50 and 100 miles an hour, spread out all through Boulder County, Louisville, the Marshall Superior area, and over here at 68th and South Boulder Road, where I
We're having some technical difficulties with Gary right now, but we're talking a little bit about the 35,000 people now out of their homes and some of the evacuation orders that we're seeing too. We do have a map that we want to show you, the current evacuation map for Boulder County right here.
Well, that red area, of course, the hot spot, that's the area that remains under the evacuation order, and that's why there are 35,000 people evacuated, because that is Superior, that is Louisville. But to the north, that yellow is in a warning, a pre-evacuation order, if you will. The good news is the firefighters today will not be dealing with those winds that were caused so much trouble yesterday.
Yeah, they were just impossible as they got to hurricane-force winds up to 100 miles an hour. In some areas by Rocky Flats, we saw several hours of gusts to 100 and 115 miles an hour. We have clear skies now, as you see, as the sun begins to come up. 29 degrees right now. Clear skies, but here comes the snow. And by this afternoon, the snow begins to push into the metro area. And by midnight, we see it around here if you are out and about for the new year. And then we see the snow continuing into tomorrow. Cloudy skies by afternoon, clear skies by about 5 o'clock. Yes, the sunshine does return. Very cold air is left behind, though. Today, increasing clouds, snow developing, 38 degrees today. Then for tonight, we will see cloudy, snow, very cold, low down around 6 degrees, 2 to 5 inches falls. Then maybe another inch tomorrow as snow ends with clearing skies and cold. The high only 16 degrees, but it doesn't last very long. Look at Sunday, mostly sunny, warmer, 43. That's about normal for this time of year. Even warmer for your Monday and Tuesday. Wednesday, rain or snow showers as the next system comes our way.
I want to show you a clip of video, this from Avista Hospital in Louisville, right along the Boulder Turnpike, right next to the Cold Creek Golf Course. And this is what it looked like as the nursing staff was looking out the window, the flames and smoke closing in. In that video, you can see homes burning right across the parking lot. On the right side, you could see the firefighters working off a ladder truck as well, trying to put one of those fires out. This, the daylight hours of yesterday near Avista Hospital. Of course, that hospital had to be evacuated yesterday. All the patients, including ICU and NICU patients, all getting moved out safely yesterday. They transferred a total of 30 patients with the flames closing in. An additional 21 were discharged at the hospital, but it was a very difficult and sudden move that they had to make.
Sudden, a lot of people might be wondering about their loved ones and family. The number to call for any inquiries is 303-661-1848. Again, that number, if you're trying to get information about patients, loved ones at Avista Adventist, it's 303-661-1848.
Good Samaritan Medical Center in Lafayette had the same situation. They said the transfer of their most critical patients was completed. In all, there were 54 patients that had to be transferred to other SCL Health hospitals. They were able to get that done for fear that that fire might continue to make its way towards Lafayette.
Yeah, and the call came in for more healthcare professionals to come in. Extra doctors, nurses have been deployed to help. The remaining 100 patients at Good Samaritan are being cared for. Everyone at that location is safe this morning.
This is the...
Let's go, let's go. Let's go.
Get on the road, go eastbound.
I mean, this is video of just utter confusion and chaos of you inside an evacuated Costco in Superior. People leaving the building to see this, a cloud of smoke, flying debris, chaos, and as you heard someone shouting, telling everyone to go eastbound out of the store because the other way was blocked. You can't even imagine the public panic that goes into this. And you were mentioning this earlier. I mean, it clouds your judgment. It paralyzes you in fear when you walk out of a store to see images like this.
If you see that much smoke, you know that fire is very nearby. You can't see it. You have to suddenly get your wits about you and figure out the best way to safely get out. Make sure that everyone gets out as well. 9 News reporter Darius Johnson has been up and down that fire zone this morning. He joins us now from a new location. Where are you now, Darius?
Hey, Tom and Natasha, good morning to you both. Right now, I am along Highway 128, right near McCaslin Road or Boulevard. Exactly where I am, I want to be able to show you. This is the subdivision right south of Colton Road and a little bit east of McCaslin. This is an area of Superior where they are not allowing us to get through right now. They have sent all of the crews up here to this area to be able to look at it from a high vantage point. You can see that there are a couple of emergency vehicles lights flashing in some of these different neighborhoods this morning. Those could either be roadblocks or those could be fire crews or emergency vehicles trying to ensure that no one is trying to get through any of these neighborhoods. I did speak with one of the officials from Boulder County Incident Management Team. She tells me that at this time, they are still trying to put out some hot spots. There are still some homes smoldering in some of these neighborhoods. She says a lot of the damage is really along McCaslin, and a lot of it is to the west of Superior. She easily named Original Superior, Old Town Louisville, and she started talking about some of those areas. So it seems like a lot of it is heading west. Seems like the wind may be changing directions right now because this is the first time that I'm really smelling smoke and actually kind of taking some of that in so far this morning. But I will tell you, it's a completely different scene than it was yesterday when our reporters were out here battling the wind, battling the flames as all of this was taking place. One other thing I want to be able to mention, right here along Highway 128 where we are, it seems like there are possibly residents who were possibly evacuated, who maybe didn't have anywhere to go. They're right here in their cars just kind of sitting and waiting with their belongings. Tom and Natasha are going to go ahead and send it back to you two.
Well, the information is changing, and the information is very valuable to people right now as they try to sort out what to do next, what is still happening. And again, pretty soon the sun's going to come up, and it will tell quite a story about what has happened over these last 20 hours and what the next few days are going to look like for all these people.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about this. The last day of 2021 should be a day of celebration, saying goodbye to the year, and now people are having to deal with utter destruction. Phone calls to insurance agents this morning trying to figure out those next steps for now the new year, and it's just it's devastating on so many levels.
We'd already talked about 2021 being an incredibly difficult year for so many people. We just talked about those 2 hospitals having to evacuate. You think the taxation on the lives of the healthcare professionals in our lives, what they've already had to go through for more than a year now, and then for these people at Avista Adventist and Good Samaritan Hospital to suddenly have to do what they needed to do and move these patients to safety. And then you think of Boulder and the Boulder and its surrounding area and the shooting this year back in March that took just was so hard on the hearts and minds of so many people. And now 2021 with one final haymaker on the way out the door on the last day and a half. These fires now damaging so many properties and obviously damaging so many lives as well. It's been a very difficult year that I think many will be glad to see go, but we'll see what 2022 brings. In Louisville, some of these images, the most powerful that we've seen, the homes just all raging in this neighborhood. Some left as just burnt out shells. We'd seen many burn right down to the concrete pad.
And these were the devastating views that we saw around 4:40 Thursday evening, sent in by a viewer. Right now we've got 9 News reporter Jordan Chavez live in Louisville as well. Unbelievable devastation that we've seen. Where are you at and what are you seeing, Jordan?
Well, we're at the intersection of 96th and Dillon right now. We're still in front of that one closure. We're actually going to try to move up the road to see if we can get a different vantage point. But as you're hearing from all of our crews, a lot of them that were able to get in those neighborhoods are being asked to move out of the area. Of course, this is for safety reasons as this weather kind of starts to slightly change. We're seeing some of these wind gusts pick up just a bit. You heard Darius Johnson talking about those winds changing direction just a little bit. We're experiencing that in this same area as well. And just as Tom mentioned, we are kind of getting our first glimpse of that morning light as the sun starts to come up. So in just a few moments, we're going to be able to really see the destruction that has been caused by this fire the morning after. But like Darius said, it's a very different scene from what we were seeing out here yesterday. Yesterday, our crews were using words like quickly spreading, engulfed, and this morning it's more of hot spots and smoldering. But we will get to see with our own eyes exactly what has been left behind by these fires. Absolutely heartbreaking and devastating, just as y'all were describing, especially given the time of year, especially when you know that people were just in their homes making memories on Christmas and all the holidays surrounding this time of year. And now, as everybody gets ready to celebrate a new year, they are left to only deal with this and for this to solely consume their minds and what's going to happen next. But here in Louisville, of course, we are seeing many closures just like this. I'm sure this surrounds the entire perimeter all the way into Superior. They're going to be seeing closures just like this one right now. Again, that's to keep people out, to keep people safe at this time, because these flames, they can really jump back up. We did see some smoldering over here just a few moments ago where we couldn't see any of those flames, just minutes before, and they have since died back down. But we have been told to be prepared to maybe even get pushed farther back as this boundary may have to move again for everybody's safety here. But we are getting ready to see what this destruction might look like as that sun comes up. For people in the Louisville area, there is a water boil advisory that has been issued. This is extremely important because the reason this was issued is so that it can free up even more water for crews like you're seeing that are going in and out of this boundary, for them to be able to use to fight these fires, to fight these hot spots right now. And so we are going to be out here monitoring that situation. Again, we're going to try to move to see if we can get a different vantage point. If not, though, we'll be out here seeing exactly what these crews are fighting up against. In the meantime, I want to send it over to my colleague, Corey Reppenhagen. Corey, you were actually one of the crews that you were asked to move out of the area that you were in, I understand. Again, it's a very dangerous situation with this weather conditions.
Yeah, Jordan, you're right. We were just asked to move out of the neighborhood that we were set up in to do reports. And one of the things, the danger is part of that. And I'm getting a sense that there's also a concern about what we've seen so many times in these fire incidents and severe weather incidents, where the disaster area becomes a tourist attraction when the sun comes up. And this is a day that we just cannot have that happen, because these first responders, emergency crews need to go in here and do house by house, or what's left of the home's assessments. And they are on a timeline, because when that storm comes in, we could get some heavy snowfall, and that's going to really cramp what they're doing. But what we've done is we've relocated now out of the neighborhood and up into a kind of a strip mall area here at McCaslin and Dillon Road. You can see the devastation here behind me. It's not just homes we're talking about here, but people have lost businesses. You can see this area here just north of 36. There are 4 businesses here. A tanning superstore, a restaurant, a Subway here. The damage is pretty substantial. This is a loss to these 4 businesses. And what it looks like is that the fire jumped Highway 36 or spotted over and caught the grass right in front of this complex here and caught it on fire. And it's just these 4 businesses in here that's been damaged. The other buildings, the other businesses in this area have not. It does not look like it's received the damage. So it's just that one spot where the fire was able to jump Highway 36 and catch these businesses on fire. So it's not just homes, but we're also dealing with businesses that are lost out here. And they didn't ask us straight to tell everyone, but it should come as just common sense that we cannot have Superior and Louisville, these areas become a tourist attraction. Let the first responders get their assessments done before that snow comes in.
Yeah, and all morning long we have been talking about the devastation and the impact that it's going to have on so many people. But if anything comes out of that devastation and out of that heartbreak, it is that sense of community and all of those people who want to rally around these communities to help out. So we do want to list off a couple of organizations that are helping out and ways for you to help as well. The Salvation Army is going to be providing 1,000 meals 3 times a day to evacuees and first responders. Those meals will be taken to the YMCA Evacuation Center in Lafayette. We'll be chatting. We actually did, chat with them earlier this morning, and they have some more tips on how you can help. You'll hear from him in a little bit. But the American Red Cross of Colorado also set up an evacuation center. The YMCA of Northern Colorado, you can always support them with monetary donations. The Community Foundation in Boulder County has set up a wildfire fund for people wanting to help with cash donations. And the Salvation Army says it's still too early to determine what material donations they will need, but if you are able to donate your time, that could be a very great help. Here's what he had to say.
That would help us as well if folks want to come out and help serve on one of our canteens, providing those meals. It's especially going to be important as the situation continues and our initial volunteers have to do things like go back to work.
And so we do have a running list on our website of all of these organizations that will very likely continue to grow probably by the end of the day and of course in the coming weeks. But we do want to get it over to Ed Green with the weather because the weather has been such a driving force in these fires.
Well, it really has, especially yesterday when we had those winds up to 100 miles an hour. But check the winds right now at this hour, teens and 20s as far as the speeds go. But as the day goes on, they calm down just a little bit, only single digits and a few teens, and certainly that's the good news.
Well, we continue to track Colorado's most destructive fire still burning in Boulder County.
Continuing team coverage in just 2.5 minutes.
And remember that your life is the most important. Things can be replaced.
Thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
10 minutes away from 7 o'clock, daylight is starting to break across the Front Range, and this is a look at the boundaries of the Marshall Fire burning in Boulder County. These drawings come from InsaWeb. They are the best estimate at this point as to where that fire has been over these last 20 or so hours. Again, they are planning aircraft flights as soon as daylight allows and the wind conditions are better today to get some more accurate mapping on where this fire has been and where it is continuing to burn as they continue to try to get containment, try to get control over the entire Marshall Fire that's already done so much damage in Superior and Louisville. And the mayor of Superior, Clint Folsom, is kind enough to join us again to talk about what has happened over the past 20 hours. And now as daylight dawns, what lies ahead today? Mayor Folsom, what are your plans for this day today? It's going to be an incredibly busy day for you and many others.
Yeah, good morning. I'm starting the day out in Golden at a friend's house. We had to evacuate like everyone else, and the Boulder County Sheriff's Office will be on the ground probably, all throughout the day and weeks and months ahead. But the initial task is making sure the area is safe. And then at that point, we can look to open the town back up for residents. I know that's probably the number one thing that people are concerned about right now is getting back into town and assessing the situation on the ground there. But it is still a dangerous situation, and we don't want to have risk of additional lives from people, and just the congestion that it causes. Fire officials not being able to move around as quickly. So just ask residents to be patient. Sheriff's Office is going to do their important work in assessment and making the place safe.
Mayor Folsom, can you talk a little bit about the damage destruction totals that you might know right now?
I haven't heard anything more recent than what's been reported out, which is in the 500 to 600 structure range between Superior and Louisville. I drove around extensively last evening with the sheriff's sergeant and town manager, and the amount of devastation around was tremendous and even still ongoing as we were driving around.
Could you characterize these neighborhoods for us? I think many people drive by and may not have taken the time to visit Superior, but we talk about the Sagamore neighborhood being heavily impacted, Rock Creek, Old Town, Superior. Tell us about these areas, what they were like, and obviously what you fear may have happened there.
Yes, so the original town, Superior, was dated back 100 years ago to the coal mining days. That Superior was a coal mining town, and a lot of these structures were 100 years old. And unfortunately, just about all of them are gone, including our historic mining museum that we had and very proud of. It's gone, as well as just about most of the structures in original town. Unfortunately, Sagamore is pretty much entirely gone as well. Then the fire jumped to Rock Creek, and there are significant sections in Rock Creek that were affected as well. Superior is a wonderful community, and just a great place to live, and we're just all very sad about what's happened here.
Well, we appreciate you sharing some thoughts with us again this morning. Yesterday was one of the most difficult days ever, and it's going to be a heartbreaking day today, I'm sure, for many, but we'll stay in touch and hopefully be able to help the people of Superior as you are. Thank you, Mayor Clint Folsom from Superior.
Thank you.
And as far as the weather goes, at least those strong winds have died down. They're going to be a little gusty, but nothing like we saw yesterday. Clear skies at this hour, and 29 degrees is what we're seeing. We also have a lot of snow coming our way and colder air that's all going to come down from the north, settle in here, and really change our things. And look at this, from Chicago all the way through Albuquerque, the mountains, and all the way to the west coast. These are nothing but winter watches, warnings, and advisories. So a lot of people going to be affected by this storm. Snow in the mountains, and it pushes over to the eastern plains as the day goes goes on. This is going to be a southerly storm, so that's why we get the upslope. That's why we're seeing snow over the eastern plains. That continues till Saturday, then it ends, and by Saturday 10 o'clock we're pretty much clear, and that's border to border. Winter storm warning from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. for 12 to 22 inches for the 25 inches for the mountains, up to 3 feet in some places. And the blue shaded areas that you see are winter weather advisory for winds to 35 miles an hour and 4 to 8 inches of snow. Now, winter storm warning also in the foothills of Colorado as you get to the eastern side, 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. for up to a foot of snow, and the rest of it in the blue shaded area, winter weather advisory, 2 to 6 inches of snow, but there will be bands of heavy snow, and some could see more than that. Avalanche warning continues in the mountains till 8 a.m. on Saturday, and we have a wind chill advisory for wind chills to 29 below out on the eastern plains. Temperatures today mostly 30s, 40s, 50s. This is before the cold air comes in, 20s, 30s, 40s as you look to the west, and the lows tonight above and below the 0 mark with that snow coming our way. So winter weather advisory 11 a.m. today to 11 a.m. on Saturday with increasing cloud snow developing and 38 degrees. Tonight, cloudy, cold, 2 to 5 inches, 6 degrees. Then for tomorrow, snow ends with after another 1 to 2 inches and colder, 16 degrees, but then a nice warm up. We'll see 40s until Wednesday when the next system comes our way.
And you're taking a look at a business center that is completely damaged by the fire here in Superior. It's right along McCaslin and Dillon Road here, just to the north of the turnpike. And this business center has 4 businesses in it, and I can tell you there is substantial damage to the outside from the fire, and also inside the businesses there is also fire damage. So it's not just homes but businesses that we will be discussing about the loss. And as the sun starts to come up here on this day, what we thought was hoping would be just a bad dream is going to become a very sharp reality here when the sunlight shows the true damage of what we've seen here. We'll continue our live coverage here of this fire here in just a little while here in 9 News.
The state's most destructive fire in history is still burning. Thousands evacuated, hundreds of homes lost. As the sun comes up, we're seeing what the flames have left behind. Scientists are looking at wildfires in Colorado. They say most of them have been caused by an ember storm. It may have been the culprit for the fire burning right now. Evacuees had minutes to get out. We hear from people who are still clinging on to hope that they'll have something to go back to when they return. 9 News Morning starts right now.
7 a.m. Daylight is broken. The sun will be rising in just a few minutes. That'll give us a much better picture of the grass fires that burned so much of Boulder County yesterday. It was in the afternoon that Governor Polis declared a state of emergency, moving disaster funds and make them capable of supporting the emergency response. That includes, of course, the use of the Colorado National Guard, the Division of Fire Prevention, and activation of the State Emergency Operations Center.
Today on 9 News Mornings, we have live breaking news coverage of these fires. We're in Louisville and Superior looking at the current conditions and fire activity. We're also sharing resources for the thousands evacuated from their homes. Right now, that number stands at around 35,000 people out of their homes.
Normally, the Today Show would be taking over here on Channel 9. We're continuing our coverage here. The Today Show will be airing in its entirety live over on Channel 20. But this morning, we've already learned new numbers. The acreage on that fire quadrupling, now considered to be a 6,200-acre fire. 35,000 people considered to have evacuated. We'll continue to bring you the latest on those. Those evacuation orders for all of Superior, all of Louisville. This is the map for those people under those evacuation orders. Several shelters opened yesterday for those who left their homes, and patients had to be evacuated out of the entire Avista Adventist Hospital in Louisville.
As far as the weather goes, those winds were up to 80, 90, 100, even 115 miles an hour gone. We do see gusts as this next system comes our way, but only to about 20 to 25 miles an hour. Look outside shows that we do have those skies clear, 24 degrees right now, but we do have clouds moving in, and eventually here comes the snow. By afternoon, it moves into the city, continues through the nighttime hours. That's midnight and into tomorrow, and then things clear out with gray skies and then sunny skies by late in the day. So, winter weather advisory, 11 a.m. today to 11 a.m. on Saturday. Increasing clouds, snow developing, 38 degrees. Tonight, cloudy, snow 2 to 5 inches, very cold, 6 degrees the low. Tomorrow, snow ending with clearing skies, maybe another inch or two in the morning hours. Then as it clears, we'll see a high of just 16 degrees. And for Sunday, mostly sunny. Look at the warm up, 43 degrees. That's about normal for this time of year. And more of the same for your Monday and Tuesday as we stay in the 40s. But Wednesday, rain and snow showers after a high of 51 early as the next system comes our way, bringing more snow to the high country.
So much heat, so much smoke yesterday that some of Ed's equipment was showing us the smoke plumes. These are satellite views of the plumes after the fire began, driven by those 80 to 100 mile an hour winds, pushing them over the North Metro area straight out onto the eastern plains. You can see how quickly things were changing. Natasha, one of several incredible views we've been seeing throughout the morning. And some of the views are coming in from our viewers that live in these communities.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. Take a look at this view Nick Hoy sent us from Lookout Mountain. You can see the city of Golden here and the fire burning, billowing smoke over the city there in the background. And when the fire started, many were out running errands, going about their days. This was the view as you left the Costco there in Superior. People were evacuating. Utter chaos when you leave and see a scene like this. Debris flying, heavy smoke. You can just imagine the panic where you can't even see where you need to go safely. Another view from people inside Chuck E. Cheese in Superior. Jason sent us this video. Again, you can see a lot of that panic and confusion inside the store with people inside. Flames in the parking lot once they left outside to evacuate, where you could just have see some of that smoke everywhere, flames in the background there as well. You just have to think about what goes on in your mind when you get out and see a view like that. Take a look at the bird's eye view from Gretchen. Her son sent her this photo. He was flying back from Seattle last night and he saw this from the Superior Louisville area, and you can just see the entire two cities there engulfed in flames. We're also getting a closer look at some of the homes that were actually on fire in Louisville. Devastating. Some of them just burnt out shells this morning. This was taken around 4:40 yesterday afternoon. We're getting a better idea of the scope and size of this fire. This is a look at the latest boundaries map from the National Forest Service, what's shaded there in red this morning. The Marshall Fire still burning at this hour, and Tom, tens of thousands of people have been evacuated. The latest number that we've been getting this morning, 35,000.
To consider what they have to do now to manage 35,000 people. Not all of them going to shelters, some finding friends or family to stay with, but those people all evacuating, hopefully safely. We are expecting to get an update at about 10 a.m. from the Boulder Office of Emergency Management with some of the new numbers. We talked earlier with Michelle Kelly with the incident management team about the aircraft mapping they expect to be doing this morning to get them a better idea of what they have going on the ground. Yesterday, throughout the day, we were talking with 9 News reporter Noel Brennan and photojournalist Mike Grady, and they talked to some of the evacuees, including a couple from Superior's Rock Creek neighborhood, an area that we saw go from safe to not safe. People had to leave in a hurry as the smoke engulfed that area just in a matter of seconds.
And they've evacuated the entire neighborhood. Took us an hour and a half to get out. Fortunately, we were able to get out. Hopefully, the wind will shift and it won't burn our house.
How are you guys doing? You know, it's funny when you wake up on an average day and it's just like any other day, and then all of a sudden you look out and you see billows of brown smoke and you're wondering, well, where's that coming from? And then all of a sudden in an instant everything changes. And now we hadn't expected an evacuation order in Superior. So last thing on our minds, all of a sudden I'm running around the house packing things, thinking what's important, throwing it into a car. We rendezvoused, and then we spent, like Debbie said, about an hour and a half trying to get out of our neighborhood.
Again, the Rock Creek neighborhood. Yesterday, Joe Pelley, the sheriff for Boulder County, was talking about nearly 600 homes considered to be destroyed. The estimates, there really are no actual estimates because it was impossible to get a handle on things yesterday. Today, we're expecting to learn that this is, of course, become the most destructive wildfire in state history. The numbers already have surpassed numbers from prior fires. It'll be a matter of how many homes in total we do learn of as of today when the sun does, in fact, rise in a few minutes. Governor Jared Polis says even a relatively small fire, like this one in some by acreage counts, have disastrous results.
Just to put this in perspective, in the summer of 2020, Colorado had the 3 largest wildfires in the history of our state. Each one over 200,000 acres. That's a number. Those are huge numbers. But what's important to recognize is while there were some structures lost, those were largely BLM U.S. Forest Service land. This area, for those who don't know this area of Boulder County, is right in and around suburban subdevelopments, stores. It's like the neighborhood that you live in. It's like the neighborhood that any of us live in. And so 1,600 acres near a population center can be, and is in this case, absolutely devastating.
Meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen has been looking at some of the areas there near Superior and Louisville. Corey, I have to ask you real quick because this was a blend of weather and climate that seemed to cause this fire. The winds of yesterday, that weather, the specific weather of the day, knocking down a power line at around 11 a.m. And then the climate, the dry conditions we've seen for so many months here, certainly providing a lot of fuel. It was obviously a very dangerous combination.
Yeah, you know, Tom, you're exactly correct because you can say that this fire started yesterday with the ignition, but you can argue that the fire really started back in July 1st when we stopped getting the rain and the sun came out hot. And the Denver area, it's no coincidence that it was the warmest and driest stretch from July to now in the history. And the Boulder area is not too far behind that. So it's no coincidence that we had that combined with the lack of snowfall all the way up here to the almost the last day of the year. And this is the result. This is what you get from that. And we have the businesses here along this stretch of road here, Dillon and McCaslin. Now, this is just unfortunate here. This is the only 4 businesses in this shopping center with this kind of damage. And what happened was the embers, you may have seen the video where the first responders were driving down the Boulder Turnpike and that firestorm of embers and smoke were crossing the highway in the high winds. That is what happened here. Those spot overs caught these 4 businesses on fire, and there's substantial damage to the outside and inside as well.
I mean, truly just a perfect storm of climate and weather, like you mentioned, and the dry spell that we've been in has just been so destructive, and now we're seeing that come to fruition.
We've been talking at length about the amount of structures that have been destroyed, and those are simply numbers we can't even guess at right now, because we'll be learning about that with the aircraft mapping. It was last night, though, that 9 News anchor Kyle Clark was in some of the areas that weren't damaged in Superior and Louisville. Many questions coming into Kyle along his Twitter, and he was able to take a look at some of the places that are still standing. One of them, Superior Elementary. People asking about that. Still standing as of 1 a.m. The sports stable, home to so many young athletes and many people in different sports getting a chance to participate at the sports stable. You can see here, it too, despite being right in that neighborhood where things started, also still standing.
I mean, some really good news there in Louisville. Monarch High School is okay, as is the rec center in the area as well. A lot of people waking up wondering what is of their homes, the structures, their businesses. Tens of thousands of people still under evacuation orders this morning.
I want to get to 9 News reporter Victoria De Leon. She's at the North Boulder Rec Center. That was one of the first places established as an evacuation center. Good morning, Victoria.
Hey, good morning, Tom. Here at the North Boulder Rec Center. The last time I talked to the front desk clerk, they said they had about 35, maybe 40 people last night as of 8 p.m. and a few people have been leaving. Those are probably people who found friends or family to stay with. But as we start to learn more about the destruction and the actual damage that this fire has caused, those needs of the community are going to change and probably will continue to change throughout the coming weeks. So we do want to give you a couple of organizations who have already tried to step up and are stepping up, and will be asking for help in the coming days. So the Salvation Army is going to be providing 1,000 meals 3 times a day to evacuees and first responders. Those meals will be taken to the YMCA Evacuation Center in Lafayette. They say that at this point it is too early to determine what kind of material donations they will need, but if anybody has time on their hands to volunteer and help serve those meals, that would be greatly appreciated. The American Red Cross of Colorado also set up an evacuation center at the YMCA of Northern Colorado. We'll be checking in with them to see if they need any food, water, or supplies. The Community Foundation Boulder County has set up a wildfire fund for people wanting to help with cash donations. And again, it's just a matter of time before we know exactly what this community needs, and it is going to be a long road to recovery. So for the many of us who do want to help, those updates will be developing throughout the day and throughout the coming days.
Victoria, thank you. I was looking on Twitter earlier and I saw a lot of donations were coming in, but the need for volunteers is really there right now too.
Yeah, there are going to be a lot of ways that people will sort out the best way to help, but it's, right now people are so busy, I think, just trying to take care of the very next thing on the list, and hopefully all of this will make sense within a very short order. Our friend Gary Shapiro, of course, has lived in the North Metro area for a long time and knows this area so well. More than 30 years you lived up there, Gary. Obviously, this is difficult for anyone to watch, but for you as part of that community, this has to hit very close to home.
Yeah, that's for sure, guys. I mean, I was watching the coverage yesterday, and every time we did a live shot, I recognized the neighborhood, and I know people that live in those neighborhoods, and I would text them, and they'd say, we're okay, we're out of our home, but we don't know if our home's going to make it. And they probably still don't know if their homes have made it. We have landed. We are at the Media Staging Center now up by Rock Creek neighborhood, Highway 128 in McCaslin. We're driving around Louisville neighborhoods looking at all the damage and devastation. The police asked us to leave that neighborhood because it is still very active. But before we did, we saw a lot of homes, probably 20 homes right around Harper Lake there that had burned down. There was nothing but the foundation, and the foundations were on fire. That's what they were trying to get in. They're fighting those fires now. They're trying to get them out. The wind has laid down, so there's not much danger of those fires spreading right now anyway. We'll come back and talk to you more in just a little bit, but right now we want to go over to Jordan Chavez, who is also near the neighborhoods in Louisville.
Yeah, hey, Gary, exactly what you are describing. We are standing just right off of that. We've been given special permission by police to do this one live shot and kind of show everybody what is happening in this area. But then we too have been asked to move to the outer boundaries, but we have been given authorization to go ahead and show you this. This is the neighborhoods exactly of what you are talking about. Some of them still smoldering, that smoke still rising from some of the rubble that has been left behind. In fact, on one of these houses, we're going to pan over and show you the Christmas lights are actually still up. That just really shows you what time of year it was, what was happening in this neighborhood just a few days ago. And now, well, this is the view that everybody is seeing as you drive by. People are turning their heads. They can't help but look, and their jaws are just dropping, because this is exactly what has been left behind by those fires that swept through this area yesterday. Again, those hot spots still burning at this time. If we can pan over this way, Brian, I want to show everybody the houses on the other side of the road. You can see that just how big those flames still are in some of these cases. This is what crews are really out here. This is why they're blocking areas like this off, because if those winds pick up too much, these flames can really jump yet again and burn however many homes that might still be standing. Not every structure seems to be unaffected at this time, but definitely a lot of them not looking anything like they did even yesterday before 11 a.m. Gary, we're going to stay out here. Again, we're going to move out to the outer perimeter as they've asked us to, but we wanted to make sure that everybody got a look up. And now we're really going to see that destruction as that sun really comes up, Gary.
Yeah, I'm glad they let you in there to see that, because that really does tell the story. And as we go through the day today, we're going to be seeing, unfortunately, more and more of that. Jordan, thank you very much. We want to send it over to Ed Green. Ed, help is on the way in the form of moisture, I understand.
Yeah, it really is.
About an hour ago, the wind, I was going to say about an hour ago, the wind picked up again, but now it's calm again.
Yeah, as this front comes through, we'll see varying gusts of winds, probably 20 to 25 miles an hour. Certainly, we don't have to worry about the 80 to 100 to 115 mile an hour winds we saw yesterday. But this storm, as it moves in, and look at all the snow at the Eisenhower Tunnel here, and that is all coming our way. We have clear skies right now and 24 degrees. But as we take a look, this system is about to descend on our area. We have a cold front coming in. That's going to bring bitter cold air into the area. You'll see all that in the forecast. And we have the winter storm warning for the mountains till 5 a.m. on Saturday. They could get up to 3 feet of snow in some of the red shaded areas. In the blue shaded areas, it is a winter weather advisory. And we also have that on the eastern side. Along the foothills, we have a winter storm warning. That's for up to a foot of snow. In the blue shaded areas out on the eastern plains, a winter weather advisory, 2 to 6 inches of snow. The avalanche warning continues for the high country until 8 a.m. And we also have a wind chill advisory for the eastern border counties, 5 p.m. today to 11 a.m. on Saturday. Wind chills could get to 29 below zero, and those are dangerous wind chills. So clear skies here, cloudy skies, and then here comes the snow. About 3 o'clock, we start to see it move into the metro area, and it continues to do that. Here it is at midnight. If you're out and about, you could see bands of snow, some heavy snow, and that continues. We see that upslope flow, and then we see the gray skies, and then we see it pretty much clear out of the state by 8 o'clock tomorrow night. So the highs today around here, mostly in the 30s, 40s, and 50s, but that's before the cold air moves in, 20s, 30s, 40s as you head to the west. Look at the lows tonight after the cold air goes by. Only single digits and teens above and well below zero in some areas. Gunnison at 18 below, Alamosa at 13 below, Sterling 7 below. That's right off the thermometer. Then you add a few gusty winds, and that's when the wind chills get to 29 below. So for Denver, winter weather advisory today, 11 a.m. until 11 a.m. on Saturday. Increasing cloud snow develops, 38 degrees. Tonight, cloudy, cold, snow 2 to 5 inches, 6 for the low. Then tomorrow, snow ends maybe another inch or two, and it's going to be cold. Only 16 degrees for the high. 43 on Sunday, a rapid warm-up as the sunshine returns. Monday and Tuesday, we're in the 40s, 50s for Wednesday, but then late Wednesday into Thursday, here comes our next system. Maybe more moisture for the mountains, certainly in the form of snow, rain or snow showers down here.
And welcome back to our coverage of the Marshall Fire this morning. We are just outside the Rock Creek neighborhood, and if you saw the live shot that we did, that Jordan did just a few minutes ago, you saw that there are a lot of houses that are still on fire this morning. They are still burning, not much left of them, mostly the foundations, but those foundations are on fire. And that's kind of why when you look at the valley, the smoke has just kind of settled in over the valley behind us. Darius Johnson has been covering this fire. He's at the other end of the media staging area. Let's send it over to him.
Hey there, Gary. I'm joining you just east of McCaslin Boulevard, right here along Highway 128. The one thing that I can tell you about where I am, since the sun has rose this morning, there's upwards of 24 people who possibly live in this neighborhood of Superior behind me and some of these other subdivisions who are sitting here anxiously waiting to get back in. I was just speaking with a gentleman. He says, hey, do you know if I can go back home right now? Do you know what's going on? I live down there. And I said, right now Superior is shut down. They need everyone to stay out of the town. You cannot get in at this time. I want to take a step out of the frame because this is one of the first glimpses that we are getting as the sun has risen this morning. Taking a look over this intersection, or this subdivision rather, this is right between 128 and Colton Road, a little bit east of McCaslin. So I'm not sure of the name of the subdivision, but I hope that kind of pans it out for you. Once again, between Colton and 128 east of McCaslin. I can tell you from what we are seeing, most of these homes appear to be safe at this time, but off into the distance, that's where you're seeing some homes, some spots that are still smoldering at this time. You're still seeing a lot of that smoke starting to billow and rise throughout this area. Now this morning we're going to continue to try to access some of these neighborhoods. I understand Jordan was able to get an escort. They've also been telling us that they will try to provide us with escorts to be able to get in as well. So as soon as we're able to get in, we will be sure to bring that to you all live, as many people are just trying to see what's left behind. Natasha and Tom, I'm going to go ahead and send it back to you all.
All right, thanks very much, Darius. We will get back to you a little bit later, and of course that press conference coming up at 10 o'clock will tell us a lot. I'm sitting here with Ed Green, and I don't know how often you and I have ever sat together. People have always asked if we're brothers. We're not, but we're good friends. But the weather, we talked about it with Corey Reppenhagen, the climate and the weather got together and had their way with us yesterday.
It was the perfect storm, and it's so dry around here. You add those winds to a spark of fire, and you saw what happened, and that was the result. Now, here's the good news. The winds, if you've seen from some of the live shots, are down this morning, but let's go outside and take a look. We have a storm poised to move into the area, and you can see by about 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we start to see the snow here. Here's midnight if you're out and about, and some snow, some heavy at times in the metro area. It finally clears out tomorrow with those cloudy skies, and then we go to clear skies. But today, 38, and then the snow develops. Tomorrow, only 16 degrees, but then we have a warm-up. Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, we're back in the 40s to near 50 degrees with sunny skies, and then by Wednesday, we see another change that could bring snow to the mountains and maybe rain or snow down here.
There was a lot of brave stuff going on today.
This morning, continuing coverage. Massive fires across Boulder County. No end in sight.
Unfortunately, for myself and all the other neighbors, all the houses on Turnberry Circle are burnt down.
And no count of the damage and loss.
Nobody has been killed by this, and I hope it stays that way, because lives are more important than physical structures that we can replace.
Our team is keeping track to keep you safe.
Things are changing. The winds are dying down. We're not going to see the 80 to 90 mile an hour winds we saw yesterday. So let's go outside and take a look. And you can see right now we're at 24 degrees, 62% humidity. The winds were 22 miles an hour at the airport last half hour. Now they're down to northeast at 8 miles an hour. Here comes the storm system moving into the area. You can see by this afternoon, that's when we see the snow. Here it is just after midnight. If you're out and about for the new year, you will see some snow. It ends tomorrow with cloudy skies, and eventually we clear the skies out of here. So today, increasing clouds, 38 degrees. For tonight, cloudy skies, snow, very cold, 6 and 16 tomorrow for a high, but it doesn't last long. Sunday, we're mostly sunny and warmer with a high of 43, 48 on Monday, 49 on Tuesday. Our next chance for rain or snow comes Wednesday.
Good morning. 7:30. The Marshall Fire continues to burn this morning. That's a live look at the North Boulder Rec Center, and that's where many evacuees were being sent as of yesterday. They continue to go there today. They have tens of thousands of people are under evacuation orders as we stand this morning.
And now we're taking a live look at Superior, and this area is where some people lost their homes. At this point, we're hearing about more than 500 homes lost, destroyed, structures burned, and right now winds have calmed down, but the fire is still burning, so that's why they're asking people not to go home just yet. Gary Shapiro is in Louisville this morning. Again, more than 500 homes there have burned.
Gary, the sun is coming up. We know what that may bring as far as the understanding of what that fire has done and what may still be doing today. Tell us what you're seeing right now. I know you're waiting for that press conference, but what can you see and what are you hearing from right there?
Yeah, Tom, we are just kind of above the Rock Creek neighborhood. It is down in the valley behind me. You can see the smoke smoldering from the many homes in that neighborhood that have burned. A lot of them burned down to the foundations. Those foundations are still on fire. That is, of course, where gas lines and that sort of thing are in people's basements. And so that's what we're seeing right now. The fire department making their way through those neighborhoods, making sure that the fire does not spread any more than it did yesterday. But as you guys mentioned, the wind has calmed down, so we don't think we're going to get a lot of spread today. Yesterday, they were talking about 1,600 acres have burned. That is now up more than 6,000 acres. They are still saying more than 500 homes have burned. And that's going to go up too, I think, as the day goes on. Let's check in with Ed Green now. It's a beautiful morning out here, Ed. The rain and snow hasn't come in yet.
Right. All things considered, it is a pretty nice morning around here, and the winds have died down. That's the good news. No 80 or 100 mile an hour winds today, but they could be just 20 to 25 as this little storm system moves on in. Let's take a look outside, and you can see right now sunshine in the city, 24 degrees at this hour. But as you take a look, we are right on the fringes of this system. Cloudy skies will move in, and then later on today, maybe 3 or 4 o'clock, we start to see snow in the city. That continues into the nighttime hours. Here it is at midnight. A little heavy band of snow moving through Denver. If you are out and about for the New Year's, you will see snow continuing right into tomorrow. Cloudy skies by 3 o'clock, clearing skies by 6 o'clock. So here's the way it goes. Denver forecast 38 degrees as snow begins to develop. Much colder tomorrow with snow winds. We'll see a high of 16 degrees. And then we see a nice warm up with plenty of sunshine for Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Tuesday near 50 degrees, but Wednesday into Thursday, we have another system coming our way. Rain and snow for us, more snow for the mountains.
I want to get back to some of the images from yesterday. Many of these we watched play out live. We know of more than 500 homes that have been destroyed. That number is expected to rise. This video showing some of the homes in Louisville. Just burned out shells left to burn. This video taken at about 4:40 last night by one of our viewers.
And while many structures have been destroyed, 90's anchor Kyle Clark found some spots that were not damaged as of last night in both Superior and Louisville. For instance, Superior Elementary still standing as of 1 o'clock this morning. The sports stable is also standing in Louisville. Monarch High School is fine, as is the rec center in the area as well. A little glimmer of hope with some of those structures, but a lot of people waking up wondering what has happened to their homes and structures, businesses, and right now they can't go and check it out.
It was a broad and raging fire yesterday, one that was impossible to really capture and get a handle on. And that's why today's sunshine is going to really provide a very clear picture. Afraid that it'll be a stark picture as well as the damage that is left behind by the Marshall Fire and what it's done to those communities of Superior and Louisville.
We want to go back to Gary Shapiro now, who is live in Louisville. And Gary, you've lived there for 30 years. And tell us a little bit about the community, the people there, and what they're in for this morning.
Yeah, I've lived in this part of the metro area for as you said, 30 years. We moved to Boulder, and then we lived kind of over by Lafayette, and then we moved to Westminster. And so have a lot of friends in this area. I know a lot of people. I recognized all the places that were on TV yesterday, and it is just so sad, so depressing, so frustrating that we lost so many homes in many of these neighborhoods. The Rock Creek neighborhood, I know 3 or 4 people live in the Rock Creek neighborhood. They had, I texted them yesterday, they obviously had to go quick, and they don't know if their homes have made it or not, and probably won't until later today. So it is, all in all, it is a really, really sad situation. I guess the good news is, though, when you're driving through these neighborhoods, you see all these burnout houses, and then right next door you see houses that are fine. Across the street you see houses that weren't even touched by the flames. And so it's kind of like a tornado. Tornadoes come through towns and do that, and the winds were apparently just whipping in so many different directions yesterday that they just skip some of these houses. And so some people are going to be surprised when they go home and find out that their house is still standing and everything is okay. Unfortunately, a lot aren't. We want to, who am I throwing it to? I'm sorry. Okay. We want to go to this package that was shot yesterday. Rock Creek is right behind me. And these people, when they evacuated, they didn't have very much time to get out what they could.
It's funny when you wake up on an average day, and it's just like any other day, and then all of a sudden you look out and you see billows of brown smoke, and you're wondering, well, where's that coming from? And then all of a sudden, in an instant, everything changes.
So that's Rock Creek neighborhood where we live, and the fire has come west of it and north of it.
So the grass fires happen. That's fairly common. What's not as common, obviously, is the proximity to structures and to neighborhoods and hurricane force winds.
And they've evacuated the entire neighborhood. Took us an hour and a half to get out. Fortunately, we were able to get out.
And it's amazing how the smoke is shifting as we watch it. Sometimes you can't see the neighborhood, and all of a sudden it clears up. There's a defined plume, and now we can see flames as we're looking out on the grass.
Hopefully, the wind will shift and it won't burn our house.
This is our home.
And it will be our home.
And it will be, that's right.
Well, we wish all the best for them, that's for sure. And that was the boat that a lot of people were in yesterday. Talked to one of my friends who got evacuated yesterday he lives near downtown Louisville, said that they were just stuck in traffic took some people hours to get out of town, but they finally obviously did. And it wasn't just people evacuating homes either. There are a couple of hospitals in this area that had to be evacuated. A Vista Hospital in Louisville, they had to get everybody out. We're getting a look at what it was like for the nursing staff out the window there. In that video, you can see homes burning right across the parking lot. Matter of fact, that whole area around Monarch High School and the hospital there had a lot of burnt homes, but the hospital is fine and so is the high school. A total of 30 patients were transferred from that hospital. An additional 21 were discharged at the hospital. And then on the way to from Broomfield to Lafayette is Good Samaritan Hospital. That's an SCL Health Hospital System campus there. They say about 100 patients are remaining at the hospital, but about 54 patients were transferred yesterday, just precautionary, just in case, just to be ready in case the fire headed up that way. A lot of people were evacuated to centers. There is one in Lafayette. There's also a big evacuation center in Boulder, and that is where Victoria De Leon is this morning. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Gary. We are at the North Boulder Rec Center where there are probably less than 40 people staying here. The front desk clerk told me earlier today that they had some people leave early this morning and throughout the night. Those are people that have probably found family and friends to stay with. But as the sun comes up and as we get a better look at the damage, the needs of the community are going to continue to change. So we did want to list off a couple of organizations who are already stepping up. The Salvation Army will be delivering 1,000 meals a day. Those meals will be taken to the YMCA Evacuation Center in Lafayette. They have told us that they have been overwhelmed with community support, and at this point they do not need any more donations, so it's really good to hear. The American Red Cross of Colorado also set up an evacuation center at the YMCA of Northern Colorado. You can always support them with monetary donations. We're going to continue reaching out to them to see if they need any material donations. The Community Foundation Boulder set up a wildfire fund for people wanting to help out with cash donations. And again, the Salvation Army says it's still a little too early to determine what those material donations that they will need. But of course, if you have the time to spare and if you are able to volunteer some time to help serve some of those meals, or once those donations do come in, if you're able to help sort through clothes, through blankets, that would be very greatly appreciated. And we have a growing list online on 9news.com of these organizations trying to support the community at the time where it's really needed. And we'll continue to update it, and we'll very likely see more added to that list by the end of the day and, of course, in the coming weeks, guys.
All right, thank you, Victoria. And the North Boulder Rec Center, one of those evacuation sites where she is, and you think of how many people do want to help and how to best help. That is one thing that is going to be more firmly explored today. Yeah. And part of it is when you talk about 35,000 people had to evacuate, the math now turns to how many of those people get to go home. Right. And we've seen some areas, as Gary's been talking about, as Darius has been talking about, where some homes are unscathed, but other homes are gone. How many people are going to need this help? And all of that, the accounting for people, I mean, there is so much to be done, and I know everyone wants to get to it, but it's going to take time to get all of this sorted out. There's so much widespread damage.
That and the phone calls too to insurance companies trying to figure out your own timeline of what's next. And we did talk to Carol earlier from Rocky Mountain Insurance, Carol Walker, telling us that save your receipts if you are eating any food, groceries, where you're staying, save the receipts. You're probably going to get reimbursed by insurance companies. But you know what, this last day of 2021, dealing with the loss, it's unimaginable. It is just, it feels like a cruel joke. Yeah,
it's been a hard year, and it is ending on the hardest of notes. I was thinking about how many organizations make their lists. And we at Channel 9 and media in general make these lists of the biggest stories of the year or the movies of the year, or, you know, whatever happened in the year. They're often done in early December. Yeah. Well, I think the story of the year this year may very well be what happened in the last 20 hours here on the last day and a half of 2021. So we'll see what today brings for us as we get a better look at the Marshall Fire.
Absolutely, and let's take a live look outside while we're dealing with these destructive grass fires. The state is also expecting a snowstorm, and Ed is tracking the timing of it all in just a few minutes.
And welcome back, everyone. I'm Gary Shapiro in Boulder County, Rock Creek neighborhood right behind me. It's still smoldering. Some of those homes down there are still on fire. The count is going to get underway now that the sun has come up. Fire departments will be making their way into the neighborhoods here in Rock Creek and Superior, in the Marshall Superior area, also in Louisville, and even more west toward Boulder in the Spanish Hills neighborhood. They lost a bunch of homes too. When that count gets going, they're going to find a lot of homes that are burned. 500 to 600 is what they believe. Many of those homes were burned because of what they call an ember storm. Our meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen takes a look at the science behind that, these embers driven by the wind.
Out in front of a wildfire, there is often a blizzard of flying embers, thousands of firebrands being propelled by winds that can reach more than 100 miles per hour. But it only takes winds of about 30 miles per hour to fuel a firestorm like this. The burning projectiles are mostly made up of the trees being consumed by the fire, leaves, needles, sticks, twigs, and pine cones. That's what gets your structure. Up to 90% of the homes ignited by wildfire are caused by a firestorm like this.
We aim to recreate that field, that whole sky full of embers in our lab to evaluate how homes respond to them.
Scientists at the IBHS research facility in South Carolina simulate ember showers using a wall of 105 fans. Research engineer Dan Gorham says the homes in their studies caught fire in spots where embers were able to accumulate.
Maybe 1 and then 5 and then 8, and maybe 2 of them get blown away, but then 10 more come and land on that spot. And so this essentially pile of embers start to kind of self-heat and continue to heat, and the accumulation of where the embers accumulate and the fact that they accumulate is what results in that transition to ignition.
Surveillance cameras caught this ember attack during the Cameron Peak fire last October. Accumulation led to small ground fires and eventually destroyed this cabin on Crystal Mountain. One of 224 homes destroyed in that fire.
There is no such thing or this concept of a fireproof home, right? We can have this idea of resistance and resilience, but not fireproof.
Gorham says you can make your home defensible, and it starts by thinking about where those embers might accumulate on or near your home during a wildfire.
All those locations where debris like pine needles and leaves like to accumulate, those are the exact same places that embers accumulate.
He also says to seal off any cracks and spaces in the siding, roof tiles, or vents. Homes can also be upgraded or built new with wildfire-resistant materials. In this experiment, half of a duplex was built with the latest wildfire-resistant methods: rock mulch instead of wood, non-combustible siding, multi-pane windows, and an enclosed eave. It resisted the ember shower while the side with the out-of-date build went up in flames. And to take the research a step further, they teamed up with Headwater Economics on a cost study. They found that building with wildfire-resistant materials in most cases was equal to a traditional build, and in some cases even costs less.
And we're always advocating for the use of science as a justification for why we need to build resilient, and also acknowledging that building resilient doesn't have to price people out.
Meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen, 9 News.
And Corey joins us live right now. He's down in Louisville. Corey, the thing is, when these fires burn in the mountains and the embers fly, some of them can go a half a mile and start something on fire. But in this fire, they only had to go about 10 feet to the next house.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They did not have to travel very far, and we saw a mix of, we saw very small ember storms, which is actually what caught these businesses on fire. An ember storm crossed Highway 36, the Boulder Turnpike, and ignited these 4 businesses here that you see with this very big devastation here. And we also saw the fire traveling on the ground, so just moving along the grassy areas, just along the edges, moving from house to house and business to business. So we saw both of those situations, and it was really, I mean, it was a very intense situation from about 11 o'clock a.m. yesterday until about 7 or 8 o'clock last night, and that's when the weather flipped. The winds got lighter, the temperatures got colder, the humidity went up, and these fires stopped moving, and that gave the fire crews an opportunity to really get a handle on this. And Brian and I spent the night, really the last 7 hours, driving around the perimeter of the fire, and what we saw was mostly just smoldering piles of what was left of homes sitting on cement foundations, and it was really an eerie calm. The smell of just chemical burning plastic and aluminum siding and tiles and the contents of the insides of the homes. And the wind was calm. We could hear every little crackle from the fire that was still kind of working its way through the last bit of debris on the homes. And then you know, now the sun has come up, and what we were hoping was kind of a nightmare as we were sitting in the dark and the silence. The sun came up and reminded us again that this is certainly a big reality, and that is what we're going to be processing through the day. And for more perspective on what we're seeing around the area, let's head back up to Louisville to check in with Jordan Chavez.
Yeah, hey Corey, this is exactly the traumatic images that we were fearing this morning when that sun was still down. This is a neighborhood near the Louisville Rec Center. You can still see that some of these homes, there are flames still there. They are smoldering. You see that smoke just rising from the rubble that has been left behind from this fire that swept through here. Again, this is a neighborhood near the Louisville Rec Center. We are staying back at a very safe distance to make sure that we ourselves are protected. Brian has kind of zoomed in so that we could bring you this perspective and this look. And as we pan across, you can really see how many homes at this time still or have some of that smoldering happen, that smoke is still billowing from all of them. Of course, as that sun comes up, we are really getting a better look at the destruction that is left behind, this burn scar at some of these local community parks and areas, much like what you're seeing here behind it. And this is just one small glimpse of what we are seeing. As we drive through the streets, there are a lot of these images. In fact, at one intersection, there is a truck that is burned out completely, that the tires are melted down to the ground. You're seeing business centers that kind of have a similar look to them. You're seeing things that have been stripped all the way down to their foundation. It's absolutely heartbreaking when you know how many people have been affected by this fire yesterday. Of course, things are very different out here today. We are not talking about buildings being engulfed by flames, but you are seeing what was left behind after that. And again, a lot of them still smoldering today. We're going to be monitoring this situation. In the meantime, though, we want to go ahead and send it back to you guys in the studio for more of that, for more perspective from back there.
Well, as far as the weather goes, you get those winds to 80 and 100 miles an hour. They break the power lines. They hit the ground where the spark starts a fire. You just can't stop it in those conditions, and that's the result that we saw. The good news is that the winds have died down and moisture is coming our way. And take a look at this at the tunnel, slow going as they have a lot of snow going on there. And yes, it is coming our way. You're starting to see the clouds move across the Front Range, and that's going to contain the snow as the day goes on. So here's the situation as we see it. And we have from Chicago all the way through Colorado down to Albuquerque into the West Coast, winter storm warnings, watches, and advisories for all this snow. Here it comes, pushing off the Front Range, and as it does, we will start to see some snow in the area, and here it is all over the state at 3 a.m. tomorrow morning, and then that continues, and finally by Saturday at 10 p.m. it is out of here, pretty much border to border, but all that moisture moves off to the east. We have a winter storm warning for the west, 12 to 25 inches, could see 3 feet in some areas, and the other shade is blue, and that is a winter weather advisory for 2 to 6 inches of snow. Winter storm warning for the foothills as we look to the eastern side, maybe a foot of snow there, and in the rest of the area 2 to 6 inches, but some snow bands could be heavy. You could see more than that. The avalanche warning continues for the high country until 8 a.m. on Saturday, and look at this, a wind chill advisory 5 p.m. today to 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. Wind chills could get to 29 below zero. Our highs today 30s, 40s, 50s, even near 60 degrees, but that's before the cold air moves through. 20s, 30s to the low 40s as you head to the west. Look at the lows tonight after the cold front goes by. Only in the single digits and teens, and those teens are well below the zero mark in some locations. So today, a winter weather advisory for Denver, 11 a.m. today to 11 a.m. on Saturday. Increasing clouds, snow develops 38 degrees. Then for tonight, cloudy, cold snow 2 to 5 inches, very cold 6 the low. Tomorrow, snow ending with another inch or two, but colder 16 degrees for the high. But then a quick warm-up comes our way. Sunday, we're at 43, which is normal for this time of year. Then Monday and Tuesday, nearing 50 degrees. Our next chance for rain or snow comes Wednesday.
The destruction in the town of Superior is extensive. This morning, while he didn't have exact numbers, Mayor Clint Folsom told us hundreds of homes have been lost in his town.
There really was not much fighting these fires. I watched dozens of homes explode last night. It was just tragic, and there's just not much you can do to fight that. You just got to keep people safe.
Mayor Folsom says the greatest challenge was getting residents evacuated safely. He says they were fortunate the flames did not make it to the traffic jams created just as people left. As of now, those evacuation orders are still in effect, and Mayor Folsom acknowledged one of the most pressing questions his residents may have. And don't forget, if you're heading out the door, you can take us with you. You can download our free 9 News app. You can stay up to date on the latest weather, traffic, and news throughout the day. It is free to download in the Apple and Google Play stores.
Go down there and it's nothing. It's bones.
Lives uprooted.
It's like the neighborhood that you live in.
The most destructive fire in Colorado's history is still burning.
It's really a crisis.
9 News continuing team coverage, connecting you with the community that needs you most.
And as far as our weather goes, the winds have died down. Moisture is coming our way. That is the good news we're seeing this morning. We're 22 degrees at this hour. Humidity is up. Winds only east-southeast at 5 out at the airport. And you see the snow by about 3 o'clock increases and it pushes across the area. And then by tomorrow afternoon, by 5 o'clock, we could see the sunshine again. But 2 to 6 inches will have fallen on the ground. So increasing clouds today, snow developing, 38 degrees the high. Then for tomorrow, we will see snow ending with another inch or two, but 16 for the high. Then a pretty good warm up into the 40s to near 50 degrees, but by Wednesday, that's our next chance for rain and snow down here. Snow for the high country.
The sun has risen on this last day of 2021, but for the people in Superior and Louisville, the sun is rising and telling a story of what has happened over these last 20+ hours. The Marshall Fire that burned in Boulder County through yesterday has created big problems. Governor Polis has declared a state of emergency. That triggers disaster fund availability for the emergency response, and also things like the use of the National Guard, the Division of Fire Prevention, and activation of the state's Emergency Operations Center.
Today on 9 News Mornings, we have live breaking news coverage of the wildfires. We are live in Louisville and Superior looking at the current conditions and fire activity, and we're also sharing resources for the thousands evacuated from their homes.
We're continuing our coverage here on Channel 9. If you normally watch the Today Show here on 9 News at 8 o'clock, we are carrying that for you. It is live, but it is over on Channel 20. We'll be staying here at 9 News with the latest on what has happened. We talk about the multiple evacuations that are still in effect. This is the map showing the areas and several shelters that have been opened for those who left their homes. The areas in red, the evacuation orders. Those yellow areas are people who should still be standing by. We also talked about all patients had to be evacuated from the Avista Adventist Hospital in Louisville yesterday. They were able to get them out and off to other places to keep their care safe. Gary Shapiro's in Louisville this morning. We do know of more than 500 homes that burned, and we heard an update this morning, Gary, some 6,200 acres now considered the size of the fire. That's 4 times what the estimate was yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, and Gary, you were driving all morning.
Yeah.
You've seen it in the dark, and now that the sun is up, what's the damage that you're seeing now in the daylight?
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of damage. They're going to find a lot of damage today, that's for sure. They will go from neighborhood to neighborhood. They will count the homes that have been lost. You know, Rock Creek is right behind me, and some of that is still burning. You can see kind of plumes of smoke out there in the distance. A lot of the homes out there just down to the foundation, but those foundations are burning because of gas and whatnot in the basements. Take a look at these new pictures this morning that were released from Associated Press. You can see flames just taking over the homes. I mean, such dramatic pictures, right? You can see the flames, you can see dark plumes of smoke everywhere. A lot of people saw that on their way out of the neighborhoods. These 100-mile-an-hour winds, I mean, Sheriff Pelley was talking about how they would take over the neighborhood the size of 2 football fields in 10 to 20 seconds. I mean, that's how fast these fires were driving yesterday. Once again, as you said, Tom, 6,200 acres have burned. They have upped that from yesterday. Somewhere between 500 and 600 homes have burned. We're not going to know that for a while. There is a boil water order that is in Louisville. The water treatment plants have been damaged, and so once again they say either go out and buy some water to drink or boil your water before you use it. And we should get an update today at 10 a.m. There's going to be a news conference right here, and we'll bring that to you live. Ed Green joins us now with the weather forecast. Ed, I know some moisture is moving in. Doesn't look like it yet, though.
Yeah, no, I think it's going to be the afternoon before we start to see it here in Denver. Where we are seeing it is up in the high country, as we have seen for the past couple of hours. Let's go outside, take a look, and you can see Greeley here now. The clouds beginning to move over, even though we have sunshine in the foreground. You see the clouds moving in from the west. We're at 22 degrees out at the airport right now, and we are right on the fringes of the storm. Clouds begin to move in. Then by afternoon, here it comes around 3 or 4 o'clock. It starts to push across the Front Range and into Denver, and then here it is Saturday morning at 6 a.m. Snow all over the whole state, including some heavier snow in the city. We have a winter weather advisory out 11 a.m. today to 11 a.m. on Saturday. Increasing clouds, snow develops today, 38 degrees. Then for tonight, cloudy, cold snow, 2 to 5 inches, 6 for the low. Tomorrow, maybe another inch or 2 as snow ends, 16 degrees the high, but a good warm up. Sunday, we're back to normal at 43, and look at Monday, 48, 49 on Tuesday. Wednesday, we're at 51, but late Wednesday into Thursday, another system comes our way. Rain and snow showers in the city. Snow for the mountains.
The massive smoke plumes yesterday were visible for miles. They were also visible from space. 80 to 100-mile-an-hour winds pushing the plume over the North Metro area, straight east out onto the plains. This is a satellite view showing that plume as it made its way. Natasha, one of several incredible views that we've seen through yesterday and on through this morning. Some of our viewers, including those that live in those communities, have been sharing a lot of information, a lot of images with us as well.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. Take a look at this view Nick Coy sent to us from Lookout Mountain. You can see the city of Golden here, the fire burning in the back there, smoke billowing over the city. When the fire started, many were out and about running errands, going about their day. This was the view from inside a Costco in Superior, and people evacuating. You can see people running out, debris flying, heavy smoke, visibility hardly any there, and you can just imagine the panic when you can't even see where you're going, and there was utter chaos. Not just here, but also another view from people inside the Chuck E. Cheese in Superior. Jason sent us this video, and people inside, they could see flames in the parking lot. You can see more confusion, not knowing what's going on as you step outside there. Flames there, debris, smoke everywhere. And you take a look at this bird's eye view from Gretchen. She said her son was flying back to Seattle last night when he took this video over Superior, and you could just see burning in the Louisville area as well, the sheer vast span of this fire burning. We're also getting a look at the homes that were engulfed in flames in Louisville. Some of them just burnt out shells this morning. This is a look at some of the video that we've been getting, and we are getting a true idea of the damage this morning as well. This video was taken around 4:40 yesterday afternoon. Again, getting a better idea of the size of this fire. This is a look at the latest boundaries map from the National Forest Service. Everything shaded in red. The Marshall Fire still burning at this hour. Gary Shapiro is joining us live from Louisville as well. And Gary, at last check, about 35,000 people have been evacuated.
Yeah, they are out of their homes this morning. It's probably a good thing. You can see that smoke plume behind me is pretty big. That's down in the Rock Creek neighborhood. Something is still burning, and there's quite a bit of it burning this morning. We should get updates from the fire department a little bit later this morning on what is burning in these neighborhoods. But when we were driving around earlier this morning, a lot of these basements were on fire. A lot of these gas lines were open, and you could just see flames coming up out of the basements of the homes that were no longer there. You know, yesterday these people at Rock Creek and all the other neighborhoods that caught fire didn't have a lot of time to get out. The wind was driving, the fire was moving fast, and they only had moments to get out. 9 News reporter Noel Brennan and photojournalist Mike Grady caught up with some of those evacuees, and one couple from Superior said they just barely made it out.
And they've evacuated the entire neighborhood. Took us an hour and a half to get out. Fortunately, we were able to get out. Hopefully, the wind will shift and it won't burn our house.
How are you guys doing?
You know, it's funny when you wake up on an average day, and it's just like any other day, and then all of a sudden you look out and you see billows of brown smoke, and you're wondering, well, where's that coming from? And then all of a sudden, in an instant, everything changes. And now we hadn't expected an evacuation order in Superior. It's the last thing on our minds. All of a sudden, I'm running around the house, packing things, thinking what's important. Throwing it into a car. We rendezvoused, and then we spent, like Debbie said, about an hour and a half trying to get out of our neighborhood.
And so that was yesterday as these people were trying to get out of the neighborhoods, and our crew caught up with them. Once again, they're estimating some 500 to 600 homes have burned. We probably won't know that number for a while. This is the Rock Creek neighborhood. You can see it is still smoldering. A lot of the smoke is just kind of laid down over the valley over there because the winds are pretty calm so far this morning. The governor, Jared Polis, says that this was a relatively small fire, 6,200 acres. I mean, some of these fires that burned in the mountains last year were 200,000 acres. So this is acreage-wise a small fire, but it is so dense. You can see those houses and how close they are together, and because of the density, this is going to be the most destructive fire in the history of Colorado. I'll send it back to you guys, and we'll join you again in just a little bit. Look back at yesterday and look forward to what to expect today.
Well, you mentioned the governor. He is expected to be part of that news conference coming up in 2 hours where you are, Gary, so we'll be looking forward to the comments today. Also, any possible updates, because we did get an early update from Michelle Kelly, who's with the incident management team, talking about that acreage jumping from 1,600 as of yesterday to now 6,200 acres. But by 10 a.m. today, we may have a much better, clearer picture of what in fact has burned and what kind of containment we might have.
I mean, it just goes to show how powerful those winds were. were and how quickly the fire raced. And this morning, we're with the light up now. They're going to send up some aircraft and get a good surveillance of all the damage left behind.
And they still have to go home to home to make sure that they are accounting for each home, and certainly trying to account for people. And that's going to be a hard project as well. That's going to require some detailed work by many people. It's going to be a while before we get a full picture of what has happened over these past 20-odd hours. Last night, Kyle Clark was at Harper Lake, and he had a chance to tour some of these areas that people were asking about. There you see the elementary school still standing. Superior Elementary has won this morning. The sports stable, another place people were asking about, that also standing as well. Kyle taking these pictures to share.
And in Louisville, Monarch High School is fine, as is the rec center in the area. Tens of thousands of people under evacuations order this morning. So far, we know about 35,000 from those two cities combined.
Yeah, the North Boulder Rec Center was one of those early places that was provided as an evacuation center, and that's where 9 News reporter Victoria De Leon joins us with the latest on what is happening there as the morning is broken. Good morning, Victoria.
Hey, good morning, Tom. We have seen a couple more people come into the rec center. Not sure if they are evacuees, but we're hoping to get inside in just a little while to find out a little bit more. But this is just one of many community resources available right now for those impacted. And time again, we see after devastation, people just want to help out. And unfortunately, we won't know what exactly those needs are until we get a better idea of what the damage is. But in the meantime, we do want to give you a list of organizations that are out and about helping. So the Salvation Army is providing 1,000 meals 3 times a day to evacuees and first responders. Those meals will be taken to the YMCA Evacuation Center in Lafayette. And they've actually told us they are good on donations. They have been overwhelmed with community support. So food, water, supplies, they are all set with those. So that's really good to hear. And that's where the American Red Cross set up an evacuation center. You can always support them with monetary donations, but we have reached out to see if they need any more of those material donations. The Community Foundation Boulder County has a wildfire fund for people wanting to help with cash donations. That is always an option. And we did speak with the Salvation Army earlier this morning, who says if you have the time, start planning for, spending your time volunteering, and that would be really helpful for them, and it, of course, greatly appreciated.
Certainly, as we move forward, more volunteers would be helpful, and we always appreciate folks that can do that. And then I think the other piece will be as the recovery begins and people start to get back into neighborhoods, we'll see what volunteer needs we have. We'll probably be distributing cleaning kits, taking food out mobily, because obviously folks will not be able to prepare food in their homes.
Yeah, so if you have the time and if you can gather a group of friends or family to start planning out those days, because Tom, as we get a better idea of that destruction, with that also comes cleanup, and I'm sure there are going to be some community groups wanting to help with that cleanup to help out our first responders.
Yeah, and that's the idea. You forget some people who live in your neighborhood, if you're from Superior, Louisville, lost everything. I mean, that's your clothing. I mean, that is your toiletries. That is all the simple stuff that you may take for granted on a daily basis. But everyone has to get through these days as we continue to press forward and see what happens as we add up the damage done by the Marshall Fire. I was just thinking that it was 2 weeks ago, in Highlands Ranch, they had the fireworks displays that touched off grass fires.
Right.
It was not a good look, and you wonder how close you might have come to something like this happening, because you're talking about that same climate, those same conditions, just bigger wind and a different area where this happened. Yeah. And the reason I bring it up is because some people are talking to me on social media about reminding people not to use fireworks tonight on New Year's Eve. That is something that some people often do. But if you ever needed a reminder that maybe this isn't the year for your New Year's Eve fireworks, people need you to not do your New Year's Eve fireworks this year. They could be extremely dangerous, as we've seen over these last few hours.
It's just so dry, and Gary Shapiro, who's live in Louisville right now, mentioning that it's 6,200 acres that's burned, so it's very small in comparison to the major fires we've seen out west in the mountains area, but still the impact is great because of how densely populated it is. So if you're going to burn fireworks, like Tom said, not the year to do it. It is so dry, it could just turn into a mass tragedy event like what we're experiencing now.
Let's get to Gary. Gary, that seems like common sense to me, but I didn't want it to go unsaid, to maybe let people know that this isn't the year.
No, that's an excellent point. I mean, New Year's Eve, people shoot off fireworks all the time, and you can just see the grass out here, how brown it is, how dry it is. We just haven't had any moisture, guys, and that makes that a really dangerous situation. So, yeah, I hope you're right. I hope people take heed, and if you want to watch fireworks, go downtown. They're going to be shooting off fireworks downtown. It's a professional show. It'll be safe. As far as the homes that have burned, you know, we're still watching them burn over in the distance. You can still see some flames. You can still see smoke coming up. Fire department is making their way around trying to check these houses and put some water on the ones that are really burning. We want to go over to Jordan Chavez. He got a up close and personal tour of one of the neighborhoods this morning where they lost quite a few homes. Jordan?
Yeah, hey Gary, it is absolutely devastating where we are right now. This is a neighborhood near the Louisville Rec Center. We were showing it to you a little bit earlier. You can kind of see a little bit more of that destruction now that the sun is even higher up in the sky. Exactly what you were describing. Some of these homes stripped to their foundation. We are still seeing a lot of that smoldering happen. In some cases, you can see those flames very visible still. A lot throughout this neighborhood, though, we are seeing a lot of that smoke. In the area that we are, people are kind of stopping by, looking at it, taking pictures, getting videos, their jaws just absolutely dropping in complete devastation. Their hearts are broken. They are upset about what they are seeing because these are people who live in this area. This is absolutely traumatic for them to see this, especially when you think about what time of year it is. But also on top of that, I want to go and highlight the kind of people who live here. We have been fortunate enough to talk to several people who have been walking by, some of them walking their dogs. And even in the midst of this absolute heartbreak, Gary, they are still so thankful to the first responders. They're even thanking the news crews that are out here for keeping them informed as they had to evacuate yesterday. And when you sit there and think about the kind of people that can still find it in their hearts to be thankful and grateful in the middle of this major tragedy that is playing out in front of them, that is absolutely impressive. That is the resiliency that we see time and time again here in Colorado from the people that live here, and of course all the people that want to reach out and help. Colorado's heart is certainly breaking over this right now, especially as we continue to look on at this destruction and all of the remnants left behind from yesterday's fires that swept so quickly through this area, Gary.
Yeah, that's for sure, Jordan, and you said it really, really well. I mean, people in Colorado are so resilient. They're so thoughtful, and I talked to a guy this morning that lost a couple of homes in Louisville, and the first thing he said was, well, thank God nobody was killed. And as far as we know, that's the case, although, you know, we're keeping our fingers crossed that that doesn't change as they get in and start searching these homes this morning. We want to get over to Ed Green. Ed, about a half hour ago, I said it was beautiful out here, and now it's not so beautiful out here. You can see something moving in. It's gotten really cold.
You're exactly right, Gary. It's all coming our way. It is going to be snow, which you see right here. Looking at the Eisenhower Tunnel, it's snowing like crazy up there, and it is coming our way. You can see the clouds beginning to move over. You can see a little bit of sunshine here, but here come the clouds, and that's the leading edge of that system that is coming our way. We're at 22 degrees right now, so the temperature is dropping. You can see the snow here. We have a lot of it coming down, along with cold air, and that cold air is really going to give us a chill. Now, we do have a winter storm warning for the mountain locations for up to 2 feet of snow. Some areas could see almost 3 feet of snow. The winter weather advisories in the light blue, they'll get 2 to 6 inches with winds to 35 miles an hour. Now, if you look off to the east, we have a winter storm warning for our foothills as well, and that's going to be up to a foot of snow possible there with some gusty winds. And then you see the blue shaded area, that's a winter weather advisory for 2 to 6 inches of snow, but we do have some snow bands that could give us a little more in some areas. The avalanche warning continues until Saturday for a lot of the mountain locations. And take a look at this, a wind chill advisory for the border counties. That's from 5 p.m. today to 11 a.m. tomorrow. Wind chills could get as low as 29 below zero. As we take a look, here come the clouds moving in and the snow right behind it. You saw it up in the mountains. By about 3 or 4 o'clock, we see it right on into the city here, and then that continues. This is at 1 a.m. right after your New Year's celebration. Some heavy snow in the metro area. If you are out and about, you're going to have to deal with that. And then by 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, we're in clouds, and then we're back in sunshine, believe it or not. Clear skies by 10 o'clock. We're done with the system. 30s, 40s, 50s to near 60 degrees over the eastern plains, but the cold air hasn't moved in yet. 20s, 30s, 40s to the west. After the cold air goes by, look what's left. Only single digits in teens above and below the zero mark. Some zero mark below Sterling. That is right off the thermometer. You need a few winds, and that gives you that 29 below wind chill. So we have a winter weather advisory 11 a.m. today to 11 a.m. on Saturday for the metro area. Increasing clouds with snow developing, 38 degrees the high. Tonight, cloudy, cold snow, 2 to 5 inches. 6 degrees will be the low. Tomorrow, maybe another inch or two as the snow ends. 16 will be the high, but a good recovery. Look at Sunday. Seasonal conditions, 43 degrees, upper 40s on Monday and Tuesday. Wednesday, 51 degrees, and then Wednesday into Thursday, here comes another system with rain and snow showers, snow in the high country, and colder weather coming our way.
Well, we can certainly use the snow and the rain and the moisture, that's for sure. We want to send it over to Darius Johnson now. He's getting ready for a news conference. The incident commanders are going to be talking at about, I guess, 10 o'clock this morning, Darius, and we're expecting to get an update, at least on some numbers, I imagine.
Hey there, Gary. Yes, we are expecting to get some updates on those numbers later on at 10 o'clock this morning. I was actually able to get a first update this morning at 5 o'clock from the Boulder Incident Management Team, and that's when they gave us some of those new numbers after we hadn't heard from them over the last 12 hours, saying, you know, more than 35,000 people evacuated between the two towns, both Superior and Louisville. Also saying that up to 300 people, they went to some of those evacuation centers and shelters overnight to be able to find a nice place to stay as they wanted to wait to get back into their neighborhood. They were also talking about the acreage of the fire, how it has quadrupled. I want to go ahead and show you where we are this morning. We are still along Highway 128 east of McCaslin Boulevard. This is a subdivision a little bit south of Colton Road, but north of Highway 128. Things seem really calm in this neighborhood. All seems to be safe. It seems to be accounted for, at least right here. But as you see further into the distance, that's where you can start to see smoke billowing in certain areas. Those seem like those are the hot spots where smoke may still be coming from some of those homes. A couple of fire crews and emergency vehicles that are still down there also. Again, there are more people that continuously come right here along Highway 128. I'm looking at them taking pictures right now. I'm not sure if Jason may be able to show you. They've been coming here all morning just trying to see what they can see, zooming in on their home, zooming in on their neighborhood, trying to see if they can see what is left behind. Many of them so anxious to get inside. I want to be able to tell you all this because I told you I spoke to that Boulder, that PIO from Boulder Incident Management. She wanted me to let you all know this. There are so many residents trying to get back into Superior right now. She needs everyone to stay out. If you evacuated, do not come back to try to get to your home yet. They are still trying to put out hot spots, and they say that they are pulling their resources to handle the people who are trying to come home and see what's left behind. Allow us to be able to tell you everything that's going on. Allow the officials to be able to do that as well, and we will try to keep you all safe, but definitely try to stay out the neighborhood at this time. We're going to try to make our way into some of these areas to be able to bring you some of those images, because I know that's what a lot of our viewers are hoping to see this morning and wanting to see. It's an unfortunate situation that will be really hard for a lot of us to watch with our very own eyes in reality. Going to go ahead and send it back to you all.
All right, thank you very much, Darius. It's you talk about people thinking, I'm just going to be one person who wants to go into the neighborhood and get something or see my home or whatever, but obviously you represent so many others and it becomes a situation they can't manage. We talked about the complex nature of trying to account for people, trying to account for homes, and they need to do that and to make sure fires are out, make sure that the power and the gas lines are secured and things like that. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, and that's part of why the governor yesterday with the emergency declaration allows the Colorado National Guard and the manpower therein to help them in this situation, because you talk about smaller police departments, the Boulder County Police Department and the firefighters that still have work to do, have their jobs to do, and hopefully the Colorado National Guard and other groups, other municipalities can lend support as well to make sure that these areas are secured and safe.
I mean, it's difficult to hear that. You know, your home has burned and you want to see what's going on. You want to get out there, see what's left of the damage. But that roadblock is there because the fire is still burning. There are hot spots. They need to go home to home and get those counts of what is left. And emergency personnel need to have those throwaways open. 35,000 people evacuated from 2 different cities. I mean, that is a massive amount of people. But at the same time, you want to know what's going on. So hopefully at 10 o'clock when we have that presser from Governor Polis and emergency management, we can get an idea of the actual damage.
And you talk about fire activity. It is still unknown at this point how much fire is still burning. And Ed Green's with us now. And Ed, while this isn't a perfectly calm day, it certainly isn't yesterday, but there is wind, enough wind that could move fire.
You're right. There are some gusty winds as this front comes through that could go to 20 to 25 miles an hour. But right now at the airport, only 5 miles an hour. You see the clouds beginning to move in, the snow right behind it. And as the afternoon goes on, we start to see the snow by about 5 o'clock. It's in the city. And this is just after the New Year's celebration. If you're out and about, snow could be heavy at times. It continues into tomorrow where we have cloudy skies. And then maybe we'll see the sunshine before it sets. So 38 degrees today as snow begins to develop. Then the forecast for tomorrow, only 16 degrees for a high as the snow ends, but a quick recovery. Sunday, seasonal temperatures, that's 43 degrees with sunny to partly sunny skies. Monday, we're at 48. Tuesday, we're at 49. Sunshine continues. And then Wednesday, we have our next chance for rain or snow. Snow in the high country and colder temperatures moving our way.
There was a lot of brave stuff going on today.
This morning, continuing coverage. Massive fires across Boulder County. No end in sight.
Unfortunately, for myself and all the other neighbors, all the houses on Turnberry Circle are burnt down.
And no count of the damage and loss.
Nobody has been killed by this, and I hope it stays that way, because lives are more important than physical structures that we can replace.
Our team is keeping track to keep you safe.
And we all need a little good news this morning, and I have it for you. The winds have died down and snow, moisture is coming our way. Let's take a look outside. You can see the clouds moving in from the west right now. 22 degrees, humidity up at 68%. And you can see that snow will continue to move across the Front Range. This afternoon it's in Denver. Then it continues through the nighttime hours till tomorrow morning. This is Saturday at 6 a.m. Could be heavy at times. And then it is gone. By 5 o'clock, we could be back to sunny skies. So here's the way it goes today. Increasing clouds, snow develops this afternoon, and a high of 38. Then the temperature drops rapidly. Cloudy snow, 2 to 5 inches overnight, but very cold. Look at the low, 6 degrees. And then Saturday, only a high of 16 as the snow ends with another inch or two. It stays cold, but a quick recovery. Sunday, we're at 43 degrees, normal for this time of year. Monday, we're at 48. Tuesday, 49. 51 on Wednesday, but that comes early. Then late Wednesday into Thursday, here comes another system. Could provide rain and snow showers for Denver. Certainly snow again for the high country. Cooler temperatures, only 38 on Thursday. And then Friday, we're back to partly sunny skies and a high of 48 degrees, just a few degrees above normal.
We continue to look at it live. This is Louisville, the smoldering neighborhood near the Coal Creek Golf Course. This here are some of the more than 500 homes that we know that have burned in the now described as 6,200 acre Marshall Fire. It is still burning this morning. The North Boulder Rec Center has been where many evacuees were being sent yesterday. They continue to go in today. That's a live look at the situation there. But there are tens of thousands of people, around 35,000, that are under evacuation orders.
And we also take a live look at Superior in the area of where some people lost their homes. So estimated 500 to 600 homes destroyed. The Boulder County Sheriff had said 370 homes were lost in the Sagamore subdivision. Gary Shapiro has been live in Louisville this morning as more than, again, 500 to 600 homes have burned.
Gary, I know we're getting ready for an informative press conference. We're hoping to learn much more coming up at about 10 o'clock. But what can you tell us from where you've been throughout the morning?
Yeah, guys, earlier this morning we were driving around Louisville before they shut off some of those neighborhoods to the media and to everyone else. And I mean, it's hard to describe the devastation. It's kind of like when I drove around the Black Forest neighborhood several years ago after that fire down there. And there's just houses that are just gone. There's nothing left but the foundation. Some of those foundations are on fire still, some are not. But right next door may be a house that wasn't even touched by flames. It just went right over it or went across the street or whatever. And so it's kind of hit and miss. There's going to be a lot of homes that are destroyed, that's for sure, but there's going to be a lot that made it too. And some of those 35,000 people are going to be pleased when they get back home and find out that their house is still there. But having said that, it's just such a sad day. There's just so much devastation, and we're going to be talking about it throughout the morning. Right now, we want to go to Ed Green, who's talking about a changing forecast. We can feel that change out here.
Yeah, it really is starting to push into the Front Range right now. We have snow on the high country, and snow is coming our way. That's the good news. The winds are down. That's the better news. Let's go outside and take a look, and you can see up in the mountains, look at the snow just coming down at the Eisenhower Tunnel. Slowly but surely, it's moving our way. You can start to see the clouds on the west starting to push across the city right now, but sunshine is ahead of it. 22 degrees right now. Here's the setup. You see the snow push in probably by 3 or 4 this afternoon, and then that continues. Here it is at 6 a.m. tomorrow. We have snow. If you wake up early, you will see it heavy at times, but by afternoon, it is gone, and by 5 o'clock, we might see the sunshine before it sets. So today, winter weather advisory, 11 a.m. today to 11 a.m. on Saturday for increasing clouds, snow developing, 38 degrees. Tonight, cloudy, cold, 2 to 5 inches of snow falls, 6 degrees. Tomorrow, only 16 for the high with another inch or 2 before it all ends. And then we have a nice recovery. 43 on Wednesday or on Sunday. And then Monday, we have 48 degrees. Tuesday, 49 degrees. Next chance for rain or snow comes by midweek.
We have team coverage, of course, this morning after what has happened over these last 20-plus hours. A closer look at where these fire lines have developed this morning.
9 News reporter Jordan Chavez is live near the Louisville Rec Center this morning. Jordan, can you describe what you're seeing now that the daylight is here?
Well, it's absolutely devastating what we are seeing from our vantage point. You are seeing those homes that have been stripped to their foundations, a lot of them still smoldering at this time. Not only are we getting a look at the destruction, we're also getting a look at some of the work that crews are now having to do. I'm not sure if we can still spot them, but further back in the distance, you can see a fire engine back there. Every now and then we can see some of their crew members walking through the rubble, doing some of their assessments. Actually, right now, it almost looks like it's snowing, but I'm pretty sure that might be ash that is falling on top of us that is left over from these sites. That smell of smoke is incredibly strong in the air. There is that fire engine I'm talking about that is driving through the area right now. Again, sometimes you'll see some of the firefighters hop out of it and they assess all the different properties and what still needs to be done. Over where we are, there are people stopping by, their jaws absolutely just dropping in shock as they see these sites for the first time. Of course, yesterday was traumatic enough, seeing these homes up in flames, completely engulfed, and now we are seeing what has been left behind, and it's not something you would ever want to see, especially when you're thinking of how many people had to evacuate. We're talking entire towns, the town of Superior, the city of Louisville where we are, and it is just absolutely devastating, you guys. We're going to continue to monitor the situation out here, but yeah, as the sun gets up higher in the sky, it's only looking even worse and more traumatic and really absolutely devastating is really all the way I can describe it, guys.
Yeah, and seeing that truck, the wildland fire truck, working in suburbia. You know, it is not where it is normally doing its work because of the nature of this fire. These fires normally do take place in wildland and forests and the like, and instead we're talking about neighborhoods that had to endure so much yesterday. All right, Jordan, we'll check back with you in just a bit. The numbers are vague at this point, but we know of more than 500 homes that have been destroyed, and you can see why. These were some of the homes in Louisville, just burned out shells by the time the flames were done with them. This video, well, it was taken at 4:40 yesterday afternoon by one of our viewers.
9 News anchor Kyle Clark was in the area as well. He found some spots that were not damaged as of last night in both Superior and Louisville. A lot of viewers calling in and asking him to check out specific spots, so he did. Superior Elementary still standing as of 1 o'clock this morning. Sports Stable you just saw also still standing, and right here Monarch High School is fine, as is the rec center in the area. And I think a lot of people are curious, and now is that time to figure out what was left behind, what is still standing, and emergency personnel has told us right now to stay at home because it is still burning. And as you can see from Jordan's live shot, that the trucks are still going through. They're counting and assessing all of that damage.
They need you to stay out of those neighborhoods and wait for word that you will be able to go in. And you think of those other touch points that so many people use. We've seen the video from the Costco store, the Target store nearby, and all these places that people normally go. Right. Probably not going to be open for a while. And this is when people might need a store, a place to go shop, pick up some items. Gary Shapiro back with us again from right there overlooking that Rock Creek neighborhood again. And Gary, it's so difficult to see some homes behind you, but also we continue to see smoke as well developing from some of those areas behind you.
Yeah, some of those homes are still on fire behind us, and you can see the smoke. It's kind of rising up from different parts of the area and kind of just settling down over the valley. You know, you talked about the sports stable where they play a lot of sports there. They do soccer games there. They do all kinds of stuff there, and we drove by that on the way up here, and that whole complex around there. There's a Starbucks there. There's all kinds of businesses. There's a hospital there. And it's all fine, as you said, it's all good, but the fire burned right up to it. And so I don't know if the fire department got water in that area or what happened, but they did save that area. And so it's very, very lucky that as bad as this is, it isn't going to be even worse, we do not believe. You mentioned the Rock Creek neighborhood behind me yesterday. That was a crazy place when people were trying to get out of there with these 100-mile-an-hour winds pushing the flames. This is kind of what it was like.
You know, it's funny when you wake up on an average day and it's just like any other day, and then all of a sudden you look out and you see billows of brown smoke and you're wondering, well, where's that coming from? And then all of a sudden in an instant everything changes.
So that's Rock Creek neighborhood where we live, and the fire has come west of it and north of it.
So the grass fires happen. That's fairly common. What's not as common, obviously, is the proximity to structures and to neighborhoods and hurricane force winds.
And they've evacuated the entire neighborhood. Took us an hour and a half to get out. Fortunately, we were able to get out.
And it's amazing how the smoke is shifting as we watch it. Sometimes you can't see the neighborhood, and all of a sudden it clears up. There's a defined plume, and now we can see flames as we're looking out on the grass.
Hopefully, the wind will shift and it won't burn our house.
This is our home.
And it will be our home.
And it will be, that's right.
I hope so. I hope their home was spared. They seem like the nicest couple, don't they? It wasn't just homes that were evacuated too. There are hospitals in this area. There are two big ones, and they had to evacuate those too. A Vista Hospital in Louisville was evacuated. That's right by the Coal Creek Golf Course there. The flames came right up to that place, and they were getting smoke inside the building. This is a look at what it was like for the nursing staff looking out that window. You can see the homes burning right across the parking lot. 30 patients were transferred from that to other hospitals. An additional 21 were discharged. And then there's the Good Samaritan Hospital. That's the one between Broomfield and Lafayette. It's an SCL health facility. It's a big campus. They got a lot of buildings on there. They had to evacuate too. They transferred 54 patients to other hospitals. About 100 patients remained at Good Samaritan. And we got an email from them this morning that said they are back and they are going to be open and back to normal facilities at noon today. These fires have just devastated this entire community. A lot of the people that were evacuated had to show up at one of the evacuation centers. The YMCA of Northern Colorado in Lafayette was one of those. They say the kindness of the Boulder County community was on full display there. They are no longer in need of food or supplies, for the time being anyway. And then there was another evacuation center in Boulder, and that's where Victoria De Leon has been this morning. Victoria?
Yeah, Gary, we're at the North Boulder Rec Center. I did check in with them just a few minutes ago just to try to get some interviews. They are completely swamped with calls, so we want to let them work. Some of those calls may be people seeking shelters for evacuation. Most of them are from people wanting to donate. We just spoke to a woman who drove by asking if there's anything she can do. Now, they are directing people to this email for Boulder Emergency Management, who will be setting up donation drives probably later in the future. That email, I think it'll be popping up on your screen in just a moment, is esf19@bouldercounty.org. Now, I did email them to see if there are any donation drives being planned. We got a automatic response that says they are overwhelmed as well with people wanting to help. So that's always just really good to hear when, devastation hits. But in the meantime, we do want to list off some of those organizations that are already kind of on the ground and planning to help out. The Salvation Army, we're told, is providing 1,000 meals 3 times a day to evacuees and first responders. Those meals will be taken to the YMCA Evacuation Center in Lafayette, and that's where the American Red Cross set up. And you can always support them with monetary donations. We'll be checking in with them in the coming days to see if they need any materials, any food, water. The Community Foundation Boulder County has set up a wildfire fund for people wanting to help with cash donations. But as we learn more about the destruction and the damage caused by these fires is when we'll start to get a better idea of what the community needs. So Tom and Natasha will just, keep following for the coming days. And I don't know if you can notice, but we're finally getting some of that much needed snow here in Boulder.
The snow is finally coming in.
Very noticeable. Ed's been telling us it was coming, and you think of it now as for any of those people that are seeing flame or smoldering pieces of whatever has burned, that snow will be a welcome sight until it becomes a problem, which it will as well. But for now, what is still burning, that snow is something that people will welcome. We were talking about a 10 o'clock press conference, and before the governor goes to that press conference, he is going to get a chance to fly over what has burned in Boulder County. And there you see the governor on board the helicopter as they get ready to take a tour along with other officials to get a better idea of what they've seen. So these are live pictures. The governor will get a quick tour and then be back down on the ground at about 10 a.m. to help us with an update as far as what he has seen. Of course, when you think of Governor Polis, he's a Boulder man. He's from Boulder, lives in Boulder, and this is his part of the state. Superior and Louisville is very close to his home.
And it's not the first tragedy that we've been experiencing in Boulder, so this is difficult and it hits close to home for so many people. We'll be seeing that shot shortly, and we are very curious to see the vast damage now that the sun is up. And we started from 1,600 acres overnight, growing quickly to 6,200 acres. So we will be showing you that shot shortly. For now, let's take a live look outside. While we're dealing with these destructive grass fires, the state, as you can see, expecting a snowstorm that rolled into Victoria's shot. Ed is tracking the timing for it all, including us in Denver in just a few minutes.
And welcome back to our coverage of the Marshall Fire. I'm Gary Shapiro. I am at the Rock Creek neighborhood in Superior. You can see the smoldering, maybe you can see the smoldering homes behind me. A lot of them are still smoking, some are still flaming, and others are just burned to the ground and the fires are out. But as hard as it may be, if you're one of the 35,000 evacuees, they are asking people not to go back into the neighborhoods yet because the fire department is trying to get to those homes that are still on fire to make sure that it doesn't spread anymore. Darius Johnson joins us now. He's in Superior also. And Darius, this morning you got a bit of an update from an incident commander.
Yeah, Gary, I was able to get that update, but actually right now I'm standing with one of the 35,000 evacuees. This is Doug Chrisman. He lives in Superior, and Doug was just telling me how he's never evacuated before. This was the first time he's ever been forced out of his home, and he just had to pack up and grab what he could. I will try not to keep you out here long. I see you just have this on. But Doug, if you could talk to me a little bit, just about yesterday in general, you said you were heading into Whole Foods when you saw the flames and the smoke.
That's exactly right. It started west, behind Costco and Target, and near where the Whole Foods is, which is the intersection of McCaslin and Highway 36. And as we came down the hill on McCaslin, there was just a huge black cloud of smoke. It looked like the parking lot of Costco was on fire, but we learned that it was behind Costco and that the smoke was just blowing. The wind was driving the smoke furiously across the road. And so we turned around and came back and grabbed a few items and headed north, and ended up spending the night in Boulder at a friend's house. And we still don't know if our house is standing or if it's one of the ones that's smoldering. So.
When you all left the Whole Foods, were you able to go back home to grab some of your belongings, or at that point did you just go ahead and head to the friend's house?
Well, we didn't know how extensive the fire was. This is like 12:30 in the afternoon, so we talked to some people on the phone that were in Louisville, and they said, "Oh yeah, come to our house." And so we didn't grab like we were going to be gone all night and in danger. So we've got the clothes on our backs, and we stopped at Walgreens and got some toothpaste, and so that I'm not overwhelming you with bad breath.
Listen, even if that was the case this morning, I would not blame you for it. So many people are going through the same thing right now, and we all understand. And I think the main thing is we're all just trying to come together for one another during these times. So many of you all are right here trying to get in and seeing what happened. You just look through our camera lens to be able to see if you could see your home right now. So I think the main thing is definitely sending our thoughts and prayers to everyone who has been evacuated and everyone who's involved.
Thank you.
Yes, no, of course. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with me, and I'm wishing you and your family the best. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you. Stay warm.
Of course, no problem. One of the 35,000 evacuees, that's the story that many people have been telling us all morning as we are watching so many of them right here coming to look through our lens to see what it looks like down there, to see if they can point out their home, and even looking through their camera phones as well. I'm going to go ahead and send it to Ed Green, who's in the studio right now, tracking this weather that's starting to come in. And Ed, I'm even seeing a couple of flurries.
Yeah, Darius, flurries there, and the gray skies are moving in, and where Victoria was up in Boulder, a little farther west, a little higher up, she is seeing some snow, so the confidence in the forecast went way up with all of that. Here it is snowing up in the tunnel. It is slow going up there with that snow. We're starting to see the clouds move across the Front Range. In Denver now, some hazy sunshine. It really hasn't moved in here, but it is not too far away, and you can see we have winter weather advisories or storm warnings from Chicago all the way to Colorado, down to Albuquerque, and all the way to the West Coast. So this is a massive system, lots of snow coming in, and here it comes into Colorado. And you can see the darker the blue, the heavier the snow. And that is going to continue. You can see it pushing across all of Colorado by 4 a.m. on Saturday, and it continues until about late Saturday afternoon. And by 10 o'clock Saturday, mostly clear skies around the state, and we are done with this system. Winter storm warning for the mountains and west. You can see up to 25 inches of snow. Some areas could see up to 3 feet of snow. Winter weather advisory for the blue shaded areas. And then for the eastern sections, we have a winter storm warning for the foothills for up to a foot of snow, and the rest, the light shaded areas, 2 to 6 inches for winter weather advisory. We also have a wind chill advisory from 5 p.m. today to 11 a.m. on Saturday for the border counties. Wind chills could get as cold as 29 below. Here are the temperatures we're expecting today, but this is before the cold air moves in. 30s, 40s, 50s, even near 60. They'll be the last to see the cool weather. Then you see 20s, 30s, and 40s for the mountains and west. And lows tonight above and below the 0 mark, and in some cases well below the 0 mark. Here's the forecast for Denver. Winter weather advisory 11 a.m. today to 11 a.m. on Saturday. Increasing clouds, snow developing 38 degrees. Snow overnight 2 to 5 inches, low of 6. 16 tomorrow, 1 to 2 more inches. Snow ends, and then we warm up rapidly. Sunday, we're normal, 43 degrees. Then into the upper 40s for Monday and Tuesday. Low 50s on Wednesday, but late Wednesday into Thursday, here comes another system. More snow for the mountains, and for Denver, rain or snow showers and colder weather.
We want to get you right to a live look of Governor Polis and Boulder County Sheriff Joe Pelley among those who are taking a flyover right now over the damage done by the Marshall Fire. Again, these pictures are live, and occasionally we've been able to see out the window some of the burn scars that have been left behind, as well as what they're seeing.
That's right. And at this point, we know 6,200 acres have been burned. 35,000 people have been evacuated. Watching the show yesterday, watching you and Kim, and as you can see right now, this live look at some of that damage left behind from Colorado's most destructive wildfire. We're getting our first aerial views live right now. We're going to continue to keep this shot with us. Stay with us. We've got more live coverage of the Marshall Fire just after the break.
And good morning, everyone. I'm Gary Shapiro. We are covering the Marshall Fire. It is the day after. Some 6,200 acres burned. More importantly, 500 to 600 homes burned. We have not yet heard of any deaths from this devastating fire. We will continue our coverage on Channel 9 from 9 to 10 o'clock this morning. Then at about 10 o'clock, we're expecting an update from the fire commanders, and we will bring that all to you live too. Right now, let's check the weather forecast. Ed Green has that. The weather's a changing, Ed.
Boy, it sure is, Gary, and it's coming our way, and it's going to mean colder weather and snow, but not as much in the way of those winds. Temperature right now stands at 30 degrees, 56% humidity. Here comes the snow about 2, 3 o'clock in the Denver area, and then it pushes across. Here it is at 6 a.m. tomorrow. You see it's statewide, and some of the snow is kind of heavy, and then it slowly clears out. Tomorrow we see the cloudy skies, a few more inches of snow, and we might see the sunshine in the city before it sets as the system slowly moves out of here. So today, the winter weather advisory from 11 a.m. today to 11 a.m. on Saturday. So really from about noon to overnight, that's when we're going to see the heaviest snow with increasing clouds. Snow develops 38 degrees. Then for tonight, cloudy skies, 2 to 5 inches, 6 for the low. Tomorrow, only 16 degrees for the high with another 1 to 2 inches as the snow ends. But then a quick recovery. 43 on Sunday, 48 on Monday, 49 on Tuesday, 51 on Wednesday. But late Wednesday into Thursday, here comes another system. Snow for the mountains, maybe rain or snow showers down here. And it's cooler, 38 degrees on Thursday. And then we end the week Friday with 48 degrees and partly cloudy skies.
Thanks for watching 9 News Mornings. We're going to continue our coverage of the Marshall Fire over here on 9 News, so stay with us. We'll be right back after the break.
Some of these evacuations began yesterday afternoon, but multiple evacuations are still in effect. Look at that red area. Other orders, though, have been lifted because of those fires burning in Boulder County. Look at the map. The red, those areas under evacuation orders. Of course, that's a large chunk covering Superior and Louisville. That yellow remains under pre-evacuation notice. Now, those orders did extend to Broomfield at one time, but no longer. Those have been dropped. Several shelters that we've seen open up yesterday remain open to the many who have left their homes, an estimated 35,000 evacuees. Also, the patients that were evacuated from the Avista Adventist Hospital in Louisville all made that trip safely. Now, early this morning, the Boulder Office of Emergency Management tweeted out a message to those who evacuated or those who have homes in the zones to not return to the area. They still have a lot of work to do there. They say that you will be notified about re-entering your homes, your neighborhoods, as soon as it is possible. We have an understanding of the boundary lines of this, the Marshall Fire burning in Boulder County. We learned early this morning that was once an estimated 1,600-acre fire, now considered a 6,200-acre fire. This the perimeter, that red area of that fire, as we know from IntsWeb at this point.
And now we're taking a live look. Governor Polis took a flight to survey the damage left behind from the fire. This is a live look at that ongoing flight right now. And this is a look, our first looks at that aftermath left behind from the Marshall Fire, Colorado's most destructive fire. You can see areas leveled. Many would call this a war zone. Homes leveled to their foundations. A lot of smoke, charred remains. We're finally getting to see the first looks at this aftermath and devastation since the fire started. And it is just, it's horrifying truly to see what is left behind. Meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen is joining us now. And Corey, you're getting a clear picture of what the devastation looks like in daylight where you're from as well.
Yeah, we sure are. We just made our way to one of the eastern edges of the Marshall Fire here, and you can see this neighborhood behind me. It's where Indiana and McCaslin run through here, and if you look up on the ridge there where that burn area is, the fire started just on the other side of that ridge over by Marshall Lake, and it made its way to the east. And as it came down here, this is the kind of the southeastern flank, where the southeastern flank really came to a complete stop here. And as you can see, it didn't come through as a wave. It kind of picked out a couple of spots as it came through. You can see a few houses in there that are destroyed, and you can see that most of the houses appear to be have no fire damage or smoke showing on them. You can see the plumes of smoke on there. We have seen every once in a while a smoke plume will rise up, but for the most part we have just watched them kind of cinder and smolder neighborhood. This is the far southeastern flank. And another thing that we are seeing out, you look all the way back to the west here, the Boulder Flatirons have completely disappeared now, and that is the cold front. That is the storm front that's moving in. Snow in the Boulder County foothills. We have seen a few flakes make it to the ground here, but we are probably less than an hour away from getting that first little wave of snow, and that is going to change everything as we go into the next stage of this fire development. Now, for more, let's go out to check in with Jordan Chavez.
Yeah, hey Corey, exactly what you were describing. Similar situation out here. We are still taking a look at a lot of these homes once again have been taken down to their foundation, still smoldering. Over here, actually, it looks like there's a fire crew that's putting out one of the fires at one of those homes right now. Absolutely devastating, as we've been saying all morning long. And in the distance, we are seeing that flyover that the governor is on right now, surveying all of the damage. You can only imagine what he is seeing from that vantage point. For a little bit of a different perspective, and probably a more meaningful and the more important perspective, we actually have Tyler Anderson and Paula Brewer with us and their dog Phoebe. They all grew up in this area, so to see this damage, it's more than just dramatic and traumatizing. For you guys, it's a little bit of life altering, correct?
Yeah, it's very life altering. It's just very surreal to come back here and see just the devastation, honestly. I mean, luckily our home wasn't gone, but I mean, someone like her who grew up right here, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, like I was just telling you, this, up here where it's completely flattened, it's friends' parents and, memories of going to high school dances and going to different people's houses, and we walk our dog through this neighborhood every day. It's unbelievable.
And you actually said that right now. You're kind of the source for a lot of friends and loved ones that no longer live in the state, but this is kind of, they're checking in on their parents' homes.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I'm in my 30s, and so I went to Monarch. I was one of the first graduating classes, and, all of our parents live here. Most of our parents didn't move out of this area. A lot of people are moving to it, but, my parents still live here. Most of my friends' parents still live here, and they're in that neighborhood. They're in that neighborhood. Superior, Superior I've heard is even worse.
Tyler, you've been standing here next to us as we've been checking this out. You've been hearing what everybody's been commenting on. I'm curious what your comments are whenever you first saw this.
Just shock, honestly. I mean, watching it come through yesterday, trying to leave, and just the disaster of even just trying to get out of a neighborhood. I mean, just hundreds of cars trying to get out, and the fact that you come back here and I don't know. It's just shocking, honestly, really.
One thing we were talking about, and Paula, you could probably really speak to this, is the resiliency of Coloradans and just the attitudes around here. When people are walking through here, they're still somehow thankful. They're still somehow filled with hope and joy. And they're saying, we're so thankful for the first responders, or they're saying, hey, look, we got our lives. That's what's important here. That's kind of what you grew up around. What does that say about this area and moving forward from all of this?
Well, I mean, Louisville is strong, and for all of us that have grew up here, we've seen it change, and we've seen how many people want to be here now. And so, the national disasters, the stuff that is happening, with our climate, it's devastating. But Louisville will build back. We'll build back, and you know, the people that are here have been here for a long time, and the people that just got here love it. So we'll build back.
These are a lot of the same attitudes and the same sentiments that we're hearing from so many people walking through this area, is that we will build back attitude, though it is certainly absolutely heartbreaking knowing for people like Paula, who their memories are here, and seeing what kind of lies before them now, remnants from this fire. We, of course, are going to stay on top of this. We're going to stay out here and monitor this situation. In the meantime, we want to go ahead and send it back to you guys in the studio.
Well, we think of that couple and Phoebe the dog, but thinking she talked about coming out of that first graduating class.
Yes.
Monarch High School, built 1998. Hasn't been around that long, but as Kyle Clark showed us, it's still there.
Still there as of 1 o'clock this morning. And if you're just joining us, some of the latest numbers that we've known so far since 5 o'clock this morning, of course, we've got 50 more minutes till our next news conference, but 500 to 600 homes destroyed, 6,200 acres damaged, and about 35,000 people evacuated. Again, we've got a press conference coming up at 10 o'clock, and we might get some updated numbers at that time, too. Some must-see video for you this morning, a proper view of the scope of the Boulder County fires. Gretchen says that her son was flying back to Seattle when he took this video over the Superior, Louisville area Thursday night. That's the view from yesterday, and tracking what's happening now as well.
Yeah, and we have Gary Shapiro with us, but we also want to maybe try to fold in, if we can, some of those live pictures that we're getting of the governor's flyover as it takes place right now, before the governor joins Gary with a chance to update people on what he is seeing from the sky coming up at about 10 a.m. But we've been watching some of those pictures, and sadly we're seeing some neighborhoods, Gary, where there's really little left except foundations for maybe a block or two of some streets.
Yeah, we drove through some of those neighborhoods early this morning around Harper Lake in Louisville, and it's just very weird. Some neighborhoods, as you said, there's just nothing left, and then other neighborhoods there's 2 or 3 houses gone, and maybe there's 7 or 8 or 10 that are still standing. So it was a very erratic fire. It was wind driven, and it was pretty crazy yesterday. We want to go back to yesterday. I mean, we saw what the governor is seeing from the air. Man, on the ground, it looks a lot different, and especially yesterday with those 100-mile-an-hour winds. 9 News reporter Noel Brennan and photojournalist Mike Grady talked to some of the evacuees as they were coming out of the Rock Creek neighborhood. They met a couple in the neighborhood that had to leave in a real hurry.
And they've evacuated the entire neighborhood. Took us an hour and a half to get out. Fortunately, we were able to get out. Hopefully the wind will shift and it won't burn our house.
How are you guys doing? You know, it's funny when you wake up on an average day, and it's just like any other day, and then all of a sudden you look out and you see billows of brown smoke, and you're wondering, well, where's that coming from? And then all of a sudden, in an instant, everything changes. And now we hadn't expected an evacuation order in Superior. So last thing on our minds, all of a sudden I'm running around the house packing things, thinking what's important, throwing it into a car. We rendezvoused, and then we spent, like Debbie said, about an hour and a half trying to get out of our neighborhood.
Yeah, it took a lot of people a long time. There was just gridlock everywhere. Everybody got evacuated, some 35,000 people at about the same time yesterday. You know, we've talked a lot this morning about how we're so used to covering fires in the mountains and in wilderness areas. This one in an urban area is so different. It was only 6,200 acres. That's not really very much land, but it was so devastating. The governor talked about that yesterday.
Just to put this in perspective, in the summer of 2020, Colorado had the 3 largest wildfires in the history of our state. Each one over 200,000 acres. That's a number. Those are huge numbers. But what's important to recognize is while there were some structures lost, those were largely BLM U.S. Forest Service land. This area, for those who don't know this area of Boulder County, is right in and around suburban subdevelopments, stores. It's like the neighborhood that you live in. It's like the neighborhood that any of us live in. And so 1,600 acres near a population center can be, and is in this case, absolutely devastating.
Yeah, it's so brutal. Earlier we talked, guys, about how I've lived in this area of town for many years, in Boulder and in Louisville, Lafayette, Westminster. And I know a lot of people here, and I know a lot of people that had to evacuate. and a lot of them still don't know if their homes are standing. Hopefully they'll find out a little bit later today, but it's just, when it gets down to that personal level, it's just so sad to think about.
Truly.
You
On
know,
the last day of 2021.
Yeah, the year ending on a terrible note. You know, Jordan was just talking to that young couple over there in Louisville, and she alluded to the fact that she hears it's worse in Superior. And a while back, we had a chance to talk to the mayor of Superior, Clint Folsom, and you could tell, especially when he talked about the original town of Superior and the history of the town, yes, the mining, and those 100-year-old buildings that he fears are all gone. The governor has been making the trip over the top of this to try to get a better idea. So in 45 minutes, he'll be part of that update as far as their continued mapping of what this Marshall Fire has done. But the numbers keep coming in and the views keep coming in, and they just tell such a sad story, because yesterday as we watched the fire play out, it was seemingly inevitable that this fire was going to keep moving until it was done. There was little that firefighters could do. Professional firefighters, first responders who are trained in these type of things, were left helpless by those winds yesterday in that fire.
At one point, 100 miles per hour. You know, thankfully the winds have laid down this morning, but the destruction is still very clear. And we see that in the town of Superior. That destruction is extensive. This morning, while he didn't have exact numbers, we did talk to Mayor Clint Folsom, told us that hundreds of homes have been lost in his town. 500 to 600 is the estimate right now.
There really was not much fighting these fires. I watched dozens of homes explode last night. It was just tragic, and there's just not much you can do to fight that. You just got to keep people safe.
Mayor Folsom says the greatest challenge was getting residents evacuated safely. He says they were fortunate the flames did not make it to the traffic jams created as people left. I mean, 35,000 people leaving. As of now, those evacuation orders are still in effect. Mayor Folsom acknowledged one of the most pressing questions that his residents may have.
I know our residents want to know when they can get back in, and I wish I knew that answer as well. And the best I can say to that is when it's deemed safe. The sheriff's office will make assessments when it's safe for residents to get back into town and see what is going on there. We'll do that as soon as possible.
Mayor Folsom there saying that the need will be extensive in his town. He's already received messages of support from Colorado lawmakers in Washington. He also says the upcoming winter weather, we're already seeing snow coming in, will add just a whole other layer of complexity to the recovery as well. Darius Johnson has been joining us this morning. He had a good look at the fire zone this morning, including Superior, but talking to the mayor, I mean, the need is going to be just the community coming together. The need is going to be so great.
Yeah, and the view of these towns, these areas, the hardest hits areas. Sheriff Joe Pelley was talking yesterday about the Sagamore neighborhood, as well as original Superior, the Rock Creek neighborhood. Those areas are so hard hit that when we saw the governor flying over, he had Boulder County Sheriff Joe Pelley with him, but also with the Colorado National Guard, Brigadier General Laura Clellan also on hand. And these people have to now, having seen what they saw from the air, somehow try to direct and formulate a plan. And they have many people at their as assets. What they need to do is figure out the best way to go about using them, and for all of those residents and all those people impacted, the people who work in retail in that area, this is going to be a very difficult time to try to set a course and deliver on promises, because this is as bad a situation as you can recall in that area.
Yeah. And not for nothing, we're in the middle of a new COVID surge as well, which adds so much complexity to the situation. Hundreds of people in the shelters this morning just trying to figure out those next steps, insurance calls. So this community is going to have a lot to rebuild.
So our team coverage is going to continue, and at 10 o'clock we'll take you up to that press conference where we're hoping to get a lot more information, both as far as the damage done and the plan going forward from the Boulder Office of Emergency Management, as well as Governor Polis, and I imagine Boulder County Sheriff Joe Pelley will speak. So we'll be taking you up until 10 o'clock, and then we'll also be delivering you that press conference so you get the latest information as far as what has happened and what will happen now and to see if there is still fire burning in some areas. It appears to be smaller fires, spot fires, smoldering areas, but that also is stuff that first responders, firefighters, and police have to handle. They have to manage.
Yeah, this is an ongoing situation. If you want to keep track of the latest developments, you can open our 9 News app right now. We have all the evacuation orders, which is an ongoing situation. Hopefully we have more information at 10 o'clock from that. The latest destruction totals, and of course we'll bring you the updates from that press conference. The Governor Polis and Sheriff Pelley will be there to speak, and that happens at 10 o'clock this morning. We'll be right back.
I'm Jordan Chavez in Louisville. As we continue our coverage of this fire this morning, we are looking at another devastating blow here in this Louisville neighborhood. We are near the Louisville Rec Center. Some of these homes have been torn down to their foundation, still smoldering in this area. We are seeing fire crews making their ways through, assessing a lot of the damage that's happening right now. We did see the governor in his flyover just a few moments ago. You can actually see a truck over here on this side. We saw them putting out a fire just a few moments ago. Again, absolutely heartbreaking to see all of these images. A bit of good news, Gary. We are seeing some of that snow starting to fall at this time. Really tiny flakes at this time, but this is kind of what we've been hoping and praying for in the form of relief, Gary.
Well, hey, we're getting a little bit of that snow here too, and hopefully we'll get more as the day goes on. That's the forecast anyway. You know, we talked a lot about the 500 to 600 homes that have been lost. It's an urban area. These homes, as you know, maybe your neighborhoods like this are really close together, maybe 10, 15 feet between houses, that sort of thing. And they say a lot of the loss was because when those winds came through, it blew the embers into the other houses. They call that an ember storm. Our meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen takes a look at what that's all about scientifically.
Out in front of a wildfire, there is often a blizzard of flying embers, thousands of firebrands being propelled by winds that can reach more than 100 miles per hour. but it only takes winds of about 30 miles per hour to fuel a firestorm like this. The burning projectiles are mostly made up of the trees being consumed by the fire. Leaves, needles, sticks, twigs, and pine cones. That's what gets your structure. Up to 90% of the homes ignited by wildfire are caused by a firestorm like this.
We aim to recreate that field, that whole sky full of embers in our lab to evaluate how homes respond to them.
Scientists at the IBHS Research Facility in South Carolina simulate ember showers using a wall of 105 fans. Research engineer Dan Gorham says the homes in their studies caught fire in spots where embers were able to accumulate.
Maybe 1 and then 5 and then 8, and maybe 2 of them get blown away, but then 10 more come and land on that spot. And so this essentially pile of embers start to kind of self-heat and continue to heat, and the accumulation of where the embers accumulate and the fact that they accumulate is what results in that transition to ignition.
Surveillance cameras caught this ember attack during the Cameron Peak fire last October. Accumulation led to small ground fires and eventually destroyed this cabin on Crystal Mountain. One of 224 homes destroyed in that fire.
There is no such thing or this concept of a fireproof home, right? We can have this idea of resistance and resilience, but not fireproof.
Gorham says you can make your home defensible, and it starts by thinking about where those embers might accumulate on or near your home during a wildfire.
All of those locations where debris like pine needles and leaves like to accumulate, those are the exact same places that embers accumulate.
He also says to seal off any cracks and spaces in the siding, roof tiles, or vents. Homes can also be upgraded or built new with wildfire-resistant materials. In this experiment, half of a duplex was built with the latest wildfire-resistant methods: rock mulch instead of wood, non-combustible siding, multi-pane windows, and an enclosed eave. It resisted the ember shower while the side with the out-of-date build went up in flames. And to take the research a step further, they teamed up with Headwater Economics on a cost study. They found that building with wildfire-resistant materials in most cases was equal to a traditional build, and in some cases even costs less.
And we're always advocating for the use of science as the justification for why we need to build resilient, and also acknowledging that building resilient doesn't have to price people out.
Meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen, 9 News.
I mean, those embers.
Yeah, lots of embers, lots of heat, lots of wind yesterday. That must have just been crazy. And Tom, as you know, because you were watching it all day, those firefighters, all they could do is drive into the neighborhoods and watch them burn because there's just nothing you could do.
That was part of the frustration I think so many people felt. If you lived in a neighborhood and had to evacuate, there was the frustration of going through that. But for firefighters, they want to take a shot. They want their chance to try to fight these fires. What we ran into yesterday was, I think, an unfightable fire, and it might be something that goes into the books when they start discussing these things. As what do you do? Yeah. How do you try to stop a fire like that, or where do you build your firewalls? I talked about firefighting triage yesterday because you'd walk into a neighborhood, a firefighter would arrive in a neighborhood and see 3 houses on fire. Do you try to defend the next one? Do you put this one out? And they literally had no chance until late in the afternoon, early evening when the winds quieted a bit.
Maybe a plan of action or lessons learned from this fire moving forward as well. I do want to mention, though, we've been mentioning about how the town of Louisville has been under a boil water notice. Well, now the town of Superior is also under one as well. So anything coming out of the tap, make sure you boil it. Make sure you drink bottled water if you have that as well. Earlier this morning, Governor Polis took a flight to survey the damage left behind from the Marshall Fire, which is still burning. At this point, 6,200 acres have burned, 500 to 600 homes destroyed, 35,000 people evacuated. Governor Polis was joined by Boulder County Sheriff Joe Pelly and National Guard Brigadier General Laura Cleland. So the 3 of them were there in the helicopter surveying that damage. And from what we saw here, heavy smoke. I mean, this fire is still burning in parts of Boulder County. We saw homes completely leveled, foundations smoldering as well. I mean, Tom, you called it a war zone in some areas just looking at this.
But that was the thing, because you'd look at it and you'd see different things from the air. You would see large burn scars in grassy areas, and they would run up to edges and stop. And then you'd see some neighborhoods where all you could see from the sky were foundations and maybe a row of houses next to it that weren't burned to the ground. And the random nature of it at times, and the whims of the winds of yesterday that determined where that fire went and what it did, and also, you know, to some extent what Corey was just talking about, those ember showers that, you know, when you think of how many roofs in Colorado used to be shake roofs, and those really aren't that common anymore because of the fire danger. They dry out and they become very easy to catch fire. So now much more of the asphalt and composite roofing material is being used. The fire was so hot and created so much smoke yesterday, you could see it not only from miles up and down the Front Range, but also from space. You also get an idea of the strength of the wind and the direction of the wind, because this is a satellite view of that smoke plume. It is headed true east and it is moving fast. It was part of the story yesterday. Ed Green joins us now to talk about that, because the weather of yesterday and now the weather of today is certainly presenting different challenges.
Exactly right. I think the weather of today is good news opposed to that weather of yesterday, when we had all those winds and it was so dry around here. When you get a spark and the winds are 80, 90, or 100 miles an hour, you just can't stop that kind of fire. Take a look at the mountains. We have some good snows going up there. This is the Eisenhower Tunnel, kind of slow going up there. And now here's Greeley. You can't see the mountains because the clouds are starting to roll in over the mountains, and they're going to bring that snow right here to lower elevations. Here's the way we see it right now. We have cold air coming in, as well as that snow moving in from the west. As a result, we have a winter storm warning for the mountain areas, up to 2 feet of snow. Some areas could see up to 3 feet of snow. And in the winter weather advisories, 3 to 6, but winds gusting to 35 miles an hour. Now switch to the eastern plains, and our foothills have a winter storm warning as well for up to a foot of snow, and the rest of the eastern plains under a winter weather advisory for 2 to 6 inches of snow. But this is going to be banded snow, so it could be heavier in some areas. And take a look at this. A wind chill advisory 5 p.m. today to 11 a.m. on Saturday morning. Wind chills getting to below 29 below zero. As we see, we have the snow here pushing in till right about 2 or 3 o'clock, and then it pushes across. Here is right after the new year, so if you are going around, you're going to be dealing with snow tonight into tomorrow, and then you see the clouds, and then you see the clear skies around here. So the temperatures 30s, 40s, 50s, but the cold air hasn't moved in yet. 20s, 30s, 40s as you look to the west. And look at the lows tonight after the cold air goes by. Above and below zero, single digits, and teens below zero. Here's the forecast. Winter weather advisory for Denver, 11 a.m. today to 11 a.m. on Saturday. Increasing clouds with snow developing and 38 degrees. Tonight, cloudy, cold, 2 to 5 inches, 6 degrees. Tomorrow, only 16, maybe another inch or two. Then it clears out. We warm it up nicely. Near 50 by Tuesday. Our next chance for rain or snow comes Wednesday.
Earlier this morning, Governor Polis took a flight to survey the damage left behind from the Marshall Fire in Boulder County. And the damage is extensive. At last check, 6,200 acres have been burned, 500 to 600 homes destroyed. That's the latest numbers that we have right now, but we do expect to get updated numbers in 30 minutes. And, you know, the damage so intermittent. You have rows of homes still intact like here, and then you've got complete destruction in some areas where the homes are completely leveled. Foundation is smoking. In a lot of ways, it's like our tornado coverage that you may see very sporadic damage.
Yeah, heartbreaking to see that video. That flight just about 30 minutes ago with the governor, Boulder County Sheriff Joe Pelley and Brigadier General Laura Clellan taking a look at things, and they'll be apprising us of what they have seen and what we now know coming up at 10 o'clock. We, of course, will have that press conference for you live right here on 9 News. Jordan Chavez has been on the ground throughout the morning in and around Louisville, and Jordan joins us now with the latest. Jordan?
Hey there, Tom. Well, that snow is really starting to pick up where we are standing now. Still tiny little flakes, but again, this is what we have been waiting for as crews continue to fight these fires. Just as Natasha was saying, a lot of these homes stripped down to their foundation, a lot of them still smoldering even as the snow is coming down. That smoke still coming down, or coming up, excuse me, rather, from the rubble that has been left behind from this fire. You do see fire crews making their way through the different properties. You're going to see them kind of assessing some of the damage. Something that's interesting, and I want to say that Tom pointed this out earlier, was that these are wildland crew fire engines that we are seeing. These are crews that you typically see up in mountain areas, not in a Denver metro area suburb. So this is definitely something that is catching people's eye, that is making them, definitely look twice. And also, one thing we are also hearing from people is for the people whose homes are still standing, like you guys had mentioned, some of these homes have been leveled, other homes are still standing. It's almost a little bit what they're describing as survivor's guilt of why is my home still standing while my neighbor's home, is no longer standing at all. So you're seeing a lot of different mixed emotions here, but definitely a lot of resiliency in this area. Definitely a lot of gratitude for the snow that is coming down right now. I want to send it over to my colleague, Darius Johnson. Darius, are you seeing snow in your area, and what's the feeling about that as well?
Yeah, Jordan, I'm starting to see snow, and I will say even more so, you're starting to see that image that we've talked about. Some homes destroyed, other homes still standing. Take a look right now. I'm on Columbine Court. We left from Highway 128 near McCaslin. We're trying to make our way through Superior to see if we can get toward that Costco area, around an area where a lot of people were talking about the fire. This is Columbine Court. This is right here, kind of in between Louisville and Superior near Centennial Valley. You can easily see this home is gone. Neighbors, they are easily packing up what they can right now. Some of them seem to be helping each other out. Some of them seem to be leaving, but you can even take a look right here. You can see a homeowner with a hose. He is trying to water this home down as it's still smoldering right now. As we look out into the street, you can still see fire hydrants with hoses attached to them that are just lying down right now. This is what people are going through. This is live coverage you're looking at right now. He's literally trying to knock down the rest of his home. Jason, take a look at this. He's trying to knock down the rest of this. I'm not sure if he's the homeowner or if it's someone else that lives there. We've really been trying to give a lot of people their space this morning because we know it's an emotional situation, something that many people are really dealing with right now. But many people are taking it into the matters of their own hands, and we're just hoping to continue to get around to the different areas to show you all the sheer destruction that has taken place throughout these two towns. Tom and Natasha are going to go ahead and send it back to you all. I know we do have that press conference coming up in about the next 20 minutes.
Darius, those images, those are so difficult for us to see. You talk about someone dealing with the sudden and surprising destruction of their home. He's standing there with a hose by the snowmen. You know, it's just 6 days after Christmas. His neighbor's house still standing, but you think of the shock that people must feel and the way they're trying to process things, and if it's your home, the idea of going through all of these emotions and things you figure you must do, have to do, need to, and that whirlwind, it's very complicated. And that's why it's important, I think, that at this 10 o'clock press conference, there is some direction given. There is some idea of what's happened, and we look forward to bringing that to you in just a few minutes.
And a timeline, yeah. And Jordan mentioned survivor's guilt. I mean, rolling up to your house, seeing it intact, and then looking at your neighbor's house, like exactly what we saw in Darius's shot, completely destroyed. You know, how do you feel? You feel grateful that your house is intact, yet your neighbor. And these are tight-knit communities too. I mean, we talk about generations of families that have lived in the area. So it's a whirlwind of emotions and a very complex situation.
We continue to provide you coverage right here on 9 News, and of course you can also keep track of the latest developments on the 9 News app.
And we have all the evacuation orders, latest destruction totals, and of course we will bring you updates from that press conference at 10 o'clock. We'll be right back.
And welcome back to our coverage of the Marshall Fire. This is the day after. I'm Gary Shapiro. As you can see behind me, the Rock Creek neighborhood is still smoking. It is smoldering. There are some houses there that are actually still burning. But the rain and the snow that we've been talking about for days is finally starting to come in. That is really great news. The wind has also died down. That is also great news. So once this storm comes in, hopefully they'll get a real handle on this fire. Darius Johnson is in one of the neighborhoods. He's getting a up close look at some of the devastation there. Darius.
Hey there, Gary. Yeah, we made our way up a little bit north into the Louisville and Superior area. We're kind of in between those two right now. We are a couple of blocks west of, or east rather, of Harper Lake. I want to go ahead and show you, this is a home on Columbine Court. It's a total loss. This is the front of the home. When you first arrive here, you would kind of think that there is more behind it. It's completely gone. As Jason pans over to the right, you can see the snowman. Christmas was just last week. You can see the patio. It's gone. The neighbor, or I believe possibly the homeowner, was just out here a couple of minutes ago. He was literally the frame of the home, reducing it a little more to the shell that it already is, just trying to continue to put out some of those hot spots as his home continued to smolder this morning. Take a look at this. The home right next door, it's untouched. We just saw those neighbors pack up this morning. That's the story right here on Columbine Court this morning. You're seeing just this home. This is the only one that's actually destroyed this morning. The only home. It's a total of, I believe, about 4 or 5 right here, and this is the only neighbor that's dealing with that this morning. I know Jordan is also seeing the same thing where he is. He's just on the other side, I believe, where I am, near the rec center right here in Louisville as well. Jordan, what is it like there?
Darius, yes, that's correct. Exactly what you just described. A very similar scene here. You're definitely still seeing those emergency crews making their way from property to property, assessing all of the damage that has been left behind by this fire. Of course, that snow certainly starting to fall right now, certainly bringing just a little bit of a sense of relief as far as the fire that still remains, that is burning in this rubble. But like you said, it's more about these homes that there's really nothing you can do about them at this time. They've been stripped down to their foundation. These are the images that are really tugging at everybody's heartstrings right now, whether they are watching from Colorado or watching abroad. A lot of people reaching out their sentiments. What we are seeing out here is a lot of the good-hearted Coloradans coming out, whether it's to see the destruction for themselves or to pass out snacks and drinks to people in this area that they know maybe this might be their home that's out here. We want to provide just a little bit of relief for them in that way. It is absolutely devastating to sit out here all morning and look at this and different people come and just try to understand what's going through their mind right now. For a lot of them, it is complete shock. It's the fact that they can't believe this is actually happening. But again, they're really resilient in the way of somehow they are still finding ways to be thankful for the first responders, thankful for people bringing them information throughout the night, and also, Ed, really thankful for this snow that is falling right now, though those flakes may be small, but this is really what they've been waiting for, Ed.
Well, as far as the weather goes, we're starting to see it change. It's evolving. We're seeing the snow come in, and we're seeing the colder air move in as well. Look at this. You can hardly see the Eisenhower Tunnel now. Slow going because of all the snow, and yes, it's coming our way. You can see the clouds moving in as well. And with the problems they've been having, Boulder PD has said that a lot of their traffic lights are out. So if you come to one, remember, treat it as a 4-way stop. 30 degrees is what we have right now out at the airport, 56% humidity. And watch this. The storm begins to come in about 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Then it just pushes across the area, and tomorrow morning we have it all over. Widespread snow, some heavy, and then by 5 o'clock in the afternoon we're back to sunshine as it all moves out. Before that happens, the forecast goes this way. Winter weather advisory 11 a.m. today to 11 a.m. on Saturday for increasing clouds, snow developing, 38 degrees. Then for tonight, cloudy snow, very cold, 2 to 5 inches, only 6 for the low, 16 tomorrow for the high. We see another inch or 2, then everything begins to clear out, and then a rapid recovery. Look at Sunday. Seasonal weather, what we expect for this time of year. Sunny skies, 43 degrees, and then we'll see temperatures in the 40s and 50s by Wednesday, but that's our next chance for rain and snow as well.
Welcome back. We're taking a live, we're following more breaking news. Earlier this morning, we did take the governor live with his flyover to survey the damage from the Marshall Fire. And so far what we know, and this could all change in 10 minutes when we get a live update from the governor and the Boulder County Sheriff Pelly as well. But the damage that you're seeing out there this morning is vast, 6,200 acres, homes, some areas leveled, as you can see here, smoke still coming from the foundations, other parts of the community. Neighborhoods just feet away, totally intact. And so the damage has been so intermittent and widespread, and we are still seeing a lot of issues this morning.
Yeah, and that flight was just within the last hour, and as you can see, it is very much hit and miss. Some areas seemingly unscathed. Others, well, they took it right square in the jaw. They took in the entire hit of the fire, and then you see some of these foundations from the sky that used to be supporting houses, beautiful houses in Superior and Louisville. Again, that update's coming up at 10 o'clock, the press conference with official information. We do know that multiple evacuations remain in effect. Now, some have been lifted because of the fires settling down, but this is a look at the map. The red, the areas under evacuation order, that's a large chunk of Superior and Louisville, and they really do stress they do not need anybody trying to get back into their neighborhood. They will let you know when it is safe to do so, and by doing so, you're actually hindering some of the rescue recovery efforts that are taking place right now. That yellow area to the north, a pre-evacuation notice still. The orders did go into Broomfield at one time. They do not anymore. And several shelters that have been open to those who have left their homes, some 35,000 estimated to have been evacuated, many are finding those shelters and using them. And patients we knew had to be evacuated from the Avista Adventist Hospital right along Route 36 in Louisville as well. They were successfully done so yesterday, and that was a complex operation. Now, early this morning, Boulder's Office of Emergency Management tweeted out a message to those who've evacuated to make sure that they do not return to that area. Again, they will notify you when you will be able to re-enter your homes and your neighborhoods as soon as possible. As far as the boundary lines, well, this seemingly will change now that the area has been surveyed from above. But this is what InsaWeb was showing the fire burning in Boulder County. Again, what was yesterday described as a 1,600-acre fire. Early this morning, Darius Johnson found out from Michelle Kelly, one of the incident managers, that it is now considered a 6,400-acre fire, about 4 times the size of what they had projected yesterday. But again, we're expecting that number to change as we get towards 10 o'clock and the latest in the Boulder Office of Emergency Management update.
And I know a lot of Coloradans concerned about animals at risk in these fires while you're evacuating. We're talking about everything from household pets to farm livestock. So right now we're joined by Christine Padilla with Jeffco Animal Control to talk more about that situation facing those animals. Good morning.
That stuff.
Christine, do we have you?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about what you have seen and what advice you might give to people if they have pets or livestock that they need to find a place to put them up for a while?
Hi, yes, I believe Boulder County was still full. We have room here at Jefferson County Fairgrounds if need be. As always, you know, when you leave, make sure that you've made arrangements to either have somebody else take your pets or take them with you. We have about 64 horses here. We've had some leave this morning to go back home. The majority of them here are from a stable that doesn't have water, so they'll be staying for a few days.
Who can people call, you know, if they're worried about their pets? You know, what are some of those steps they can take right now?
So for right now, they can call Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, the non-emergency line, to get a hold of us. They can call Boulder County Sheriff's Office or Boulder County Fairgrounds as well. Like I said, majority of the animals, at least for the local area, went there. And then we've had some residual come this way. So any of those phone numbers are great.
Christine, we appreciate you taking some time to talk with us and for helping out as well. Thanks again for joining us. Again, Christine Padilla with Jeffco Animal Control. They're trying to help out what has happened in Boulder County with animals as they are full. That non-emergency line in Boulder, they do not want you calling 911 unless, of course, you need 911 help. They put on a number yesterday, 303-413-7730, if you need to get more information.
Absolutely. Now we want to head over to Darius Johnson, who's live in Superior. And last when we saw you, Darius, you were in a neighborhood that was just a stark image of the sporadic nature of this wildfire, with a home intact and right next to it, a home that's completely destroyed. What are you seeing now?
Hey there, Natasha. I just want to be completely accurate about where I am. I'm kind of in between Superior and Louisville. I would consider this still to be Louisville. We're on Columbine Court, but exactly what you just described. One home next door untouched, this home completely destroyed. This is a neighbor next door who has kind of jumped in to be able to help. He is simply adding water to this home, trying to put out some of the final hot spots. You can see it's still smoldering. They say the people who live inside this home, they're in Idaho Springs right now. They moved here about 6 months ago, and these neighbors called them to let them know that their home was part of the Marshall Fire. If you take a look behind this home, we can go down a little bit. You can see there's another one. This one is completely smoldering. And I can actually, you may not be able to see it, but Jason, there's a small flame at the top of that home right there. I believe we may have just gotten frozen. A couple of technical difficulties out here. Let us know if you all are able to get back with us. But I just wanted you all to be able to see what people are experiencing and dealing with this morning. Going to go ahead and send it back to you all before that press conference.
That's been a sad scene we've watched play out over the last 30 minutes or so since Darius arrived there on Columbine Court. And then you see what firefighters faced yesterday, not being able to take on these flames, and now it's a neighbor with a garden hose just trying to take out some of the hot spots and settle things down in that area. But there's a lot of work that has to be done.
It's a heartbreaking image this morning. More than 35,000 people have evacuated from Superior and Louisville, wondering whether their houses have or will survive from this fire.
Of course, many people have that feeling of helplessness, but one thing they can do is contact their insurance company, and it might be a step that you may not think of right away. But according to Carol Walker with the Rocky Mountain Insurance Association, she says your insurance agent can be someone who can help you right away.
Under that evacuation order, it triggers what we call additional living expenses. This will provide them with a certain amount of out-of-pocket money that will help them stay in a hotel, get lodging, also pay for out-of-pocket expenses while they're out of their home.
That's really important. Save all the receipts that you get. You know, if you're buying groceries, staying in a hotel, anything, you could be reimbursed by the insurance company, so you'll want to keep those receipts.
We're going to get back over to Ed. Ed, this is the final day of 2021, and we've talked about it at length, how it's been a tough year for so many people, and this final note that's playing out for the people in Boulder County and Superior and Louisville, it's just unimaginable.
Yeah, it really is so devastating and so unnecessary, and yet it was the perfect storm with the winds and the fire, and then you just couldn't stop the fire because the winds were gusting to over 100 miles an hour in some areas. Look what we have up in the mountains right now. Snow, slow going as you get toward the tunnel because they've got some pretty good snows. It's heading our way. You can see the clouds now over Greeley starting to pull on in with gray skies, and we've got that snow pushing right on into the eastern plains where we have clear skies right now. Cold air coming in as well, so it's really going to be chilly around here. Winter storm warning continues for the mountains for up to 2 feet of snow. Some areas might get as much as 3 feet, and the other areas winter weather advisory for the light blue. Now we shift to the eastern plains, and the foothills have a winter storm warning for up to a foot of snow, and the rest of the plains are under a winter weather advisory for a half foot of snow and some gusty winds at times. You can see the wind chill advisory also on the eastern border counties, 5 p.m. today to 11 a.m. on Saturday, as cold as 29 below zero. As we take a look, here comes the snow, and right about 2 or 3 o'clock it begins to push across the metro area, and here it is Saturday, 2 a.m. just after the New Year's celebration. If you're heading home, you're going to have to deal with the snow heavy at times, and then we're going to be colder on the New Year's Day, only 16 degrees.
All right, Ed, thank you very much. We are getting ready for that press conference from the Boulder Office of Emergency Management. We've already seen Sheriff Pelley, Congressman Joe Neguse, Governor Polis on hand. As soon as they begin delivering some of that information that they've gathered over these last, now it's been 23 hours since that fire started. So let's take you there live.
Governor Polis and Representative Neguse, Senator Bennett, and others, we're going to give you a briefing and answer whatever questions you might have this morning. County Commissioner Claire Levy's here with me, Director of Public Safety Mike Hilke from the state. Overnight, firefighters continued mitigation efforts. Good news, we still have no reports of casualties or fatalities. The one missing person we had last night has been accounted for and is well. So that's awesome news, and actually, I think, given the events that we had yesterday, pretty miraculous. We were fortunate that the winds dissipated last night. We're expecting snow today. That snow has already started. We're hoping to see 3 to 6 inches of snow and some good moisture. That's certainly going to help our efforts. This morning, Governor Polis, myself, and others flew over the area to assess the damage. We know there are approximately 2,000 homes in the burnt area. We certainly did not lose 2,000 homes. We did see entire subdivisions, as I talked about last night, the west side of Superior, Old Town Superior, that are totally gone. That accounts for easily for 500 homes. West of Superior, out towards Marshall, El Dorado Springs area, we saw dozens of burned out homes. The south side of Louisville suffered some pretty catastrophic losses as well, dozens of homes. Damage assessment is continuing today. We won't have final numbers until late tonight or tomorrow, but we are fully expecting this to be 500 or more homes that were lost. The fire burnt in an interesting dynamic with mosaics. You can see how the wind and the topography drove that fire in certain directions, devastated some neighborhoods and some blocks, and left neighbors standing and intact. I know residents want to get back to their homes as soon as possible to assess damage. In many of those neighborhoods that are currently blocked off, it's still too dangerous to return. We saw still active fire in many places this morning, and we saw down power lines. We saw a lot of risk that we're still trying to mitigate. As soon as residents are able to get back, we're going to let them back. That's our goal. We don't want to keep people out of their neighborhoods or their homes. Last night, there was a boil water announced for the town of Louisville, city of Louisville. That now extends to the town of Superior. The issue is water pressure was lost in those communities, and so water is potentially contaminated, even domestic water, and it'll need to be boiled in those areas in the southern part of the county around Louisville, Superior, and in Superior. I want to stress that all of the trailheads east of Highway 93 and McCaslin to the south are closed. Stay out of that area. We still have power line issues and fire. We've received an outpouring from the community to be volunteers and to make donations. We appreciate this, but please do not self-deploy to those areas. And for those who want to volunteer, please visit coloradoresponds.org. If you want to make donations, go to our website at boulderoem.com. There are details on how to make donations and how to register and be available through the Red Cross or the Community Foundation of Boulder County. We have a community call center established. This call center has information concerning the fire's impact on Boulder County and can be reached at 303-413-7730. 303-413-7730. Again, we ask if you have general questions about the fire, your neighborhoods, road closures, please call the call center. Do not call 911. I'm going to turn that over to Governor Polis now. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Pelley. Just moments ago, we did an aerial reconnaissance mission thanks to the Colorado National Guard of the areas impacted. We were able to do it in the brief window before the snow, and how grateful we are that the snow has started. There were still some areas with active flames. Mostly it was looking at the neighborhood level devastation. As the sheriff indicated, there's neighborhoods where, because of the nature of the fire spread by gusts of up to 105 miles an hour, it would spread to a house here or there, over other houses, past other streets. A very unusual burn pattern. And the other unusual factor is just as in the blink of an eye. This was a disaster in fast motion, all over the course of half a day. Nearly all the damage many families having minutes to get whatever they could, their pets, their kids, into the car and leave. The last 24 hours have been devastating. It's really unimaginable. It's hard to speak about. Like many Boulder County residents, I have texts and voicemails from friends letting me know whether they're safe or not, what they've lost. I also spoke to the president just before this press conference. The president called. He offered his support for the people of Colorado. They also gave verbal authorization. The president approved the expedited major disaster declaration, and that'll be finalized and papered in the next couple hours. What that means is it allows those who suffer loss, small businesses and homeowners, they won't have to wait for the preliminary damage assessment for housing and small business assistance. So that will be forthcoming very soon because of this disaster and the actions that the president took. And the president sends his regards to the people of Colorado and those impacted. This hit close to home for so many of us, literally in some cases for those of us who live nearby, but also in terms of this being a fire that wasn't a wildfire in the forest, it was a suburban and urban fire. The Costco we all shop at, the Target we buy our kids' clothes at, all surrounded and damaged. Nearly 1,000 homes in two very tight-knit, beautiful communities that our state has are gone. And, you know, we talk about houses destroyed, but each house is not just a house, it's a home. It's a sanctuary of comfort for those who live there. It's a reservoir of memories where families were raised. You know, it feels like we've experienced enough loss and tragedy these last 2 years, and then yesterday happened over the course of several hours. This is our community, and to watch it burn so quickly, so unexpectedly, is something that I think we're all just struggling to believe and understand. So different than fires that over a period of weeks and months develop. This played out with 105-mile winds over the course of half a day. We are going to work hard with families and small businesses to rebuild our treasured communities, homes and sanctuaries for folks, the short-term impact for housing needs. So far, it looks like the two major hospitals in the areas were spared. Looks like schools were spared. And we might have our very own New Year's miracle on our hands if it holds up that there was no loss of life. We know that many people had just minutes to evacuate, and if that was successfully pulled off by all the affected families, that's really quite a testimony to preparedness and emergency response. I also spoke to the FEMA administrator this morning and let her know that that with this expedited major disaster declaration, we're going to need all the help we can get. She asked other ways it could help. We talked about short-term housing needs. We talked about additional needs for hospital capacity because of the hospital Avista that will be, while not destroyed, out of commission for a period of days or weeks. It's uncertain when that'll be back at 100% capacity. You know, Mr. Rogers once told his audience, when I was a boy and I would see scary things in the news, my mother would say to me, look for the helpers. You'll always find people who are helping. And time again, we see those helpers here in Colorado. Sheriff Pelly, his deputies, Director Stan Hilke, National Guard, hundreds of brave firefighters from municipal fire departments across the Denver metro region, law enforcement, first responders. Many of these brave men and women themselves lost homes or were uncertain whether they even had homes to return to, but they stayed on the job. And on behalf of a grateful state of Colorado, we want to say a profound thank you to everyone who's helped. I'm now going to say a few words in Spanish. Buenos días. Las últimas 24 horas han sido absolutamente devastadoras. Es difícil de imaginar lo que ha pasado y difícil hablar de esta mañana. Esto no se siente real, se siente como si estuviéramos viviendo en una pesadilla. Yo hablé con el presidente y él da apoyo a las personas de Colorado y aprobó el Expedited Major Disaster Declaration. y los fundas pueden ir a los negocios y a las personas que pierdan sus casas. Una y otra vez veo a esos ayudantes aquí en Colorado. Quiero dar gracias a Sheriff Pelly, Director Sanhilke, a los bomberos y todos que ayudan a las familias in Boulder County. A profound sense of gratitude for all those who have stayed up all night working to help those in need. I know there's families out there now watching this, not knowing for sure whether they have a home to return to. Know that we are with you every step of the way. For those who've lost everything they had, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. But you have your family, you have your health, you made it out. These are physical objects that you've lost. You will rebuild. We will mobilize everything the state has, and with the support of the federal government, to make sure you have the resources you need to rebuild your lives here in Colorado. With that, we'll turn it over to Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you for your leadership again in another profoundly difficult moment for this state with just one day left in the calendar year. I'm going to be brief. I want to start by thanking the sheriff and all of the first responders who did just an unbelievable job of getting people out of here and of making sure that people evacuated. We don't know what the final numbers are going to be here, but when you fly over this, to know that the loss of life is, you know, if there is any, is going to be as limited as it is a profound testament to the way that the first responders alerted people to the danger, and I think importantly the way people themselves responded to the alerts that they received. And so I just want to start by saying thank you. And second, I want to thank President Biden for responding so quickly here, and you have my commitment, and I know the commitment of the entire congressional delegation to with the government. Full measure of the federal is brought to bear here. In Colorado, we're used to this, unfortunately. We floods and fires, and what I can say decade or so is that in every single case we have built back stronger than we were before the disaster happened, and I am absolutely certain that that's going to be the case here. Boulder County and the communities that have been affected have been through this. This fire may have happened on the plains of Colorado, which is very unusual, but this county we know is mountain strong. And we know we're going to be able to rebuild better than we were before. And I want to turn it over to my colleague in the delegation who represents this part of the state, Joe Neguse.
Well, good morning, everyone. First, I want to start by thanking our firefighters, our first responders, the police officers, everyone who has been working so diligently throughout the day yesterday and this morning and through the night to protect lives and livelihoods. We are incredibly grateful for your service and your bravery, and that starts with my friend and colleague, Sheriff Pelly. Many of you know that Sheriff Pelly is one of the longest-serving sheriffs in Colorado history, and he has had his fair share, more than his fair share, of disasters during his tenure. And we are so grateful for his leadership and the work that all of his incredible firefighters drove up last night from West Metro, Denver, really across our community. Thank you to Governor Polis for his leadership, to Mayor Stoltzman and Mayor Folsom, both of whom have been have done an incredible job under some really troubling circumstances, leading their respective cities of Louisville and Superior, not knowing whether their homes were safe during this terrible tragedy. Yesterday was a devastating day for Boulder County, for Superior, and for Louisville. These fires, as you heard the governor say, are unprecedented. They moved through neighborhoods with a speed and a magnitude like we have never seen before. And we know already that the damage will be costly and disastrous, and we saw that for ourselves during the overflight that we just took a few minutes ago with the governor and the senator. As the sheriff laid out, there are countless families in our community today who are learning that they have lost their homes and all of their possessions. For each of the individuals who are learning of this loss, for those who have been evacuated from their homes, we stand with you, ready to assist you in any way that we can. I had the opportunity yesterday to visit with many individuals, constituents, neighbors at the one of the major evacuation sites in Lafayette, in my hometown, at the YMCA. And to hear their stories, as the governor said, many of whom literally had minutes to evacuate their homes and learned that they had in fact lost everything they owned, was heartbreaking. But I also was heartened to see so many of our fellow Coloradans there at the evacuation center, dropping off supplies, neighbors taking care of neighbors. It's the Colorado way. It's what we're known for, and that is certainly on full display today. Our prayers are with everyone impacted by the fires. It's going to be a long road to recovery. We are grateful that FEMA gave swift authorization yesterday to the FMAD grants that were necessary to help battle the flames, and grateful to President Biden for his swift approval today of the major disaster declaration, which will be critical in terms of bringing federal resources here to Boulder County and to the many homeowners who have lost so much, for folks who are looking for housing assistance, small business assistance, and so forth. We'll be working with FEMA over the next several hours and with the state and local leaders to ensure that those resources are brought to bear as quickly as possible. I'll just close by saying, perhaps stating the obvious, which is that this has been an incredibly difficult year for Colorado and an incredibly difficult year for Boulder County. But we have been faced and tested with challenges before, and we've always risen to the occasion. And I have every confidence that we're going to do so this time around. And with that, I think we'll open it up for questions.
Sheriff Pelley, any update on the origin?
1 second. Commissioner, Senator, Mayor.
Thank you, everyone. I'm Ashley Stolzman, Louisville Mayor. I just want to take a moment to thank all of the first responders, Police Chief Dave Hayes and our Fire Chief John Wilson, for the tremendous effort they've put forward. I also want to thank everyone for their patience. We need community members to continue to stay out of the area until the evacuation order is lifted. And when folks do get back, we need everyone's help in conserving water. We're still under a boil order, and so we need everybody to follow the instructions on the CDC website and maintain safety if you are drinking the water. Louisville's a very strong community. We stand with Superior. We share a high school, we share a library, and we're going to get through this together. We've supported each other nearly for 2 years through the coronavirus pandemic, and we'll continue to support each other and work through this. So thank you all for your patience, and please continue to follow the instructions on the OEM website.
Okay. Questions?
Governor, Sheriff, any update on the origin? Any reason to believe it's anything other than high winds, a power line, sparks, and dry grass?
We do know we had power lines down in the area of the origin of the fire. The origin of the fire hasn't been confirmed. It's suspected to be power lines, but we are investigating that today. And we have folks on the ground as we speak trying to pinpoint that cause.
Anything else being investigated, Sheriff, other than the power lines?
We're investigating anything we find out there.
Residents would like to know about containment or plans for the fire today.
The fire, the snow has started. Absent any major changes in the weather, there's very limited potential for additional negative impact. There are still some smoldering flames. There's finalization, but at this point, as long as the weather holds up here, there's not going to be substantial additional damage from this fire.
And I want to introduce a hero, Mike Smith, Smitty. He's been the incident commander on this fire since it started, and is hopefully being replaced today by a federal incident manager. But he's done a hell of a job on very little sleep, and so he's available for those type of questions as well.
The governor said there were nearly 1,000 homes lost. Is that accurate?
So it's all a good guess right now. As I said, we know we lost approximately 500 homes around Superior, the west side of Superior. We saw dozens of homes burned out in between Superior and El Dorado Springs. We saw dozens of homes burnt in the south part of Louisville. I would estimate it's going to be at least 500 homes. I would not be surprised if it's 1,000.
We also saw in the aerial reconnaissance there were some homes that were partially destroyed. There were areas where there were roofs that were burnt out. So in addition to completely destroyed homes, with burn pits, there was a number of damaged home and damaged commercial properties as well. So some were totaled, some were destroyed. It'll take some time to get the final numbers back for the exact numbers, but as the sheriff indicated, over 500, upwards of 1,000, as well as a number of stores and commercial properties that were damaged.
Governor, Sheriff, you were talking about maybe 1,000 homes, 2-3 people a home, 2,000 or 3,000 people. We're getting ready for snow here. How are we going to house all of these people? What are the plans? Realizing it's early, what can you share with those that are wondering where they can go, what they can do?
Yeah, well, there's temporary emergency shelters, and those will, of course, serve people as long as needed. This was also a topic of my conversation with the FEMA administrator and the president about what FEMA can do to help support some of the medium-term housing needs of members that want their kids to be able to return to their school, want some sense of normalcy before the actual physical rebuilding of their home can occur. So that's going to be a priority of our administration, working with the federal government, to provide as many options to people as possible. The county and the sheriff did a great job standing up the emergency shelters, and it's my understanding there's about 200 people currently at the emergency shelters. Again, many have fled to stay with friends or in other areas, and that will likely continue as long as it's needed to serve those 200 people. Usually in these type of events, that can be a matter of weeks.
What's the strategy for mitigating this fire, and had it been incredibly difficult with those fires? And talk to us a little bit about what your firefighters went through, please.
Smitty, come on.
So our strategy from the beginning was life safety. So with the winds the way they were and the fire behavior from the initial start of the fire was moving basically at the same speed of the wind and the light fuels. So our priority was to work in conjunction with our partners, with law enforcement, EMS, and fire, to get people out of the way. We didn't actively fight the fire for the first few hours. It was really about life safety. As we started to get a little bit ahead of the curve, we started to be able to anchor into some of the places and get some good firefighting done, but our priority through the entire event was life safety for both public and firefighters.
And just to highlight how rapid this event was, this was a rapid fire over a period of hours with gusts of up to 105 miles an hour, leapfrogging instantly over highways, over roads, across neighborhoods. Really kind of an alignment of many of the worst possible factors that firefighters fear. I mean, first of all, a very dry fuel. We've had very little precipitation, very little snow, coupled with gusts of up to 105, 110 miles an hour, really led to a combination that was more destructive in a shorter period of time than anything we've seen.
Sheriff Belly, can you talk a little bit more about the power lines that were involved in this? Were they high tension lines? Were they local service? And then also, Sheriff, you and Governor, I wonder if you can share a little bit what you saw from the air and what everything looked like underground. Be a little bit more specific with those details.
So I don't have details. My view of this entire event is from a sort of a 30,000 foot level. I don't know what kind of power lines, or whether there were transmission lines or individual lines into private property. I don't know. We are, again, actively investigating today, trying to determine the origin and cause of the fire. And when we get that and we narrow it down, we will make that public. What was the second question?
Can you describe kind of in detail what it looked like above? Everyone's kind of seeing it from the side right now, but what is, are all the homes and neighborhoods destroyed? Leapfrog? How does it,
no, it's like any other fire we've seen where it's a mosaic, and the fire runs in fingers based on topography and wind, and you'll see where the fire infuels, like in gulches where there's shrubs and taller grasses, where it entered neighborhoods and took out like an entire block and then left everything around it standing. And then on the other hand, like on the west side of Superior in that subdivision in the old part of town, there's an entire community that's completely wiped out. That's just smoking holes in the ground. So it was intense in places, and then other places it just got in topography, driven by the wind, and it ran in fingers.
Can you tell us what you know about utility lines and the potential for freezing temperatures overnight?
I know they're working as hard as they can, as fast as they can to restore power. So a major issue with late season fires for us, and we've experienced this in the past, is we have warm temperatures, we have wind, we have a big fire, we lose power, and then the next day we freeze over. And so all those homes, we are in danger of broken pipes and running water and that. And so I know that restoration of power is a major priority.
Is US 36 still closed? When will it reopen?
Do you have any?
It is still closed. We're still continuing to do damage assessments along the road. We are looking very hard at how quickly we can get some of those major thoroughfares open, but I don't currently have a time.
Did you all hear that okay?
Sheriff, unconfirmed calls to our newsroom that there were fire hydrants in Louisville that might have been dry or not operating yesterday. Any confirmation, any information on that line?
Yeah, they were having water pressure issues, but here's what happens when you have neighborhoods burn out. The individual homes start leaking, right? And then the pressure to those individual hydrants becomes less and less. And so I know they were having problems with fire pressure or water pressure. Thank you. That's actually not unexpected in a major event like this.
Sheriff, you said one missing person had been located. Are there any other indications there are missing individuals?
No, we don't have any. We don't have family members calling in, telling us they can't find Aunt Rose. None of that. The one lady that was reported last night was found fine. It's unbelievable when you look at the devastation that we don't have a list of 100 missing persons, but we don't. And so, again, I'm hoping that's a miracle, because it would be, given the circumstances.
Any other utility issues, gas lines, anything else like that to be aware of or to get back in operation?
We're working closely with Excel and all the different power providers in the area to do quick assessments on where we can. Like was alluded to previously, one of our big concerns, and we've got a group specifically working on how we're going to restore power where it's safe, to make sure that the power lines are inspected before we re-energize, and that the gas lines are all intact before we do that. So we are actively working on that. As far as major transmission lines or gas infrastructure that's been damaged, I don't have any information on that.
Thank you.
Sheriff, Governor, lots of calls to our newsroom from people wanting to know if their homes are still standing or destroyed. What is the best way you recommend people to get that information? You're obviously limiting access in some areas. What do you say to those people that want to know?
So once the damage assessment is done address by address, we'll be able to post a list of homes that were lost. That won't happen for a while. That will take at least a day to accomplish that. There is a map of the burn area that will be posted on the Boulder OEM website. Please keep in mind that only a portion of the homes in that burn area are affected, and there are a lot of unaffected homes. There will be the ability, I think, soon for flights, that kind of thing, to give more information to the public. But right now, I can't provide information on specific addresses.
How satisfied were you with your readiness level and the equipment you needed to fight this best you could, sir?
For the hand that we were dealt, I don't think that we could have done a better job. The initial response from the local fire departments, then stepping up through the county response, the delegation to the sheriff, and then the cooperation through with the governor's office, through the state DHSEM and DFPC were both fantastic. And I think the collaborative effort really did show the preparedness level and the amount of preparations that we've done here in Boulder and statewide as well.
Yeah, there's no technology or equipment that's available to have halted this kind of fire in its tracks with 105-mile winds and the dry conditions and the fuel that was available. But the firefighters, the sheriff, the state assistants, they did everything they could, as you said, Smitty, with the hand that they were dealt.
Governor, you've dealt with a lot of challenges in the past 2 years with COVID. You talked about what you saw from the helicopter. Can you let us inside the emotions of what you had to watch in that helicopter?
I of course have many friends in the affected areas. I just want to read a text from one that I got, a friend who lost their home, or doesn't know if they lost their home. She said, "I'm in the Springs of my parents. My sons got out okay. We may not have homes tomorrow, but we have each other. I'll miss the treasures we've collected for the last 30+ years, and while not replaceable, that's not people. And remember, we will have homes. A house is made of sticks and stones. A home is made of love alone. With her attitude, the people of Colorado are resilient. The people of Colorado are strong. They will build back. This has been a tough few years all around. The 3 largest wildfires in the history of our state. But to put things in perspective, those 3 largest wildfires combined, while over 600,000 acres, each one of them over 200,000 acres, still destroyed less homes and less businesses than this fire of 6,000 acres, because this was fundamentally an urban and suburban fire. The people of Colorado will build back if we're granted this New Year's miracle of no loss of life. It truly is nothing short of miraculous. And we have one another. Most, if not all, people got out and are safe. And we, as their friends and neighbors and fellow Coloradans, are going to do everything we can to help them rebuild their lives.
Let's do one last question.
Do we have an estimate on containment or how many acres are currently burning?
So the total area of the fire, the burnt area, has been updated overnight with the state airplane overflight to 6,000 acres. There are still areas burning inside the fire zone, around homes and shrubbery and that kind of thing. But we're not expecting to see any growth in the fire today. I think we're pretty well contained, except for what's happening inside the fire zone. Would that be accurate?
Yeah, as far as a percentage number, we're still calling it 0% contained, but as the sheriff said, I don't think that we will see much fire growth. But this isn't a fire that we would traditionally see like in the mountains, where we would be going out and digging hand line and using heavy equipment to dig containment lines. This is more about working around the perimeters of homes and working our way through the process. So we're having to kind of change our thought process on what containment looks like as far as a percentage, but I do think that our forward progress is going to be very minimal from this point on.
And just speaking anecdotally, from looking at the aerial reconnaissance that we did, very little fire, very little active fire, mostly burnt out pits and areas, grassland fires, move fast, limited fuel, different than trees. And a few areas where we saw smoldering flames, a few here and there, really areas that might have just be finishing off their burn, almost all of them with no available fuel around them. So again, absent the kind of winds that we had before, they're not likely to jump everywhere. They're burning through the very limited fuel that they have and are likely to extinguish themselves. And of course, we also now have snow and precipitation in the area. Thank you to those across Colorado and those across the world who have joined with the people of Colorado in helping us get through this difficult time. We thank you for your love, your prayers, and your affection, and we look forward to your help in helping our affected families and our community build back stronger. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Got the latest update coming from the Boulder Office of Emergency Management. I'm here with Natasha Verma, and 24 hours ago, none of this had happened. People were living their lives, wrapping up 2021 normally, and then just a little less than 24 hours ago, suddenly what they suspect to be down power lines triggered the Marshall Fire that has done so much damage. And to hear a couple of key pieces of what was talked about, the incident commander, who's now given way to a federal team, Mike Smith, talking about it was almost an unfightable fire. Their goal was life safety, which makes the news that they really have no casualties, no fatalities to report, no missing persons at this point. And again, Sheriff Pelley calls that miraculous.
I mean, it truly is incredible. And now, as we focus on the rebuild, President Biden has approved a major disaster declaration, which means that there will be funds, federal funds, now going to Boulder County so homeowners and businesses can start this rebuild process. Something that Sheriff Pelley mentioned that was very interesting. The way that this fire burned was like a mosaic burn, almost like he said it was topography driven by the wind. In shapes of a finger, and it's why we see rows of homes that are completely intact, and then he said an entire subdivision is totally gone where you just see smoking holes in the ground. So that's what we're seeing out there. Just this is from the governor's flyover from earlier this morning of that kind of sporadic burn that we saw and the damage that's left behind.
A reminder, there is some information that you'll be able to find at 9news.com that Sheriff Pelley talked about. If you want to volunteer, coloradoresponds.org is your avenue for that. Again, these will be posted on our website. If you'd like to donate, boulderoem.com has some information for you. And if you need information, 303-413-7730. Don't call 911. They're busy, of course, but we learned a lot today, and some of it was actually better than we expected.
Yeah. All right, well, thank you so much for sticking with us. We will be back here at noon on 9 News. Of course, you can follow us on 9news.com. We will have live updates on our app as well.